Hogwarts, forbidden son of the Black and White Lord. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26 Orphan Twist. Sit whatever you want. Tom sat back on the wooden chair, resting his chin on the back of the chair, leaning forward, shaking the chair to a creak, the legs of the stool rubbing against the ground making a sour sound. Let's sit down and have a good time. Say. Nelson followed Christian into the room and closed the door. With the clang of the door, the room and the corridor seemed to be separated into two worlds. Completely separated from the outside world. Christian was just like a little girl of his own age at this moment, feeling uneasy in such a relatively closed environment. I think it might be a bit rude to sit on the bed. Looking at Tom sitting on the only chair in the room and Nelson leaning on the windowsill, Christian, who didn't know where he was sitting, smiled awkwardly, as if the first like a shy guest who visits someone else's house this time. He seems a little helpless. Oh, sorry. Tom raised his eyebrows. I'm used to it. You may not know it. This used to be Na's room. I don't know if I violated the secrecy law just now. He turned his face to Nelson again, looking rather indifferent. It doesn't matter. There were no muggles in the hallway just now. This kid is also a wizard. I'll explain it when I write to the Ministry of Magic. Nelson took out the wand he had just put in his pocket and pointed it at an old umbrella with a finger. It grows as tall as a fast-moving plant in a botanical documentary. The rib with a black umbrella opens and closes down, slowly turning into a slender black high stool. We've violated it several times anyway, and we have to use a piece of parchment for one thing and several things, don't we? Watching the chair floating steadily towards her, Christian's face was full of stunned and unbelievable. She knew that she was a little special since she was a child, but she still felt that she was in this magical scene in a fairy tale. It is no longer a familiar room, but a whole new world. So you let me fall asleep at the dinner table yesterday, is that magic? Christian's previous ferocity was completely gone. She asked in a fearful and eager tone, are you all wizards? Like you? Are there many people? Can I be like you? You should say us, Christian Jewel. Tom looked impatient and disappointed. You should calm down. I thought you looked a lot like me, but now I'm wrong. Christian opened his mouth to say something more, but closed his mouth resentfully. Yes, we are all wizards. There are thousands of wizards in the UK, and there is even a magic school for young wizards, where we study. Nelson smiled. He felt very interesting, and Tom, what he said was different. He felt more and more that Christian's awkward personality and stubborn appearance were exactly the same as the Tom he met at the beginning. Except for the gender, the two people were carved out of the same mold. This mold may a little rough, making the details of each product different. We're here this time for this. Christian, you're a wizard. Really? Mr. Williams. The girl, whose face was still full of tears, was like a deer picking berries in the jungle. She unconsciously used the honorific. She turned her head to Tom again, as if afraid like him snubbed. He added, Mr. Riddle. Tom glanced at her sideways, then rested his chin on the back of the chair, playing with his wand like a pen, looking bored. It's true. Nelson nodded encouragingly. He even wanted to glue a beard to himself, feeling like Dumbledore. I felt in the alley that day that you used magic. You can always do it to such a thing. Yes, Mr. Williams. Christian wriggled uneasily in the chair that Nelson had conjured, as if someone had lit a fire under his butt, occasionally reaching out to touch the cushion. I've had this kind of thing since I was a kid. Abilities? No. Magic? The earliest was Thanksgiving at the age of 5. It was so cold in the house that a fire suddenly burst into the fireplace. Our house was clearly out of firewood. From that day on, I knew I was it. Not like the other kids. Well, do you conjure fire? As far as I know, the first thing many little wizards do is to light a fire. Nelson held a book that he did not know when he conjured it, and held a book that might have conjured it together. With a pen, he took notes as meticulously as McGonagall. After finishing writing, he raised his head and said, this chair is no different from the real one before the magic disappears, but you'd better not grab it, or your umbrella may be broken. Darn. Just call me Nelson. If nothing happens, you will be our junior soon. By the way, how old are you this year? Are you almost 11? I'm sorry, William. Nelson, I don't know either. Christian put his hands in his arms, and his eyes became lonely, which made her dark eyes lose their vitality. She lowered her head and thought for a while, and said in a low voice, I think I'll be 11 next year. Call me Riddle. Tom. Tom, who seemed to be indifferent to the conversation, suddenly said beside him. Christian raised his head and peeked at Tom, who was frowning at him. The look seemed to come back. Tom raised his hand, that was turning his wand. What do you look like? Most of the people here don't know when their birthday is, and everyone regards the day they came to the orphanage as their own birthday. Clean it up. He pointed his wand at Christian's face and shook his wrist gently to the right twice. The girl's dirty face was instantly clean, as if it had just been washed, and it drooped down to cover her forehead and eyebrows. The broken hair was also carefully brushed behind his ears, and Tom turned his head in Nelson's direction, muttering, I hate this poor bastard the most. Christian only felt a gust of wind blowing across his face. He didn't know what was going on. Looking at the wand in Tom's hand in the back of his head turned away, he reached out and touched his cheek, touching his clean and smooth cheeks and neat hair. He opened his mouth to reveal a huge smile that reached his back molars and shouted crisply at the back of Tom's head, thank you, Tom. Tom looked unmoved, but Nelson, who was leaning against the window, clearly saw him twitching the corners of his mouth and laughing. He was about to say something to the awkward Tom, but saw Tom revealing to him, what dare you say? What shouldn't be said? I will not let you go, even if I'm a ghost. Seeing this scene, Nelson, who has been showing a Dumbledore-style kind smile, couldn't hold back for a moment, hugging his stomach and laughing. Seeing Nelson's appearance, Tom blushed with anger, the look of a little daughter-in-law with a face of shame and anger. Excuse me, can I take a look at it? Christian looked back and forth at the wands in their hands. Is this a wand? Did you use it to cast magic? Nelson straightened up with an embarrassed expression on his face. In the first lesson of Defense Against the Dark Arts, the old-fashioned Professor Mel said to them, I suggest you write this sentence down on the first page of the notebook. Always hold your wand in your hand. A wizard without a wand is like a cat without claws, and to be honest, he was a little afraid that Christian would suddenly break his wand in a frenzy now. The wizard's wand. Sorry, Christian saw Nelson's expression in the back of Tom's head. Realizing the abruptness of her request, she hurriedly apologized and lowered her head again. I'm really sorry, I didn't know it was that important. Here. She raised her head, and in front of her was Tom's wand, a luxurious and mysterious wand, shining brightly, and it could be seen that the owner was very concerned about it and often wiped it. Tom held the middle of the wand with 2 fingers. He stretched his arms and handed it to Christian, his head turned to the side, still with the expression he didn't want to look at her in the face. No, I just... She lowered her head and waved her hands again and again, signaling that she didn't want to watch it. Tom's humming from his nostrils interrupted her speech. She raised her head again and saw Tom, who was lying on the back of the chair, facing her, with a disgusting expression on his face. Why so ink? Thank you. She looked straight into Tom's eyes and thanked her in a low voice. She held out Tom's wand with both hands and placed it in the palm of her left hand. Just as she was about to stretch out her right hand to grab it, she glanced at her palm again. He hurriedly grabbed the corner of his clothes and kept rubbing it until his palms turned red, before slowly reaching for his wand and stroking it gently. After a while, Tom took his wand, held it and glanced at it, without wiping it, and stuffed it directly into his sleeve point. Seeing his movements, Christian showed a relieved expression, and his body, that was sitting precariously, relaxed. Can you talk to us about you? Nelson said helplessly, looking at Tom, who turned his face away from the window again. I don't really have anything to say. Christian opened his mouth intermittently and began to tell his story. Her story sounded like a tragic story of Oliver Twist, which was tragic enough, and even more tragic is that this kind of story can be seen on the streets of London and the world. In this orphanage, there are many, even less logical than in the novel. She is one of the orphans sent by the Times. I don't know who her biological parents are. She was adopted by a swindler since she was a child, although the swindler is always sneaky. It happened, but it was a good surprise to her. Later, Her adoptive father went to the gang's territory to deceive and was caught. She was beaten to death on the street. She persisted in the dilapidated bungalow for a week and waited for her father to come home. That's when she found out. She gained her own magic power. Later, hungry, she was caught in the den of human traffickers on the street. Because she was too old and not old enough to find a buyer, she could only make a living by stealing things and turning them in. Chapter 27 Spotted Owl. I don't even have a name. The hard thorn-covered shell of Christian was completely ripped apart, and she told her story with tears in her eyes, as if for 10 years she could only relax in front of these two people who had only seen each other for a few days. Down, like a quail that escaped from the vulture's nest with great difficulty, it waded through mountains and rivers, dragged its fluffy wet fur to the arms of two big birds, and cried to them about the winds they encountered during their journey. Blowing rain hits and insects and snakes attack. You don't have to pity me. Christian looked directly at Nelson with a stubborn little face. Everyone always has to suffer. I just experienced it earlier, and there are many people who are more unlucky than me. You always say something that suits my heart. Tom rode his chair around on the ground, turned Christian, and said approvingly to her. Our Christian's pale skin became bloody, and she really looked more and more like Tom. She lowered her head, as if she didn't know what to say, so she could only continue to tell the story. At first I thought I was a freak, then I thought I should have supernatural abilities. I heard that Germany is recruiting such people. Are they looking for wizards? Want to form a wizard army? Maybe trying to trick some wizards into doing an autopsy experiment or something. Nelson interjected, leaning against the windowsill. Even if it's real, it could be a vampire, a werewolf, a giant, or some other magical creature. What? Is there such a thing as vampires? I thought they were just monsters in the book. Christian said in shock, and was a little scared. After all, vampires are used to scare children who don't sleep well for a long time. I don't know. This was the first time she showed such an expression today. Ha ha ha. Nelson and Tom looked at each other and said with a smile, You're a witch. Christian, the witch in the book, who rides a broom to boil potions. Even the witches run out of the book, they naturally will too. And those monsters are nothing to worry about. Tom added with disdain. They can't even talk, let alone cast magic. Yeah. Christian nodded reassuringly and continued. I've always been worried that my specialties will be discovered by others. You know, those traffickers are not good people. To be honest, we're here for this very thing. I saw you using magic in the alley before, and you were very emotional last night. Nelson took a nut from his pocket and said sternly, some little wizards, if you are in a repressed environment for a long time, they may deliberately suppress it, because they are afraid of their own magic power. If this situation lasts for a long time, you may be eroded by it and become a silent person, a kind of magic violence, a magical monster full of destruction. But don't worry, we can basically tell you are safe. Seeing the horror on Christian's face, she widened her eyes, and it seemed that this was the most difficult news for her tonight. Nelson added, You can control your own magic. What happened in the corridor before has confirmed all this, and the silent ones are uncontrollable. The fear in her eyes faded a little, but the anxiety still lingered. Don't worry, Professor Dumbledore is an expert in this field. He will come to see you when he has time. Nelson said with relief, at least you haven't turned into a black fog floating in the sky now. Nelson seemed a little less reassuring, and he sensed that Christian was getting more and more anxious. What's there to be afraid of? Tom began impatiently. If you were the mute, and Nelson threw that nut on your head, you wouldn't be talking so much here. His rude words seemed to be more trusted by Christian, and her anxiety eased a lot. Besides, you have also been rescued. There will be no hooligans or rogues around here. There is nothing to be afraid of. Tom made a final decision. Yeah. Christian raised his face and squeezed out a small answer. Speaking of this, I'm a little curious. The traffickers have all been caught. Why do you still steal? Stealing is bad behavior. Tom expressed his confusion and was a little angry. I don't think Mrs. Cole will not starving you. Even if she starves herself, she won't let you down to the point where you need to steal to fill your stomach. Sorry, Nelson, I will definitely pay back the money. Christian sat on the chair with his legs together and restrained, his hands clasped tightly on his knees, his head bowed, and he asked in a low voice, "You didn't say you stole it yourself. Have you ever done anything?" "Oh, yes, that's what we are talking about," Tom replied nonchalantly. "Yes, I stole things, and the orphanage wasn't so good at that time, and we never got enough to eat. Cole. After Madam took over the orphanage, I got to know Na, and I realized that was wrong, so I returned all the things I stole, and they all forgave me." "What about you, Miss Jewel?" Tom asked coldly. "Why are you stealing? I wouldn't let a thief follow us into Hogwarts." Christian sat more rigidly, burying her head between her hands, holding her head, and shrugging her shoulders. Pata, pata, a drop of tears hit the dusty floor, and splashed in all directions. Tom and Nelson froze in place. Although Tom's prestige in the orphanage has not dissipated until today, he also I have never seen such a scene before. In less than a minute, the small piece of ground seemed to have been splashed with half a glass of water. The girl who was crying at others with her head held up was unexpectedly caught by Tom. "So I cried like this." "Hey, don't cry." Tom was at a loss. He stood up and reached out to touch Christian's shoulder. He quickly retracted his hand, walked around in place, took out his wand and thought, as if wanting to give her a stun spell directly. One hand grabbed his wand holding wrist, the other tucked a handkerchief into his free palm, and it was Nelson who had just jumped off the windowsill. "Oh, a nice transformation." Tom looked at the neatly folded handkerchief in his hand. The white base was embroidered with green intricate lace, and he even embroidered a small figurine with different expressions on each of the four corners with gold thread snake. "Here, wipe it." He put the handkerchief in front of Christian. His tone was rare soft. "I'm not blaming you. Muggle currency is actually worthless to us, but theft is such an act it's really not right. I'm afraid there are still roaming traffickers coercing you to steal for them. If there is, I'll catch him." Christian looked up, covered his face with one hand, took the handkerchief with the other, and buried his head in his arms again. "I'm just, woo-woo. The few people I came with were rescued from traffickers," she sobbed and said intermittently. "They all know me, woo-woo. I do thief. I want to buy some candy for them. I want them to play with me, woo-woo, but I don't have the money. It's alright, it's alright." Tom patted her on the back, comforting her in his imaginary mother's voice. "It's all over, and you can go to Hogwarts with us next year." The girl threw herself into Tom's arms, hid her face, and cried out in a mournful sound that Nelson had never heard. "Oh, damn." Turning around the alley where he first encountered Christian, Tom glanced back, took out his wand from his sleeve, and wiped it with the cuff. "Don't she know that the corners of her clothes are dirtier than her hands? Is there more? Didn't you give her the wand?" Nelson also held the wand in his hand, tossing it around like an ordinary teenager playing with a branch he picked up. "Well, today's instructions will be written onto sheets of parchment already. What can I do? I just can't see what I'll look like." "You don't really think I'm soft-hearted, do you?" Tom said with a stern face. "No way, no way, no way." Before he left, he learned that the hat on his head had been changed from the wall, and that it would disappear today. Christian grabbed Tom's arm, and did not let go, and looked at him eagerly. They wanted to put a permanent setting spell, but unfortunately even the two of them who were studying at an unusual pace didn't learn it. Tom didn't even have any interest in transfiguration, just like Nelson was mediocre in potions class. Same point. Christian, who heard that the newsboy cap can only last for 1 year, was also overjoyed. He took Tom's arm and said that he would find him to strengthen the spell every year until Nelson mastered the permanent setting spell. "Can you not imitate Dumbledore's expression? It looks disgusting." Tom waved his hand in disgust, as if driving a fly away. "I think this expression is very friendly." Nelson stood in front of Tom with a Dumbledore smile on his face. Tom didn't speak, walked around him quickly, and the two returned to Niklaus's house in pursuit. On the sofa at home, Nelson was telling his uncle Christian a story, and his aunt, who was preparing lunch, also ran to the sofa, leaning against his uncle's arms and wiping tears. "What's the situation?" Nelson heard Tom scolding from upstairs. "Don't swear, Tom." Jonas heard the noise and went upstairs. "What's the situation?" Jonas' voice came from upstairs. "Jonas, don't swear in front of the children." The aunt roared. Nelson and his aunt ran upstairs and saw the two standing at the door of Tom's room. When they looked closer, Tom's window was wide open and there was a wet, twisted thick trace from the windowsill to the window and Tom's spotted owl. The birdcage was already a twisted piece of scrap iron with a few blood-stained feathers hanging on it. "I haven't even given him a name yet," Tom said blankly, standing in the doorway. "I haven't even learned how to write spotted owl," was Nelson's voice. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28, Snake Catching. It shouldn't be here. Jonas looked around the room, stepped forward and closed the window. "What?" Bella asked in confusion. She closed her eyes at the bloody scene in front of her and made a cross on her chest. She turned her head to the side and saw Nelson with her wand drawn out, nervous and angry-eyed. "Red Tom. This should be a reptile." Jonas knelt on one knee and leaned over the floor to examine it carefully. He gestured the thickness of the wet marks in the air. "It should be a snake. It should be a boa constrictor." He stood up, frowned, and raised the cage. "I've seen boa constrictors during interviews in Brazil. They hang their prey with their huge bodies and then devour them. It will end just like this birdcage. But none of the pythons I've ever seen." He looked at the marks on the floor of Tom's room, pondered for a long time, and thought about his words. "Rough. Rough." Nelson raised his eyebrows in surprise, and a trace of cold sweat dripped from the corners of his eyebrows. Could it be that he encountered a basilisk? "It's at least this thick." Jonas drew a circle with his hand that was a size larger than a basketball, and then opened his arms. "It's so long." He found it difficult for him to draw the length of the python with his hands. Spread out his hands and gave up. "Why are there pythons in London?" Tom gritted his teeth out of his confusion, his wand gripping hands white with the force, and his eyes were a little red. "Why should I give them an address? Why should I get Christmas presents? Why should I open the window?" His wand holding hand drooped, his whitish knuckles deflated, his head hooked, and he couldn't make out his expression. "I'll buy another one for you as a Christmas present." Nelson kept his wand's hand high and wrapped his other hand around Tom's shoulder, hugging him tightly. "Spot-headed owl, right? I'll buy you the same one. It's not the original one." Tom's body trembled a little, although he always looked like he didn't care about the spotted-headed owl that Dumbledore gave him, and even called it spot-headed owl. But this grumpy little owl always accompanied him. Even if it pecked his hand when delivering letters, it would always help him deliver every letter and every package on time. He patted Nelson's hand on his shoulder and said a word. He walked into the room without letting go and took the deformed birdcage from Jonas' hand. "Tom." Jonas looked at him worriedly. "I'm fine." Tom walked to the shelf where the birdcage had been and was dumped on the ground. He passed a beautifully packaged gift and he kicked it to the side. There was a crisp clatter of glass shattering. "Something seems to be completely broken." Tom struggled to hang the cage on the shelf and tried to break it back, but failed again. Nelson felt something under his feet, and when he looked down, it turned out to be a question mark that was invisible. When he woke up, squatting under his feet, licking his paws, and rubbing his head and tail against his trouser legs. "Let him be alone for a while." Jonas closed the door of Tom's room, grabbed Nelson and Bella, and turned to leave. Nelson bent down and picked up the question mark. In Nelson's arms, he licked his palm and froze. The three of them walked downstairs silently, and there was a roar of grief and indignation that was not human-like from behind. "Nah." Nelson and Jonas sat down on the sofa. Bella stood behind Jonas and supported his shoulders, staring upstairs with a worried expression. Jonas put his hands on his knees and folded his hands with a chin on his face. He said solemnly, "Boa constrictors are rare in the UK, especially such a big python." Jonas looked at him. "If there is a python wandering in the residential area, the municipal department will definitely catch it, but it can enter our house, although we are in the suburbs, but not the outskirts." "You mean?" "I don't know magic." Jonas tapped his temple with his hand, "but I don't think it's an ordinary boa constrictor, you understand?" "Nah." There was a long silence in the living room. There was a door opening and footsteps from upstairs. After a while, Tom walked down the stairs slowly, looking no different from usual. Seeing that the three people downstairs raised their heads and looked at him with concern, Tom pressed his hands together. It's okay, it's just an owl. At the lunch table, none of the four of them seemed to have any appetite. After a hasty meal, Nelson and Tom went back to their respective rooms. After eating, Nelson sat in front of the desk staring at a box with a ribbon that had been opened in a daze. He had no interest in what happened to the owl. I want to understand something. Tom pushed open the door and saw Nelson with a blank expression and asked with concern, "Nah, what's the matter with you?" In turn, comfort his friend. Nelson came back to his senses, shook his head in a trance, and turned to see Tom standing beside him. "Tom, are you here? Are you better? We'll go to Diagon Alley tomorrow to buy." "No, nah, I don't want owls anymore." Tom Riddle's face did not show any previous grief, panic, or other emotions, as if the pet accident did not leave any traces in his heart. He repeated the previous topic. "I want to understand something." "What?" "Now, life is fragile. Pets are not suitable for me." Tom took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. Tigers hunt goats, cats hunt mice, or snakes eat birds. Yes, a very normal thing. In a sense, yes. We can't let something weak survive because of our own preference. Tom rubbed the corner of Nelson's table with one hand, drew out his wand with the other, held it between his eyes, and turned his wrist slightly. "If it's not magic, I'm still a poor orphan living in London and can't even eat a few meals of meat. It's only natural that the strong plunder and possess everything from the weak. It's not like that, Tom." Nelson found that his friend seemed to have gone from grief and anger to the other extreme. He wanted to say something to comfort or persuade, but he didn't know what to say. "I know, now." Tom walked over to Nelson's window and looked out at the gloomy sky. The day-to-day London sky gave his sunny face a hazy pallor, and he spoke in an unbelievably calm tone. He continued, "This stupid crawler can eat any bird, but it finds me. I must catch it." Tom sat on Nelson's bed, clenching his wand and looking out the window through gritted teeth. "Dare to break ground on my head." Nelson sighed, didn't try to persuade him, just asked, "Are you sure? That snake might be a magical creature, maybe even a basilisk. I've read some books on magical animals. The snake itself has a very mysterious and powerful magic, let alone a special snake. To be honest, I really don't think that such a powerful magical creature can be caught with the strength of a first-year student. We can't even find it. I have some ways to track it." Tom turned to look at Nelson. His originally clear black eyes flashed a strange red light. "Have you forgotten? I'm Parseltongue." "Tom, who are you?" Nelson frowned. He understood that the red light he saw in Tom's eyes before was not a light and shadow illusion brought about by emotions or circumstances, but a real one, possibly due to a change brought about by some unknown magic. "Snakes are nocturnal animals, although I don't know why the beast came to climb my window in the morning." Tom answered indifferently, "I'm going to leave tonight. Are you coming?" Nelson looked at Tom worriedly. He wanted to dissuade his friends from taking risks like a sensible adult, but found that he was not in the position to say such sarcastic words, and a brainless beast was nothing to worry about. Harry Potter single-handedly killed a troll in his first year. Finally he nodded. "I'm going to do some preparations." "I knew you would." "Nah." The red light in Tom's eyes became more intense. It flickered and then went out quickly, and he took out a slender wooden box from his pocket, with an intricate pattern printed on it. S-badge, with an A in capital swashbuckle in the middle. "Looks a little old. This is the wand I asked Avery to send us, and it doesn't have any disgusting traces on it. It's left by Avery's ancestors, and the owner of the wand has been dead for many years." Tom put it triumphantly on the corner of the table and pushed it slowly towards Nelson. "Forward, dragon's heartstring, 10 another, of an inch, over rigid and easy to fold. Avery says it's good for shaper shifting. According to Ollivander's theory, it's now unowned, and we won't be too sluggish to use it. Of course I use any, not a single wand feels stagnant. They're just the wizard's servants. You don't have to write those boring reports to the fools at the Ministry of Magic." He carefully put his wand back in his sleeve and took another scratched wand from his pocket. "Black the thornwood, the dragon's heartstring, is 10 inches long, stubby, and sturdy. It is said that the previous users of these two wands were a pair of powerful brothers, and even the dragon who took the heartstring was a pair of brothers who grew up together. A wand without a master. Nelson opened the box. Yeah, but I still like my wand, even if it's just a humble tool, a pet. Tom looked at the slow branch fascinatedly. It's a beautiful story. Brother wizard uses brother dragon wands made. They passed on to another pair of brothers. That's true. Na turned the ribbon he'd just removed from the table into a ruler with his cold wood wand. It's okay. Worse than my wand, but it doesn't matter. Nah. Tom put down his wand, his eyes burning on that beast tonight. Let's test the results of learning magic. Chapter 29. The snake catcher says, "Now, let's get ready to go." In the evening, Nelson's door was pushed open again. He leaned on the chair tiredly. In front of him was an open magazine. On the table were some books, broom models, magazines, gadgets like crystal balls, and a bunch of dismantled boxes. He spent the afternoon preparing for a possible fight that night, and he was busy unpacking the Christmas gifts sent to him by his classmates. Nelson heard the sound and looked at Tom, who was standing in the doorway. "Tom, you go out dressed like this?" Nelson held his forehead speechlessly. Tom was wearing a wizard's robe and had a wand in his hand. "Are you afraid people won't see you as a wizard?" "What's that?" Tom shrugged noncommittally. "There's no shield on the wand anyway, so what if we just cast magic in front of those muggles? Don't you even read the books you bought yourself?" Nelson pointed to the cartoons spread out on the table. "Aliens all know that they wear glasses to cover their faces. The ministry will also find it on your head. You should wear it like me, so you can run faster when you are beaten." "Okay." Tom glanced at Nelson, who was wearing a pair of overalls and a grey linen smock, nodded in response, turned around and went out the door. "I'll change clothes, and we'll set off when I get back." "Well," Nelson responded, stopping Tom as he was about to walk out the door. "Wait, Tom." Huh? Tom turned his head, listening. "Do you think I should take this?" Nelson picked up the cane that was leaning against the table and waved it a few times. "If there was a situation where you needed to hit someone on the back of the head with some kind of blunt force, I think it would be suitable." Tom rolled his eyes. "I think I want to hit the back of your head with it right now." "Okay, just kidding." Nelson leaned it against the table and stopped Tom, who was turning to leave. "Wait a minute." Tom stopped, turned his ears, and didn't look back. "Thank you for the comics. I like this gift very much." Nelson picked up a few Action comics on the table and raised it with a smile. "Wear thicker. It's a little cold tonight." "Oh, I really don't know how you like watching this," Tom said dryly, and walked away quickly without looking back, closing the door and floating in the hallway with an unreal word, "As long as you like it." "So the way you look for prey is to stand on the street and try your luck?" Nelson complained while standing in the middle of an intersection 2 blocks away from home, which seemed to have been a military camp, and all you could see on the side of the road were broken pieces. The stretched barbed wire with large and small holes. He put a black windbreaker over his blouse, and now he wrapped it a little tighter and stomped on the ground with small steps. "If I had known it was so cold tonight, I would have. I'm wearing cotton clothes." "Don't worry, it'll be right away." Tom stood by the side, wearing a trench coat of the same style. The two were close in stature. Bella always buys 2 of the same clothes when she buys clothes, and then embroiders in on the cuffs. And T. Nelson, NT Group. "That sounds stupid. London gets dark early in December, and there are no street lights, neon signs, or overtime programmers." The brightly lit building was so dark that the 2 people in their clothes even had to blend in with the night. But it was a pity that Tom's pale face and Nelson's pale blonde hair were still a bit conspicuous. Tom looked at him and followed his body. The trembling hair looked at him together. "One thing to say, in this case, black people will still have some environmental advantages. Besides, didn't you tell me to wear more clothes? Why did I get cold?" "It's called survival of the fittest," Nelson said in a low voice. He took out his warm hands in the pockets of his trench coat, clenched his wand, and assumed a fighting stance. He heard the street. There was a sound of zixi-sasuo. This sound seemed to be composed of countless cluttered sounds, and it came not only from a certain direction, but from all directions. Not only from a certain distance, but from a certain distance. There is far and near. Nelson stopped his words and tried to identify the sound in the evening wind that would make him feel irritable or even manic. This is the sound of countless scales sliding and rubbing on the hard ground. Tom. Nelson shouted, watch out, it's shaking. Don't worry. Tom stood by with a relaxed expression like a little bear with his hands spread out. I called them. The sour rubbing sound became louder, and the ground nearby had begun to twist as if alive, with sparkling black light. As the sound grew louder, the 4 streets connected by the intersection were like tide water generally twist up. Fluorescent flashes. Nelson couldn't help but light up the light. He stretched out his wand and pointed to the ground. He saw snakes, big and small, entangled with each other, crawling in all directions. Parseltongue isn't just about being able to talk to snakes, it's an innate magic, not a foreign language. Tom raised his chin smugly at Nelson. He looked away, then drew his wand and held it flat against him. On the side, black that was thicker than the night condensed around him. This black was deeper than all the blacks Nelson had ever seen, and the light captured by it did not reflect or escape at all, and they converged into a surging stream. Black smoke surrounded Tom's legs, and he kept his posture like the savior in the church fresco, and his body slowly floated up. Tom floated about a meter above the ground, looking down at the snake group that had been surrounded by layers like a king looking down at his people. The snake group kept a distance from the two, leaving a standard space of 2. The ellipse drawn by the human as the focal point. The group of snakes held their heads high, spitting out letters, and looking up at Tom. Tom looked around without a trace of emotion. The red light in his eyes was particularly conspicuous in the night. The snake group suddenly quieted down, and there was only the sound of the wind in the night. Tom's lips didn't move much, but there was an unpleasant, as if the low, snake-like roar squeezed out of his throat. The strange sound of his was very soft, but it traveled far. As soon as Tom finished speaking, the snake group seemed to have received some order, like a forbidden army, scattered at an alarming speed into the nooks and crannies and darkness of the night street, creating a scene of receding tide. Nelson relaxed his body, lowered his arm gripping his wand, stretched his sore shoulders from tension, and looked at Tom who had already landed beside him. Where did you find so many snakes? Nelson shuddered, and occasionally there could be the sound of rubbing scales and the hiss sound of spitting out letters. I'm afraid there are hundreds or thousands of snakes. Right? Are there so many snakes in London? Snakes are widely distributed animals. Tom unbuttoned his trench coat, put his hands in the pockets of Nelson's same overalls, and paced back and forth in the middle of the road. Where do you need snakes in London? There are so many snakes in the West Side. Especially in a humid city like London, where a lot of household waste is produced every day and the sewer system is intricate. Do snakes eat garbage? Nelson was a little curious. He knew that lions, eagles or badgers should not have the habit of eating garbage. A big question mark appeared on Tom's head. He resisted the urge to hit Nelson on the back of the head with a cane and explained, rats eat garbage, so there are a lot of rats in London, and snakes eat rats. So London has a lot of snakes. I see. So how are they going to find that snake? The difference between a snake and a snake is very big. The smug look on Tom's face became stronger and stronger. Mr. Encyclopedia, I'm very honored to be able to add to you. Such a huge python entered the West City. No, unlike a 3-meter tall giant who came to London, it stood out more than the moon at night. Have you noticed that a large part of the snakes are headed to the same place? Tom strode down one of the streets connected by the crossroads, looking up at the sky, but the moon in London at night is not very conspicuous. I didn't notice. To be honest, I didn't even look at it. Nelson wrapped his windbreaker tightly again and followed Tom. Although I'm a student of Slytherin, I really don't like snakes. I don't like this kind of thing at all. Sticky, twisted and twisted strips of creatures, not to mention hundreds of thousands of them swarming in front of me and entangled with each other. Oh, now, I think you have a stereotype of snakes. Tom bent over and picked up a small green snake from the ground, wrapped it around his index finger, and handed it to Nelson. You can't confuse them with caterpillars. You see how cute is it? You're a devil. Nelson took a step back. Take it away. Haha, Tom said while playing with the little snake in his hand, leaning his hand to his mouth and muttering a few words in Parseltongue, then bent over and placed it in the grass among the barbed wire by the roadside. He turned around and threatened with playfulness on Nelson. Hopefully you'll come to terms with waking up every morning with a snake on your pillow, Tom. Nelson snapped out his wand and pointed it at him. Hey, there's no need to be so excited. Tom casually inserted his hand into the pocket of his trench coat. It's a big deal that we won't put snakes in your bed. Smashed to pieces. There are many obstacles. At the moment when Tom shot the shattering charm back with his backhand, Nelson's obstruction charm had already wiped Tom's face and flew towards the big black snake that was rushing towards Tom in the night. It really isn't a simple beast. It flashes fluorescent light. Tom quickly ran to Nelson's side, turned around and raised his lit wand to stand beside him. It even sneaks up. Our spell doesn't seem to hurt it. Nelson frowned. Tom's smashing spell hit the ground, raising a lot of smoke. In the smoke, the light from Tom's wand seemed to illuminate a huge, unoppressive figure. At a height of more than 2 meters above the ground, a pair of green eyes were looking at them faintly. The green vertical pupils slowly expanded into heart-pounding circles, and the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Its huge figure became clearer and clearer, and its ready-to-go posture gradually came into the eyes of the two of them. Typos, wrong sentences and logic errors in the first 28 chapters have been corrected. Ask for recommendations and collections, and please give me more suggestions. Chapter 30. The snake catcher says, I didn't expect you to bring it to the door yourself. Tom showed a hideous smile, staring at the big snake that was slowly writhing out of the smoke with his scalloped eyes, and licked his lips. The black snake comes out of the hole. He lazily used his wand to draw an arc in the air in line with the confronting serpent. Compared with the last test in the dormitory, he was more stable in the tone of the spell. A nonchalant gesture was cast at will, and the black smoke that had helped him float when he summoned the group of snakes condensed on the tip of the wand, hooked and entangled with each other, rushing along with the arc he drew, forming a thick, but extremely thick line with people. The long black smoke column. Even in the darkness of the night, this smoke column is also conspicuous. The giant snake on the opposite side seemed to feel threatened. It stretched its huge body, coiled its tail, raised its lower body, and looked down at the two of them 3 or 4 meters above the ground. Its upper and lower jaws were tightly closed, and its head was tilted back. The two huge green pupils gradually narrowed, and a layer of nebula, which could not be seen clearly, slowly covered the eyeballs from both sides of the eye sockets. Sudden, it opened its jaws and exerted force all over its body, and the ground it was cradling radiated cobweb-like cracks around it. The compressed spring suddenly loosened its restraint, and the huge potential allowed the snake's head to rush forward in a swallowing posture. Roar. Snakes can't bark. This kind of creature does not have the structure of vocal cords, but Nelson felt that he heard a roar. After the giant mouth of the big snake rushed in front of the two, he smelled an odor. The dizzy stench made people dizzy, and then they heard the furious sound of the big snake cutting through the night. It moved so fast, it's hard to catch up with its sound and smell. Iron armor. There are many obstacles. Nelson waved his wand, like a fisherman fighting the waves. He waved his wand frantically. There are many obstacles. There are many obstacles. There are many obstacles. There are many obstacles. The snake's swallowing downward stance seemed to be unhindered at first. Only the sound of bang, bang, bang could be heard in the air. Nelson leaned forward, his feet firmly grasped the ground, and he continued to replenish the obstacle spell. When the giant mouth of the serpent came to the two of them, Nelson's last obstacle spell was formed. Bang, with a sour muffled sound, the serpent's momentum was finally stopped. It was maddened by Nelson's continuous obstacle spell, and slammed into his last obstacle, the serpent's head. Bouncing high, sideways, and the sound of the heavy impact rolled towards Nelson, blowing off his neckline and hair, and he fought back the discomfort of his tinnitus, shouting, Tom, are you okay? Okay, go. Tom stopped arcing with his wand and pointed forward. Tear it up. The black mist swirled around him in the shape of a snake. It didn't look like a real snake. Tom didn't spend his magic on those unimportant appearances. The big snake swooped, like a Kyujin dragon, and bit the neck of the giant snake that was still falling sideways. The big snake was in pain, raised its tail and slapped the black mist's huge body repeatedly. The two huge monsters were entangled and slammed on the ground. The snakes are completely shrouded. Nelson pulled Tom back slowly, while observing the situation in the smoke. It seemed that the ground had been shattered by the battle between the two behemoths. They could only hear the non-stop fangs slicing across the scales from the smoke. The shrill sound of the armor and the dull crashing sound made it unknown who had the upper hand. Fly fast. Nelson waved his wand and pointed at the scattered pieces on the ground that Tom had previously smashed with the shatter charm. They flew steadily from the ground, stayed in the air at a height of one person above the ground, and flew towards the two of them. Come, revolving around the two at high speed like a flotation cannon in a science fiction novel. The gradually accelerating fragments and their shadows connected to form a ring similar to Saturn's rings. Nelson waved his wand and slammed into the thudding smoke. Refers to those clods that have become incomparably solid due to being stepped on are lined up, and they are also rushing into the smoke like a snake. A sound of dense heavy objects colliding past, and the smoke and dust suddenly became quiet. Who won? The two onlookers looked at each other. Boom, boom. The two giant snakes slapped heavily on the ground one by one, and the big snake gave Nelson a vicious look with its green vertical pupils. As if not tired or hurt, it quickly climbed up and bit into the black mist, and the black mist was Tom's face. Magic is not tired at all and doesn't care that the black mist in some parts of the body has become thinner. The two giant snakes fought each other and retreated into the smoke from the battle. Soon, the smoke and dust gradually thinned, and the noise inside gradually became sparse and even finally quieted down. Who won? Nelson took another pile of stones scattered on the ground. He leaned down and tapped the ground with his wand. The two had retreated to a relatively safe position. With his movements, they in the battlefield in the open space in the middle, there were sharp barbs that flickered with cold light. I don't know. I feel my snake is still there. Tom's hand holding the wand trembled a little. He looked at the barbs on the ground and kicked the nearest one lightly. Iron? Can you finish it? Is it deformed on such a large scale? A little trick. Nelson seemed humble and boasted. In fact, they are all just the original ground material, just a layer of skin on the outside. I deformed the material, and the strength is similar, but it saves time and effort. Tom mused. Shall we go and see? I feel like my snake is still alive, and the beast might be dead. Don't. Nelson reached out an arm to stop him. Wait until the smoke clears. The two stood there and waited for the smoke and dust to dissipate, and the smoke and dust settled down quickly because of the lack of fighting inside. When the smoke and dust completely dissipated, the two raised their wands nervously and pointed forward. The scene under the smoke was shocking enough. The big snake was wrapping the black mist firmly. It raised its head. The two of them actually saw the mockery on the face of this cold-blooded animal. Its scales and armor slowly slid on the black mist, restrained its struggle, and then slowly tightened his body, playing with his prey in a way that the boa constrictors of the jungle prefer. A deep hole was left on the road where the two fought, and they seemed to have pierced the road and opened up the sewer several meters underground. As the snake's body became tighter and tighter, the black mist was finally unbearable, and with a bang, it lost its shape and turned into the black smoke at the beginning, scattered around weakly. It stared at the two tiny mammals watching the battle, sliding its body, flowing through the spikes all over the ground, and slowly approaching the two of them. Your black snake comes out of the hole at this level? Nelson looked at the giant snake, which was approaching the two of them regardless of the blood-stained thorns on the ground. His mouth was not idle, and his hands were not idle. The serpent does not want to break its scales, but only wants to keep it in place. Press it here for me. Of course not. Tom raised his wand like a conductor and pointed to the black smoke that covered the ground, and they regrouped tenaciously. As long as there is one fragment left, it will not perish. The fragments searched for their own kind and pieced together into a black python that was even smaller than before. It silently slid behind the serpent, suddenly burst out, bit the serpent's tail fiercely, and tightened its own body. Coiled tightly on the surrounding ground thorns, the big snake turned his head in pain and looked back, opened his bloody mouth and bit the neck of his defeated general. It's too late to say it. Nelson raised his hands high and completed the final deformation of the ground in front of him. The ground full of spikes was raised high on both sides, and the hole was separated from the roadbed. Like a carpet, it was rolled from both sides to the serpent. At the moment of the black fog's neck, the ground wrapped tightly around the snake like pancakes often eaten for breakfast, and the ground thorns that were originally only on the ground were able to pierce the snake's body from top to bottom, left and right, and in all directions. Do you think you are the only one who can restrain your prey? Looking at the dying prey in the cage, Nelson pressed down on his wand, and the ground like a torture tool slowly tightened in front of him, ready to give it the final blow. The sharp bee stinger whose surface was deformed into metal penetrated deeper into the snake's body as the space shrank. Nelson felt that the resistance was getting smaller and smaller. It seemed to give up resistance, and the black and red blood emitting a fishy smell sprinkled along the openings on both sides ground. Seeing the tightly trapped serpent spit out the letter, and the green pupil membrane completely closed, Nelson shook his head, and raised his wand, to give it a treat. Wait. Tom stopped suddenly. What's wrong? Just take revenge. There's no need to torture it. Nelson looked at Tom, who frowned and listened, but he seemed to be listening, and he didn't mean to torture his prey. He put down his wand, the cage stopped shrinking, and he also heard a faint hissing sound in the air. What happened? What did it say? Nelson was confused. Is that snake begging for mercy? No. Tom was sweating profusely, looking serious and flustered. Clang. Before Tom could finish speaking, the big snake in the cage had regained its strength, and regardless of the thorns that had penetrated deeply into the body, it forcibly used its skull to smash the stones and thorns that blocked it in front of it, and emptied the cage full of it. The body broke free with blood, turned and fled quickly, drawing a striking blood stain on the ground. It's a man. We almost killed a man, Tom said quickly, chasing in the direction where the snake was fleeing, shouting something in Parseltongue, but the bloodstains extended to the hole just now and disappeared. Why do many chapters or comments disappear strangely? Chapter 31 The Snake Catcher says, hiss, it stinks. Nelson and Tom stood before the huge pit created by the battle of the two giant snakes, leaning forward and peering in. The deep pit is connected to the sewers that extend in all directions underground in London. There is a foul-smelling sewage flowing in the drainage channel of the underground fortifications, and there are some splashes on the walls on both sides. Looks like he swam away from here, Tom said gruffly, covering his mouth and nose with his hands. Do you want to chase? Nelson took out a handkerchief from his pocket and tied it to his face. After thinking about it, he took out another piece of paper, tapped it with his wand, and handed Tom a white cotton mask. Thank you. Tom hurriedly took the mask and put it on his face. It stinks. Actually, it's not impossible to chase down, but I don't think it's necessary. Nelson took 2 steps back and left the edge of the pit. It's all in the stinky water. Don't chase after the paw. I think we now have the most important question. What should I do with this pit? The two looked silently at the ground that seemed to have been plowed by mortars after the battle, and the big pit in front of them that was difficult to jump over even if they were running. Nah. Okay. I remember that the Ministry of Magic has a department called the Division of Magical Accidents and Disasters. Should this kind of thing be within their jurisdiction? Yes, they are mainly responsible for dealing with major accidents and disasters caused by magic. Usually, the magic accident removal team will arrive at the scene of the accident within an hour after the accident. I understand. Tom leaned down, scrutinized the deep pit under his feet, and reached out and waved to the side. A long snake with red and black patterns crawled along Nelson's feet and onto his hand, ignoring that he was so frightened that he jumped and almost fell. Nelson went to the pit. Tom held the snake's head to his mouth and muttered a few words in Parseltongue, then threw it aside, and after a while, snakes, big and small, crawled out of the darkness on both sides of the street, one after another. Put-putong. The ground, like a dumpling, jumped into the stinky ditch. What did you say to it? Nelson asked curiously, maintaining an independent posture of a golden rooster to avoid the sticky, slippery long creatures under his feet. Let them perform diving. You see that grass snake entering the water? There wasn't even a splash, and if I were the referee, I'd give it a, we can't let that guy go, even if it jumps into a stinky ditch. Tom stood up, patted Nelson's shoulder, and held him, who was so terrified that he almost fell, and said, magic accident ruled out. Will the team fix the road? Yes, they are good at it. This kind of small scene only takes a second for one person. Then why did they send a group? Tom and Nelson strode out to the street in unison, like two people going out for a walk in the middle of the night. I don't know, but if you go so slowly, they might send another team of auras over. Come on. Tom bent over to fasten his shoelaces and trotted after him. Turning the corner, the two of them slowed down and walked slowly in circles towards home. Just after they turned 2 blocks, a few figures in black robes appeared out of thin air on the street, where the battle had just started. The staff from the Division of Magical Accidents and Disasters has arrived. A person? Is that snake a person? Nelson was a little confused. He sat on an overturned mailbox 300 meters away from his home and looked up at Tom walking around. It can't be a person. Yes. He really is a man. He told me that. Wouldn't the snake lie to you for sympathy? If I were a Jew, I would now get up and shout in German 30 times a day, I'm a noble and pure Aryan. Long live the great Germany. It's just a snake. Nelson stared into Tom's eyes, feeling that the child was being fooled. It may be a smarter snake, but think about it. Its fighting style and its food are the same as ordinary snakes. Think about it, your turtle dove. It's a spotted owl. Tom retorted weakly. It used to be a man, but now it's a snake. Is he an animagus? An animagus who failed to transform? So he can't change back. Nelson would recall a case he had read in the book. Transfiguration is an extremely sophisticated magic, as long as a little mistake can lead to unimaginable and unacceptable consequences. In fact, in every book related to transfiguration, the content of chapter 1 is not an introduction or summary. Rather, it's a bloody case of failed metamorphosis, a warning to those who are sloppy when reading. The damage caused by transfiguration mistakes is also among the best in all spells, and even mentioned in myths and legends, including but not limited to all kinds of Tauren, kobold and other poor people who have changed in half. If there is no with the help of a great wizard with high attainments in transfiguration, they can only be sent to St. Mungo's Magical Trauma Hospital for treatment, and St. Mungo's treatment for patients who have made a mistake in transfiguration is often the simplest and rude lifting: go to bed and feed some delicious food every day, and then pray that the patient's manner is not profound and the transformation cannot achieve the effect of permanent shape. No, it shouldn't. Tom was about to speak when Nelson refuted his own words. If it's transfiguration, he should keep the habits of humans. It shouldn't really be like a snake. This snake is obviously from the inside. Besides, it looks like a snake from body to soul. Nah, it's not necessarily transfiguration. What would that be? Nelson pondered with a serious expression. Although I still insist that it is a snake, I have to say that your subject has aroused my curiosity. I think it will help me deepen my understanding of transfiguration. My understanding, if I can do a better transformation, Minerva won't ridicule me with such high intensity after school starts, okay? Tom shrugged helplessly. Are you going to go back and look up the books? No, let's go to that bit. Nelson stood up from the post box, and a letter with yellowed and crisp paper slipped out of the deformed post box with peeling green paint. We said on the way. Sorry. He picked up the letter again, looked at the address and postmark on it. It's outrageous. Sent from World War I to World War II. Then he shoved it into the intact mailbox across the street. What? Are you crazy? Tom's face was full of disbelief. I heard that some criminals will go to the crime scene and review it again after the crime, in order to find psychological satisfaction. What are you thinking? Nelson gave him a roll. I'm not you. I'm going to fight with my wand. I even flipped through the Ministry of Magic's white paper this afternoon. Tom, do you still have this kind of book? It will be issued by the Ministry of Magic, and it's on the bar of the Leaky Cauldron at the entrance of Diagon Alley. You can use it freely. Nelson walked back to the mailbox, where he was sitting, and continued. If there is a magical disaster or a magical secondary disaster, they have the right to know the situation from the registered wizards living around, and the local wizards also have the obligation to cooperate. I don't think there is a third wizard in the West City besides us. Maybe next year Christianese, but they will definitely come to us to understand the situation of. So we might as well take the initiative and ask them about the situation, so we don't have to go to a defense attorney to fight a case for us in Wazenga more. Nelson shook his finger and reached out to Tom. Give me that wand of yours. Tom handed him the wand with a look of realization, and Nelson took it and shoved it, along with his fur wand, into the broken mailbox beneath his feet. Don't worry. Seeing Tom's worried look, Nelson put his hand into the collar of the trench coat and took out another wand from his inner pocket. His own wand, black walnut, dragon's heartstrings, 10 4 inches, slender and straight. No, didn't you bring your own wand? Nelson looked at the ghostly Tom with a surprised look on his face. Didn't you give me a wand and let me bring two spares? Tom shook his head with the expression on his face that he had just met the man in front of him and said, I always thought you were a decent gentleman. Nah, isn't it? Nelson shrugged and pointed to Nicholas' house not far away. Tom's wand is flying. Pa, this is the sound of glass breaking. I just got rid of the bad habit of opening windows randomly. Sir, here are two young people who say they are residents nearby. On the street, where snakes were caught, a thin black man in a wizard's robe reported to a fat man with a red nose in a suit standing in the middle of the road, pointing his finger in the direction where Nelson and Tom were standing on the street. The two looked curiously at the wizards of the accident elimination team who were casting spells in the middle of the road. Oh, cough, cough. The fat man was a little bald at an early age. The brown hair above his right ear was stubbornly combed to the left, covering the Mediterranean Sea above his head like the Emperor's new clothes. Learning how to dress like muggles. It's gotta look like it, but it's rare for a muggle to wear a summer suit jacket over a silk shirt on a cold day. Maybe that's why he can't stop coughing. Call them here. Are you students at Hogwarts? Looking at the immature faces of the two in front of him, the fat man recalled his school days when he still had hair. Do you live near here? Yes, sir, Tom replied tactfully, pointing back. My name is Tom Riddle. His name is Nelson Williams, and we are first year Slytherin students living in law over there. American Street, 189, Nicholas house. Alright. Needless to say such details. The fat man shuddered and called for a subordinate to strip off the wizard's robe from his body. What's the matter, sir? Nelson stared at the busy wizards in the middle of the road with concern and asked curiously. We were playing wizard chess and suddenly heard a movement here. What happened? Is it serious? Chapter 30. To a thin-haired but industrious ministry official. As you can see, there's a battle going on here. The fat man shivered and put on the wizard robe he had just taken off from his subordinates and sent him away. Huh. Muggle clothes are so cold. You've worked hard. Officials like you are really rare these days. Tom leaned over slightly and complimented with a smile on his face. Haha, I just happened to be free today, so I can't worry about them. Tom's compliment seemed to make him feel very useful, and the fat man asked the two of them with a smile, are you two wizards alone? As far as I know, yes. Tom nodded earnestly, as if he had asked a big question. There is a 10-year-old girl at the West City orphanage over there who is a little wizard, but she may not be until next year. Enrollment. Otherwise there should be no adult wizards. Well, it's hard to do. The fat man frowned, looked at the construction site in the middle of the road, waved his hand to call for the subordinate who had just been sent away, whispered a few words to the shivering man, and then again turning his head to look at Tom and Nelson, who was looking around in the middle of the road next to him. You'd better not get close to there. I'm not sure if there is any danger there. Dangerous? Tom is too aware of whether there is any danger there, except that it will cause a huge blow to the olfactory system. There is almost no danger there, and even the snakes that gathered before have all dispersed. Sorry, sir. It is convenient, tell me. After all, the relatives who adopted us don't know magic. Oh, adopted. You are such a good boy. The fat man stretched out his hand and seemed to want to touch the head of the lovable and handsome guy in front of him, but looking at the tall Tom, he retracted his hand and put it to his mouth to cough. With a sigh, you should also pay attention to safety. After all, first year students are not much better than muggles. Come on, let's take a closer look. You don't have to worry if you're with me. He held Tom's arm with one hand, and with the other hand, he took Nelson, who seemed to have observed the construction, and took two hands. People approached the wizards who were in full swing. Look there. There is a big pool of blood under that rolled up piece of land. Can you see it? I see. Nelson glanced sideways, then went back to look at the construction site, while Tom stared intently at the darkened blood stains on the ground. Haha, don't be afraid, you will see a lot of this kind of scene in the future. He saw Nelson, who turned his head after a glance, only thought he was afraid. Look, the blood on the ground is very large, indicating that the amount of bleeding is also it's huge. It's far more than a normal adult wizard. What does this mean? He sold himself out, looking at Tom with encouraging eyes, and Tom, with a timid expression on his face, replied in a low voice, does that mean the injured creature is big? Yes, it's very big, and it's not very big. The fat man patted Tom's shoulder approvingly, then lowered his arm, and pointed to his feet. Look here, there is a 1 meter thick indentation on the ground. The color of the soil is different from other places. So we judged that it should be a huge magical animal, maybe a dragon or something. After all, the traces here are too messy and too broken. We can only see come out it's big. You are so knowledgeable. Tom ignored Nelson, who was standing behind the fat man, and rolled his eyes at him, but spoke in a reverent tone. His tone was extremely sincere. In fact, although Tom faced Nelson, when he faced Nelson he can be sincere to the point of being mean, but no one he knows in school will not praise him as an excellent, personable, humble, and reliable person, and even many teachers think so, and are happy to answer questions for this positive young man, even imparting some knowledge that cannot be learned in textbooks. At least most teachers are like this. Tom continued, I see, it's a huge magical animal that caused all this. Yes, that's right. The fat man nodded comfortably. Most magical disasters are caused by magical animals, and it seems that this time is no exception. But this time the situation is more complicated than what we see most often. A lot. The two followed his footsteps to the rolled up piece of land. Dripping blood tick-tock from the gap at both ends, and the scene looked extremely brutal. Look here, this piece of ground is made of magic. Look at the spikes inside. Oh my god. The fat man stopped the two who were approaching, stretched out his wand, and pointed to a broken thorn scattered nearby. Little wizards, like you don't dare to approach anymore. The thorns are flying. Don't grab it with your hands. He held the thorn with his wand. It was late at night, and the sharp thorn floated on the tip of the wand and slowly rotated, flashing coldly in the moonlight. After he showed the two of them a circle, he waved. The wand flew out and slid deeply into the soil. Did you see it? The section is ordinary masonry, but the outside is extremely strong and sharp metal. I don't know what kind of magic this is. I guess it may be transfiguration. This requires extremely deep transformation skills to do it. Oh, don't be discouraged. You are only in the first grade. You can do it sooner or later. Nelson and Tom bowed their heads, looking like they were battered, and the fat man didn't know what they were thinking, so he could only say something reassuring. Look at that lump of cabbage. The ground is full of spikes like this. It seems that the bleeding magical animal was injured there and finally escaped. I don't think magical animals usually use such a torture tool to trap themselves. Besides, there are many traces of battles and spells around. He lowered his voice, bent over and said in a ghostly tone in the ears of the two of them, so this may be a brutal dark wizard and a huge head. Fantastic beasts fought, and fantastic beasts escaped, so you have to be careful. At this moment, his bluish-faced subordinates came up to him, and whispered a few words to him. Each word was trembling, and after speaking, he straightened up, shrugged at Tom and Nelson, and said, I can't get up. That's how it's stipulated. He spread his hands. I'm sorry gentlemen, according to the regulations, I may have to check your wands. Don't worry, it's just an ordinary flashback spell. It won't embarrass you. Seeing the embarrassment on Nelson's face, he said briskly, who doesn't have any embarrassment? Okay, check mine first. Seeing that Tom's face was a little strange, Nelson happily handed over his black walnut wand. Huh, it's so long. The fat man took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands, took Nelson's wand and held it in his left hand, compared it with his own, and angrily put his half-length wand in Nelson's wand, aligned and shouted, flash back to the previous spell. There was a flash of white light, and the fat man's wand flew away. This. He scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Sorry, sir, it's the flying curse. Tom apologized sincerely. I forgot my wand when I went out. I was in a hurry, and I was afraid of danger, so I told Na to use the flying curse to call my wand. Cough cough. The fat man tried to cover up his embarrassment with a cough, but his subordinates, who had turned purple from the cold and ran over with his wand, made the atmosphere even more embarrassing. He grabbed the wand and scolded his face. "What are you doing? What are you doing here? Hurry back and build the road. You are a wizard. Can you not freeze yourself to death?" He waved his wand impatiently, and an orange light flew out from the tip of the wand and landed on his subordinate's chest and quickly covered his entire body. He coughed again, puffed out his stomach, and said with a dignified expression, "A wizard must not leave his wand. Remember? Let's continue." He looked at the two people who were stunned with satisfaction, and he spread his hands again, this time casting the spell much more cautiously. Flashback to the previous spell. A white fog slowly emerged from the tip of Nelson's wand, and then condensed into a brand new newsboy cap in the air. "Sir, this is transfiguration. We broke a kid's hat." Tom gave her a new one. I reinforced him. "She is also a wizard. We will write a report on holiday casting tonight to the Ministry of Magic," Nelson explained. "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter." The fat man glanced in the direction of central London with disdain. "No one will stare at Zhangxi all day long." When he flashed back to the spell from the previous day, he stopped and handed the wand lightly to Nelson. He sincerely praised, "Transfiguration is good. Maybe you can achieve the battle tonight. The level of a wizard, but don't follow him. That would be brutal." He took Tom's wand again and began to cast the flashback charm. Nelson knew what magic Tom was doing all day long, in hiding in the room. Different from the powerful magic that he imagined, there was some mist in the mist from Tom's wand. Characters and patterns flashed by, but Nelson was unimpressed by them, and the fat man was a little curious to see these strange spells, but it didn't seem to have anything to do with the events of the night, and returned his wand to Tom. "Okay, it's time for you to go home and sleep." He stretched his waist and yawned. "What's your name? If you find out later, you may find out more about the situation." "My name is Tom Riddle." "My name is Nelson Williams." "I don't know your name yet, and we'll let you know if we find out anything later." "Oh, I'm Dorian Weirlie, head of the Magical Accidents and Disasters Reversal Occasional Magical Events team. If you write a letter, you can throw flu powder directly into my office." He winked at the two of them. Nelson only then did he see that the few remaining stubborn strands of his hair were glowing red in the night. "If you get into magical events, what kind of wizard do you want to be, and what kind of adventure do you go through? Steal some creativity." Chapter 33 Night Bus. I didn't expect that the earliest Superman turned out to be like this. Nelson was lying on the bed, leaning against the head of the bed, flipping through the Action Comics that Tom gave him. "I don't understand why you like to watch this kind of stuff." Tom sat on the floor, leaning against the back of Nelson's chair, to ease the fatigue of the battle, and wiping his wand carefully with a handkerchief in his hand. "I think the author is really stupid enough. How could an extraordinary person live so hard pressed? Because of the bottom line, Tom." Nelson leaned his head back against the wall and put the magazine on his face. "Society depends on order to exist, even if you are a wizard with extraordinary magic power. Otherwise you will be captive, hunted, killed. It's us who make the wand core. Perhaps, who knows?" Tom said non-committally. "Don't you always talk about survival of the fittest?" "Survival of the fittest? That's not what I said. It's what Darwin said, and Darwinism can only be applied to nature. Okay, my ears will grow calluses again." Tom waved his hand disapprovingly, interrupting Nelson's words. "How do I feel? That you always think I'm a wicked big bad guy who influences me with high intensity every day. That's not enough," Nelson explained lightly, taking down the magazine, looking down at Tom, who was wiping his wand for the second time. "I just like to preach." "That's true, haha." Tom laughed and teased. "You know, in Slytherin, those idiots who can't do their homework call you Dark Lord, because you're always borrowing their homework. Preaching with a black face is more old-fashioned than Professor Binns. Didn't I lend them to them in the end? Except for charms, there's really no way. After all, I was caught by Professor Sykes." "Yeah, you ended up lending it to them, so they'll call you the Great Dark Lord." I didn't expect that I would be the first to enjoy this title. Nelson felt a little speechless. "I think I have written less homework, so I'll leave it to them in the future." The two chatted while doing their own thing. Nelson continued to flip through the comics. Tom carefully tucked the wiped wand into his sleeve and took out a crystal ball from his pocket to play with. Do you want a divination? He put the wands they had thrown on the table side by side and rolled the crystal ball between the rail like wands. You still believe this? Nelson has always sneered at prophecy. In his opinion, the conditions of the so-called prophecy are so harsh that it seems like a funny trick created by a squib to prove that he is a wizard. Don't you believe it? I think the classmates and teachers in the divination class praised you very much. Tom knew that Nelson never liked divination classes, but he only thought that Nelson was divination because he could always spy on his own tragic fate. Disgusted, he didn't expect that he didn't believe it at all. There are many famous prophets in history who have made accurate predictions about the direction of major events. Yeah. Nelson slumped on the bed feebly. How strange. There are billions of people in the world. Everyone is talking nonsense. There are always two people who can meet. He jumped off the bed, put on his slippers, walked over to Tom's crystal ball, held the crystal ball with his palms, muttered words, looked like a poisonous convulsion, babbled and spoofed for a while. He put down his hands, rolled his eyes, and said nonsense. I said that when school starts next year, Germany will attack Poland, which will trigger a Muggle war that will sweep the world. He rolled his eyes. Maybe there are exactly 360 or 4 people in the world talking nonsense and predicting war at this moment. A master of prophecy. If there is a real war next year, please call me a prophet. It's a deal. Tom was a little exasperated when he saw Nelson slandering a subject he liked so much. I'll write to my classmates and let them be a witness. What did you write? Nelson grabbed the crystal ball and played with it. You don't have an owl now. I'm sorry, my mouth is fast. Nelson apologized at the speed of light, looking at Tom, who was looking at him resentfully. For the sake of the spotted partridge, I was wrong. It's a bar-headed owl. Tom looked annoyed. Have you forgotten? You said you were going to London tomorrow morning, and I'd go to the post office to send a letter. Now, do you mean wizards also take the bus? At 6 o'clock the next morning, the whole street was dark, and Jonas and Bella stood at the door watching Nelson and Tom waiting for the bus. I mean, there are still trams on the streets of London. But I don't think magic cars need trams either. That's what Dumbledore told me. It's been on the road since 1865. Nelson frowned, took out his wand, and stretched it out, making the motion of taking a taxi. Just stop the car like this, and he'll jump out. Wizard, the transformation of scientific and technological achievements is sometimes very high. Oh, Tom, look after Na when you get back to school. Don't let him fight. Bella was trying to help Tom straighten his collar. Tom was holding his breath and trying to endure it, and it looked like his face had been strangled. It's really advanced. I heard that some countries are also researching this kind of positioning system. Jonas agreed. Aunt Bella, our vacation isn't over yet. Tom waved his hands like a fish struggling on the beach. We are just going to do Dumbledore a favor and stop by Diagon Alley, and we'll be back in the evening. Magic is handy in some senses, Nelson said. Yes, and I think most of the time, it's much more convenient than the average person's life. Jonas nodded approvingly. Nah, that camera you brought with you is a boon for photographers and journalists. There is no need to develop, and even when taking pictures, you don't need to use flash. It's just a little ink stained sometimes. Oh yes, the pictures you took at the orphanage the day before yesterday were washed out this morning, and the pictures are so good, I want to use it in the paper. You may have to discuss it with Mrs. Cole. I will. Seriously, that picture is awesome. Jonas put his arm around Nelson's shoulder. If you're not a wizard, I'm going to train you to be a journalist. Oh, I forgot. There was no sign of embarrassment on Bella's face. Are you eating out at noon? Do you have any money? She asked with concern, kicking Jonas's heels without a trace. Calf. Even children know they have to go shopping for the holidays. Jonas, don't you have any opinions? You and the bus. Go with the camera. Take you around today. Jonas turned around and assured Bella righteously, as if Bella was pulling him away from shopping. Suddenly a white light flashed across the street, and he rubbed his eyes. Wow, is this the magic bus? A tall 3-story, bright purple bus suddenly appeared on the road, with its headlights on, and the front windshield with the words Knight's Bus written in large gold letters. tall and tumbled. It looks puffy again, as if and ready to explode with too much stuff in it. Tom, the color of this car is disgusting. It appeared out of thin air, and a sudden brake stopped in front of the 4 people. Before it stopped, the door opened, looking at the long, strangely curved tire marks on the ground. Tom swallowed. Can we change transportation? It's okay to take a taxi. Don't worry, sir. A brown-haired young man with thick round eyes jumped out of the bus that had not stopped and staggered on the ground due to inertia, and at least no shovel flew out. He stood up and took off his hat. 3 gentlemen and this beautiful lady. Welcome to the night's bus, an emergency passenger transport for witches or wizards in distress. Just stick out your wand and go. Get in the car and we'll take you wherever you want. My name is Plum, and I'm your conductor tonight. The service attitude is really good. Jonas praised. Thank you for your compliment, sir, and I have to say, your glasses are handsome. Ernpullen grinned, his teeth seeming to flash with a glow. Where are you going? As long as it's on land we can deliver anywhere. Can America do it too? Jonas asked curiously. Of course, but the fare and time will be more. It's us who want a ride. Tom leaned over and got past Bella, grabbed Nelson and dragged him into the car. The 2 of us. See you tonight. Aunt Bella. Uncle Jonas. The 2 said goodbye as they got into the car. 2 gentlemen, please sit here. Plum greeted the 2 of them to the 2 window seats on the 2nd floor and asked, where are you going? Diagonal alley. Nelson was a little sleepy, and he had begun to close his eyes. It takes 13 silver cacao to go to Diagon Alley from here. If you can add 3 cacao, you can get a cup of hot cacao. If you add another cacao to make a gallon, we will give you a pair of wool socks and a discount coupon for 2 zikes. We want cocoa, thank you. Nelson held out 2 galleons. Okay, do you need us to warm up your socks by the boiler? I think the happiest thing about every morning is to put on warm wool socks. Nelson looked at the enthusiastic conductor earnestly, hoping to see that he was joking, or that he really thought so, but unfortunately he couldn't see anything clearly through the thick glasses, so he reluctantly gave up. No, thank you. Okay, wait a minute. 2 cups of hot cocoa. He hummed and walked to the 1st floor. Wait, don't you lose money every time you give coupons like this? A hoarse voice came from the back row. Sir, this is economics. The glasses under the conductor's glasses couldn't see his expression clearly, but Nelson felt that he had already burst into laughter. He coughed and said solemnly, yeah, we lose. We lose every day. I can only live on the bus. Isometric double quotes are really disgusting. Chapter 34 Diagon Alley Revisited. Nah, wake up. The vague shout in his ears woke Nelson from his sleep. As soon as the 2 of them sat down, the magic bus entered a kind of rushing to the right. Nelson leaned his forehead against the window and sighed, taking a sip of the hot cocoa that was miraculously unspoiled. Even while driving at a high speed, I looked at the rapidly receding scene on both sides, a street like a revolving lantern, flashing bright windows, dodging post boxes and street lights to avoid buses and the pedestrians who hurriedly looked at the rampant behemoth like nothing. This kind of wobbly driving not only makes people irritable, but also makes some sensitive people dizzy and sleepy. Nelson opened his eyes, rubbed his swollen eyes, and turned his head to see Tom sitting beside him with 2 glasses in his hands. Thank you. He straightened up weakly, leaned back in his chair, and looked out the window. The sky was already dark. Where are we? I don't know. It's too fast to see clearly, but the conductor said it's coming soon. Tom raised the cup in his left hand. Your cocoa. You look thirsty. Do you want a drink? It's still hot. Ah, okay. Nelson felt his mouth dry at this time, and reached out to take the cup, and put it close to his mouth, thinking that Tom had been holding it for a long time. After he fell asleep. I'm sorry, I fell asleep without realizing it. Thank you for taking the cup. It didn't take long, Tom said, clinking his glass. Look, it's still hot. Nelson gulps down the cocoa from the cup. He feels that the reason for his dry mouth may be that he drank this high sugar drink before going to bed. At this moment, he feels like drinking poison to quench his thirst. Looking at the empty bottom of the cup, he turned his head again. Lean on the car window. Christmas has passed, and the highly developed capitalism has also plunged the city of London into a fast-paced anxiety. On the second day of the official holiday, most factories have resumed work. It is now 7 in the morning and the sun is shining. It has not fully emerged yet, but judging from the sky and the smokestacks billowing in the distance, many factories have been in operation for a while. It looks like it's a foggy day again today. He looked at the white sky in the distance, and it was difficult for the rising sun to penetrate the twilight that shrouded the city. No matter it was morning, noon, or night, it looked like dusk, and it is not clear whether the fog or haze lingering in people's minds on the streets. Not one day. Tom agreed. Sitting on the second floor of the night's bus, Nelson could look down on the pedestrians, all of them wrapped tightly in old grey cotton coats, hats and scarves, an umbrella under their arm, and so on. Depression? Not really. Those who wrote the wonderful chapters were sleeping, or drinking cocoa in the dining room. "Sir, do you need water?" The young conductor suddenly appeared in front of them like an apparition, and he stood aside holding 2 glasses of water with his wand. "Water is our free service, but if you pay 1 sickle, you can get a fully automatic toothbrush and a towel. You can go to the rear of the car to wash up. It takes about 10 minutes to reach Diagon Alley. Drink this glass of water and wash your face, and you are ready to get off the car." "Okay." Nelson looked at Tom, shrugged, and handed out the empty glass and 2 silver coins. "This money is really good." Tom stomped on the ground after getting out of the car, and the 2 looked very energetic. "Fortunately, it's a service industry, after all." Nelson looked around, and because of the need to avoid muggles, night buses couldn't stop at the door of the Leaky Cauldron during the day, so they made a big circle to the real Diagon Alley. "I used to walk around the block where the Leaky Cauldron is located, and there is absolutely no way there can be an alley like this, let alone Nocturne Alley next to it. I suspect we walked past the wall of the Leaky Cauldron, maybe through a process akin to touching a door key, or going through a flu network. Maybe, but what does this have to do with us?" "It is different from the similarities, seriousness, and tension on the streets of London. Diagon Alley is lined with all kinds of strange wizards and various shops. It will be interesting in the environment point. The sky above is clear and blue, and it can be seen that it is far away from London. The residential area opposite the alley is full of wizards in wizard robes. It looks like a wizarding community. Several old men wear sports clothes and seem to be from the Napoleonic era. The handed down stockings ran in the morning on the street, and when they passed by, they turned their heads and threatened them. "Hey, boys, what are you doing standing there? You have to move, or you will regret it when you reach my age." "What are they?" Tom asked, bewildered, after the old men ran by. "What are they wearing? What are they doing?" Nelson tried his best not to think about the scene just now. "Let's go." Diagon Alley became lively early in the morning. Vendors with wooden boxes were selling on the streets. Strange people in cloaks were running around in front of pedestrians, and an old witch who set up a stall was even selling herself to the 2 of them. "Amulet. 2 little brothers, do you want to see this amulet made by Merlin himself? It can effectively repel werewolves and vampires." "I don't want much, just..." "You'd better sell it to Bella Swan," Nelson shouted at him, turning his head and whispering to Tom. "Can't she see that the stall next to him is a vampire?" The old witch who set up the stall stood up and asked who Bella Swan was, but unfortunately the 2 of them had already disappeared in the crowd. To be honest, I didn't see it either." "Oh, you probably didn't see that," Nelson explained to Tom, seeing that Tom was a little embarrassed. "The difference between a vampire and a wizard is very small, but if you look closely, you can see that there are a few." Okay. Tom quickly changed the subject, pointing to a tall woman with a bird cage across the street. "Do you think that woman looks like Mrs. Cole?" "Oh, God, it's really similar." Nelson looked at it for a while and saw that the 2 had reached the door of a pet store. "Let's go and see. Buy you a toad or something." Tom didn't look like he wanted to step through the door of the pet store. "I don't. Hey, you two. It's not a good habit to talk about her looks behind other people's backs." A displeased sounding female voice remembered behind them, and Nelson turned to see the tall, slender woman with a bird cage standing there behind them. She wears a purple top hat, her black hair is firmly tied into a ponytail, her eyebrows are straight and slanted upward, and her black eyes are domineering. Her facial features are extremely 3-dimensional, and her cheekbones and nose bridge are especially high. It's easy to make people look mean with facial features, but putting it on her face will only show that this is a resolute person. In fact, she is indeed resolute, as can be seen from her crossing the street to ask for guilt. Nelson even suspects the next in a second she would pull out her wand and slap him and Tom. By the way, who is Mrs. Cole? Sorry, ma'am. Nelson saw that the corner of the black cloth covering the birdcage was lifted by the wind, and it turned out to be a vulture inside. People who can play with this kind of bad are generally not good stubble, and his desire to survive burst out. Come out. Mrs. Cole is a famous beauty in our place, isn't she, Tom? Yes. Tom looked indifferent, and even saw that the person was a little eager to try, and he had the momentum to take out his wand and fight. Okay. She nodded and looked at the two of them. You are Hogwarts students, right? Just as Nelson was about to answer, her eyes suddenly burst out with the joy of finding a treasure, and looked at Nelson with scrutiny eyes. You are that. Nah, Williams. My name is Nelson Williams. Are you our senior? He didn't remember knowing such a person. It's almost the same. My name is Augusta. I know you. Are you that Minerva's little friend? She said to herself. That's right. I always said she couldn't talk to muggles in love. Well, let me interrupt. Tom interrupted, not knowing what the man was talking about. Are you talking about Minerva McGonagall from Gryffindor? Yeah, I often see them together. It was just learning transfiguration, Nelson explained. Does it make any difference? Augusta's mind seemed to have gone wrong. With all due respect, if Nelson Williams and Minerva McGonagall could get together, I wouldn't be surprised if Nell suddenly married Professor Armando Dupont tomorrow. The idea was amused, and I couldn't help laughing. Sorry, senpai, we still have something to do, so let's go first. Nelson, who couldn't stand being arranged by the two, pulled Tom away. I'll ask you for advice when school starts. Okay, I'm going to find Minerva too. Goodbye. Augusta shrugged and joined the crowd. What time does that person arrive? Tom and Neil had walked halfway around the street and were sitting in Sheldon's cold drink shop to eat, and their feet were full of purchased items that could not be mailed. Sheldon launched the season. The hot drink is still full of people, so it's still crowded. I really don't know. Is it so difficult to take the train to London, find a hotel to sleep for the night, and then take the train to Hogwarts? And he also knows where Diagon Alley is. Do you really need someone to pick you up? It's really unnecessary. Is that what Albus told you? He always likes to pick and choose people who are mentally handicapped. A man in a khaki coat and leather boots covered in mud sitting next to them. Nelson looked up and saw his dusty and tired face, the stubble that had not been taken care of for a long time, and the messy chestnut hair on the top of his head. You are Nelson, right? Did you bring something? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35. My name is Albus Dumbledore's brother. You can also call me Aberforth. Excuse me, you are? Excuse me, that's right, it's your ass. The man who suddenly inserted into the conversation seemed to have not heard Nelson's question. On the empty chair at the table, I pushed Tom's chair aside. By the way, are you dating? It's been running all the way, but it's hot enough. His sudden appearance, lively look and greasy words made Nelson and Tom nervous, and in unison they dropped their spoons and reached for their wands. Put away your hands that are in your pockets. You are indeed a student of Albus, as sneaky as he is. Even though it was winter, he looked very hot, wiping the forehead with his sleeve with one hand. Khan, taking off his khaki coat with one hand, shouted at the busy shopkeeper in a rude tone. Sheldon, have a lemonade, add a lot of ice, hurry up. Sir, who are you? Nelson did not withdraw his hand as he said, but drew his wand, stared at him vigilantly, and asked the question just now. Me. He raised his head with a surprised look on his face. Are you asking who I am? Oh, sorry, I didn't expect someone to wonder who I was. I thought you were asking others, Sheldon or something. Does it matter who I am? With an indifferent look, he took the lemonade brought by the shopkeeper, threw a few silver coins, took a hard sip on the straw, and asked himself lightly, no. It's important. It doesn't matter at all. Who cares who I am? I forgot what my name is. And of course no one cares what my name is. They all call me Genius Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore's brother. If you have to call me by name, you can call me Aberforth. Oh. Mr. Aberforth Dumbledore. Nelson looked at the manic man in front of him. He knew it, and put away his wand. Unexpectedly, Professor Dumbledore hired his younger brother as a teacher. Call me Aberforth. Thank you. He seemed to resist the surname Dumbledore. Don't call me Aberforth Dumbledore, it sounds disgusting. Okay, Aberforth, this is what Mr. Dumbledore asked me to pass on to you. Nelson nodded helplessly, and took out from his pocket the small package that Dumbledore gave him before the holiday. In addition, the two of us are not dating. I'm sorry, Aberforth responded dryly, looking unapologetically. Maybe I'm a bit of a dick, and now I can see two men walking down the street as if they're dating. He took the package, opened a small slit, peered in, carefully slipped it into a zippered pocket on his right, raised his head suddenly, stared at Nelson with interest, and asked, Albus, didn't they teach you how to tell if someone was real? What if I was a dark wizard pretending to be? Then you two would be dead the moment you touched your wand. Mr. Aberforth, I don't care about that. Nelson picked up the spoon that had fallen on the table, wiped it with a piece of paper on the table, and stirred the cold hot drink with the spoon. Professor Dumbledore said, now, as long as it's a man with chestnut hair, I'll give him the rap. Maroon hair, haha. He smiled nervously. This is really the proudest thing about me, the only thing that is different from the Genius Albus Dumbledore. Besides, what Dumbledore can give students like us to do shouldn't be very important. Tom has always been inexplicably wary of Dumbledore, which has led to an even more inexplicable trust. He followed Nelson. The head said, this package must not be very important, and even if something goes wrong, he will protect us. Hey, guys, I have to give you a piece of advice. Aberforth took the cup and slammed it hard until the cup made the sound of air pushing the ice cubes against each other, and then he slowly opened his mouth. You better be less hanging out with Albus. Everyone says he's the only one who can beat Grindelwald, but do you know why he doesn't? Because Grindelwald's most famous bullshit. For the greater good, Albus thinking is the one who knows best. As he spoke, Aberforth's tone gradually rose, the reckless and rude temperament disappeared, and his words became angry and high-spirited, and the people around dinner looked at him, and because they heard about the Dark Lord he turned his head away at the topic, only staring at the flushed man with a swollen neck out of the corner of his eye. He picked up the glass with only ice cubes in his hand, raised his head, and poured all the ice cubes into his mouth, chewing hard, making a crunch sound. Chewing for a while, as if he had completed some ritual. He swallowed the ice slag in his mouth, groaned contentedly, and said softly, Albus is not the kind person you imagine. He likes to leave the most dangerous things to the weakest. If people do it, he will only hide behind his back and put a cold shot on it, pretending to be a good person. Aberforth snorted heavily, put the glass on the table, and looked at the two thoughtful people with interest. We are not weak people. Tom snorted too, staring at Aberforth's face with dissatisfaction. He was disgusted by being described as the weakest person, but he couldn't learn Aberforth's in a brutish tone. It sounded like a prefect despising a student who violated school rules. Aberforth was non-committal. He moved his eyes to Nelson, who was looking directly at him, heard his every word, and spoke slowly. Mr. Aberforth, I'm not interested in these things. Nelson clasped his hands on the table and supported his chin. Besides, I believe Professor Dumbledore is not such a person. Hearing this, Aberforth was overjoyed. He laughed rudely for a while, but the laughter stopped abruptly. He leaned forward and stared at Nelson's unchanging face. His voice low asked, oh, do you think you know Albus better than I do? Nelson recalled the scene when Dumbledore came to the orphanage a few months ago, recalled the news he saw in the Daily Prophet about Dumbledore's academic achievements, recalled the old, regretful, weak, relieved, brave Dumbledore. Nelson also leaned forward and stared straight at the man in front of him, staring straight at his maroon hair and beard that had been twisted into strands that had not been taken care of for a long time. Staring straight at him in the dust, his cheeks, which looked older than his brother's, looked directly at his blue eyes that were exactly like Dumbledore's, as if they had the power to see through people. Nelson nodded and said solemnly, I think I know Professor Dumbledore better than you. Aberforth also looked directly into Nelson's eyes. From those sapphire blue eyes, he could see nothing but his own eyes. He could feel that the boy in front of him said that ridiculous sentence resolutely. He even wanted to use legilimency to see what the kid was thinking. In his wild thoughts, this man who could duel with Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore was the first to look away. I like you, kid. I'll teach you well in the next period of time. He shook his head with a wry smile, grabbed the coat hanging on the back of the chair and stood up. I'm not talking nonsense. Man, I just hope you don't get taught badly by Albus. Professor Dumbledore also asked me to tell the substitute teacher how to get on the train, so Nelson hurriedly stood up to see him off. Tom lingered in his chair for a long time, and he didn't seem to want to be polite to this vulgar man. Okay, my home is in Hogsmeade, and Albus is really taking me for a fool. Aberforth put his coat over his shoulders, took a cigarette from his pocket, and put it in his mouth. Turning to stare at him, he said to Tom, and you, boy, I hope I can see what it means to be not weak after school starts. Then he squeezed sideways and disappeared into the crowd. He's really cool, isn't he? Sheldon, who came to clean up the Aberforth cup, suddenly whispered in Nelson's ear. Nelson was startled, and when he saw the shopkeeper beside him, he took out his pocket and prepared to pay the bill and leave. He paid for you, and even left a little. Sheldon spread out a hand, with a few copper plates lying in the palm of his hand, while hurting spring and autumn. I wanted to be such a wizard back then. I actually used to be such a wizard until It's more than a tip, thank you. Nelson and Tom quickly left the cold drink shop. Looking at the sun overhead, the big clock on the Gringotts gate was pointing in the direction of a few degrees past 11, and the two were ready to find a place to eat first, then go around in the afternoon. Nah, what shall we eat? I'm whatever, how about you? Just like you. December 1938, 12 is not destined to be an ordinary day. Two talented young wizards walked hungry in the streets of Diagon Alley. They almost starved to death because they didn't know what to eat. This magical world almost starved to death. There are two legends missing. Let's eat with us. Augusta, who met in the morning, suddenly appeared behind Nelson and Tom, who were hesitating at the door of a French restaurant. She patted them on the shoulders and pointed behind her as they turned around. An inconspicuous little shop in his home. You've been around here for a few times, and we are almost dying to see it inside. Come on, let's eat together. The two have basically lost their ability to think. They followed Augusta into this small shop. As soon as they entered the door, they smelled the sweet fragrance of thick cream. A table by the window was playing a harmony at the moment. Another bizarre scene. Sitting opposite Flitwick, a short stature, a large boy who looked at least 2 meters tall, and Mag, who was always stern, said something beside him about the settings of some characters. The protagonist, Nelson Vernon Williams, was born a day later than Tom Riddle. According to the official novel in Pottermore, Minerva McGonagall had entered Hogwarts in 1945 and worked stably for a period of time. Before that, she had worked at the Ministry of Magic for 2 years and had a failed relationship. No specific time could be found. The original book did not mention that she had an intersection with Voldemort when she was a student, but through the time point in 1945, she probably graduated around 1940, so she was set as the protagonist's senior sister. Phileas Flitwick and McGonagall both made the Sorting Hat Tangled in Gryffindor and Ravenclaw for a long time during the sorting ceremony, plus they were friends with McGonagall, so it was set to the same year as McGonagall. Rubius Hagrid, a year younger than Voldemort, has nothing to say. Myrtle, or Myrtle Elizabeth Warren, is in the same class as the protagonist, Ravenclaw. About why the protagonist doesn't like Slytherin, it can be understood that, even if he doesn't like Slytherin, he was assigned to Slytherin when Pottermore was tested. In addition, Slytherin has produced dark wizards since ancient times, because it is within the UK. Powerful black magic is generally passed down in pure-blood families, not created by Voldemort. No offense to fellow Slytherins, the author is also Slytherin. Mantra. In a unified format, the floating mantra is flying fast, without the transliteration of Wingardium Leviosa. Chapter 36 The Story of the Poet Bedow. Oh. Let's see who's here. Flitwick jumped down from his chair and applauded. His tone and actions were exaggerated, but unfortunately his stature was too short, so standing on the ground looked even better than sitting on a bench, even shorter. Filius. Nelson greeted him, and nodded in greeting. Who is this handsome gentleman? Flitwick ran up and down in front of the two of them. In fact, his speed was like walking, but his movements looked like trotting or racing, which made the short man look like full of energy. He raised his head, looked at Nelson beside Tom, led the two to the table with a smile, and asked as he walked, "Aren't you going to introduce us?" "Senior Flitwick, I'm Tom Riddle." Tom agreed with a serious expression. Although he talked about this disgusting and mentally retarded person all day long, he was full of respect for the real strong Flitwick. The champion of this duel competition obviously meets the standard of strong. "Oh, I know you. Professor Sloan likes you very much." Flitwick braced with his hands, jumped vigorously on the chair he was sitting on, snapped his fingers, and the two next to the empty table the chair wobbled and flew behind the two of the mass. Tom threw the large and small bags in his hand on the ground. Augusta squeezed next to Mag, which made Mag, who was chatting with the big boy, stop talking and turned to see Nelson and the two of them. She closed a book in her hand and ignored it and winked at the side. Augusta, looking at the two of them through her glasses. "Merry Christmas to Nelson, Riddle. I hope Augusta didn't cause you trouble. She always speaks without thinking, and sometimes even a little crazy." "Who do you say is crazy?" Augusta said dissatisfiedly, teasing the vultures who remained on the edge of the seat. "Seriously, I suggest you go to St. Mungo's. If you don't go now, you may go often in the future." Mag rolled his eyes and waved his arms in a flat tone, as if he was sending a like a fly. "You owls. Charms class didn't even pass." "Don't say this in front of the junior." Augusta covered McGonagall's mouth with an agile movement that surpassed human beings, and saw Nelson, Tom and the big boy next to him looking around and pretending that he didn't listen to anything when he arrived. He vented his energy and sat down on the chair helplessly, muttering some incomprehensible words. "What's so good about the spell class? What's the use of this thing?" "Augusta, you can't say that. Flitwick is best at spell learning. You can't say it's useless just because you can't learn a class well." "Hello, are you also a student at Hogwarts?" Seeing that the surrounding atmosphere became tense, Nelson hurriedly extended his right hand to the overwhelmed big boy beside him. He seemed to be more than 2 meters tall, even at 3 meters. He tried his best to nestle himself into the delicate little chair in the dining room, looking a little funny, and this funny feeling became more intense when he and Flitwick next to him were brought into view. The coat is full of patches, but the starch is clean. There is an equally round garlic nose in the middle of the round face, which looks simple and honest and full of affinity. He was a little overwhelmed when he saw Nelson's outstretched hand and hurriedly stretched out his generous right hand to wipe the placard of his shirt, then smiled shyly at Nelson, picked up a napkin from the table, and wiped his hand vigorously while speaking timidly. His voice did not match his height, and he could tell that he was a rather immature child as soon as he opened his mouth. Yes, my name is Rubius Hagrid. If nothing else, I should going to Hogwarts to read." Nelson grinned when he saw the hand slowly reaching out to him, got up and took a step forward to hold Hagrid's big hand tightly, then leaned forward and patted him on the shoulder. "Welcome to Hogwarts." The 3 seniors stopped arguing and looked at the two who were hugging a little with some relief. Hagrid looked a little happy and said happily, "I should be going to school in the next year." Melon's beard. "I'd have thought at first that I wouldn't have the talent for magic. If you're here, that means you have it." Tom nodded reservedly aside, flipping through the menu, poking at the dishes with his fingers under Flitwick's guidance. "I think you'd better come to Slytherin." "Slytherin. Latelyn is the best college, and Mark can help you with your homework." "I have reservations," McGonagall and Flitwick said in unison, and Flitwick added, "but tutoring is fine, and we are graduating soon." Ha ha ha. Hagrid just smiled honestly. He had his own ideas. Soon the waiter brought the dishes, and the 6 people sat around the table eating, while continuing the conversation that was interrupted by the 2 people. Mag quickly finished eating, wiped his mouth, pursed his lips, and opened it. The book that was closed earlier. "So are you guys here to read fairy tales?" Nelson asked curiously, taking a small tomato that Tom handed him, holding it in his hand. This is not a simple fairy tale. This is the tales of Bedouin the poet. McGonagall cleared her throat. Many people who specialize in this book believe that what happens in the story has a real prototype, such as it is believed that Babette's story uses the advanced transfiguration known as animagus, and there are many magic props and magical animals in the story that have never been discovered, possessed, or used in real life. But they are amazing even for wizards, and many spend their entire lives finding no clues. But it arouses people's desire to explore even more. No one will endure the temptation of profound magical props or powerful and beautiful magical animals. Augusta said, we are no exception. We even have some clues already. But it's just a fairy tale after all. Nah. Flitwick said sternly, in fact, the clue we found was discovered more than 130 years ago, and it has been proved to be a clue that has no results. I just like these stories. Hagrid looked naive to the side. My dad has this book on his bookshelf. It accompanied me through my childhood, and I even relied on it to read and write. Mr. Dumbledore asked a few seniors to take me to play. I didn't expect them to read this kind of book. I thought they only read that kind of profound magic book. Mr. Dumbledore? Do you know Dumbledore? Nelson was curious. Yes, my father goes into the mountains every winter. Hagrid looked worried, but when he mentioned Dumbledore, he became reverent again. Every time he would entrust me to Dumbledore's care, and now I grow up when I'm older, I don't think I need to bother him, and he also thinks I need to have more contact with other people. He waved his arm vigorously, showing off his strong arms. Are you really born in? I still have some doubts. Augusta looked up at Hagrid's arm with a look of distrust. Okay, he's just a big skeleton. Mag interrupted her. To tell you the truth, I was this tall when I was in first grade. I quite like this story. Tom lifted his head from the book and read the title of an article in the book softly. The Witch's Hairy Heart. Hey. Augusta looked disgusted. I feel this is really disgusting. Actually, I think this is a very deep story. McGonagall murmured with a look of recollection. A heart lacking love can only bring pain, and many things are compared with love. Not worth mentioning at all. Yes, Tom asked casually, looking convinced, and I'm a little curious, is this magic that hides a heart or some other weakness, and becomes powerful really? Actually, the heart is not the weakness of wizards, Flitwick explained. For the healing magicians who work at St. Mungo's, it may only take a second to mend a broken heart, but if you dig it out like in the book, the doctor probably won't be able to save you either. Oh, said Tom thoughtfully, so it is. Well, a lot of the stories in Bedouin the Poet are full of metaphors, except that McGonagall just said about the witch who turned into a rabbit. Oh, can I have one? It looks delicious. Get Tom after agreeing. Flitwick waved his hand, and a small tomato flew into his mouth. He chewed with intoxication on his face, and then explained to the two who had not read the book. Other than that, jumping the pot may imply advanced alchemy, which can even be made into magical props with self-consciousness. Good Luck Fountain may represent the prototype of Flowing Elixir, which is said to bring lucky water, and the most famous. It's a tale of three brothers. Oh, it's delicious. I feel like I'm in love with this kind of fruit. Flitwick swallowed the little tomato. Tom, it's a vegetable, and continued, drawing a glittering figure on the napkin with his wand, saying, there are three things in this story. The powerful Deathly Hallows. It is said that whoever owns these three holy weapons can be the master of the god of death. They are the invincible old wand that can increase magic power and can resurrect the dead and bring people back from the god of death. The resurrection stone and the invisibility cloak that evades everything and is completely invisible. Countless wizards have been searching for these three sacred artifacts, and they use this symbol to represent their ideal of treasure hunting. The last stroke of the wand fell, and on the napkin was a gleaming symbol with a vertical line in a circle that ran through a triangle point, looking at Tom with a fascinated expression and Nelson with a thoughtful expression. He spoke slowly, and his originally sharp voice even sounded a little low. It's just a story after all. Besides, the power of a wizard cannot depend on external things. If you are interested, you can go to Rowling's Stories of Bedouin the Poet. There are several stories in it that are really good. I prefer the one by Malzin. Chapter 37 Najani. You're right. Tom nodded and added, but from another perspective, powerful magic tools also need to serve powerful wizards, don't they? Yeah. Flitwick nodded in agreement. If you can think that way, it's all the better. But hearing the conversation between the two, Mag said solemnly in a worried tone, it is said that the Elder Wand of the eldest of the three brothers is in the hands of the Dark Wizard Gellert Grindelwald at this moment. A powerful wand is mastered by a more powerful Dark Wizard, which may cause extremely terrifying disasters. Even his followers of the Dark Wizard use the symbol of the three holy artifacts as their own symbols. If they get more holy artifact. Several people around expressed their concerns about the wizarding world, their trust in the social order, and their determination to display their ambitions and set things right. Just like the common night conversation in the dormitory of the university decades later, the age, knowledge, and blood of these people each has its own highs and lows, but at the moment, there is a feeling of high spirits like just a classmate boy. However, Nelson's eyes flickered. The wizarding world of wizards has strong traces of fatalism. The Elder Wand in the three holy artifacts is passed down in the hands of masters who died in misfortune. The resurrection stone is hidden in a tragic family, and the invisibility cloak is destined to be passed on to Harry Potter, the protagonist of the story, and the masters of the holy artifact are also destined to kill each other and chase each other. One tail feather of the phoenix is destined to defeat its other brother. A glass ball recorded by a crappy wizard going crazy can determine the fate of the world for decades. Then why did I come here? Nelson thought, leaning on his forehead. He had thought about this question countless times, whether it was when Mrs. Cole first brought him to meet Tom, the first time he was there, when Ravenclaw's tower knew a girl named Myrtle, or at this moment. He didn't understand the meaning of his existence, and was it good for the story to take the liberty of breaking into a complete story? He thought again, I don't know if this fate includes me. Maybe I do have a role in this history, but I have to do something. Now, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. Nelson came to his senses. He saw Tom with a concerned look on the side. Hasn't this changed? Thinking of this, he smiled smugly. There is a bone in this piece of meat that was not picked, and it choked me. HMPH, you're so strange. Tom's face was skeptical. You're so happy after being choked. After finishing this slightly heavy topic, the atmosphere at the table quickly became warm again. Minerva, you're not really in a relationship with a muggle, are you? If you want me to say that you don't even have an old cow eating young grass. She went to Nurazu, and her hands were not idle. She asked for a plate of fresh meat, cut it into small pieces, and fed it to the vultures in the cage. Iron armor. She put the wand she didn't know when she picked it up on the table, and said proudly, want to attack me? It's still early. Nelson couldn't help but give her a high look. He didn't expect that this person who failed the spell class would have such reflexes and spellcasting skills. His combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. He deserves to be the person who can eat Dawlish alone at the age of 80 in the future. Augusta, don't say this in front of them. McGonagall put down his wand resentfully, then turned his head to look at Nelson with a troubled look. I heard you were a muggle born. What would a muggle do if he knew his, well, a good friend was a wizard? Nelson was a little unsure, and after thinking for a while, he said, maybe he will adopt his good friend's child? Nelson could feel a big question mark on the top of Mag's head, and Augusta, who was on the side, was already holding the birdcage and smiling from ear to ear. Sorry, senpai, Nelson began. My father seems to be a wizard, and then his good friend, my uncle, adopted me. And my good friend, you know, Tom is a wizard too. Mag lowered her head in disappointment, as if to maintain her habit of being strong. She raised her head indifferently, and heard Nelson say, but I think, if you care enough, what is the difference between a wizard and a muggle? Yeah, Minerva, as far as I know we have a lot of mixed race classmates, and they still have a happy family. Flitwick stood on the chair and waved. Besides, wizards and muggles are human, and they don't look like much the difference. Hey, Hagrid's eyes were red, and he took out a handkerchief the size of a towel, and blew his nose. While choking, he took out a picture from a patch, and Nelson realized that the patches were all sewn to the clothes' pocket. He spread the photo on the table. Hold. I'm sorry. I think of my dad. Nelson then realized that there was a child less than 10 years old hidden in the huge body on the opposite side. A child who had been treated as a monster, isolated and discriminated against since he was a child. He looked up at the photo of Hagrid on the table. It is an old black and white photo that has long been yellowed. A short man with a round head and a round head is riding on the shoulders of a child with a tender face but a tall body with a round head and a round head. The position of the father and son seems to be reversed, but the love did not diminish in the slightest. Hagrid sobbed as he spoke of his worries about his father, who came into the mountains in the cold winter and 12th lunar month. Such a tyrannical giant. But my dad still loves me, and every winter he goes to the mountains to find mommy. I'd rather be a regular muggle. That way I'll save my dad a lot of trouble. Mag and Augusta, who were still staring at each other, exuded the radiance of motherhood and patted Hagrid on the shoulder. To comfort him, Flitwick looked sympathetic, and even Tom looked shocked and pitiful. I have a camera that can process color photos. Nelson tiptoed and rubbed Hagrid's head, who was cradled in a chair. Your photos are a little old. I'll take a new one for you another day. Really? Hagrid raised his head and made a sound of surprise, the tears still crisscrossing his face, looking hilarious. Hagrid. Tom, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly caught everyone's attention. You can't tell other people about this. In the dilapidated suburb of Zichem, in the evening, the sky was the same as when the two left in the morning. Seriously, I regret it. I'd rather be treated as a pervert by others. I'd rather die from exhaustion. The two put down the large and small bags in their hands and sat on the postbox on the street to rest. Mag saw that they were working hard, and he wanted to lend Nelson the small bag that he had cast a traceless stretching spell. But when he saw the delicate, embellished with a pink cat made of pearls on the lady's handbag, he justly refused, and he regretted his decision at the moment. I have decided I will learn the traceless stretching spell as soon as school starts. I thought the stories of our orphans were tragic and bizarre enough. Tom fanned with a copy of the Tales of Bedouin the Poet, which Flitwick gave to him, who was very interested. Yes, like a squire's daughter in a small Welsh country, lamely fanning the feather fan her father brought back from the city. She sighed in an old man's tone of voice. I didn't expect that today would be so insignificant. No, after all, there is magic, and there are no less strange things than in the Muggle world. Indeed, the most unpredictable thing in the Muggle world may be the human heart, but in the world of magic, there's something even more outrageous. That's it? Nelson asked curiously. I didn't expect you to care about Hagrid. Am I the cold-hearted kind of person? Tom asked rhetorically, explaining, I just think he's a bit like me. He's a giant in the wizarding world, and I'm a wizard in the Muggle world, and I think if not you, and I will be like him. Tom. Feared by ordinary people around, isolated and even bullied, Tom said to himself, maybe I will be stronger than him, not so weak, but I think I will not be what I'm now. People, I'm not a fool, Neil. Tom said with his head lowered. I know what you're worrying about. I don't know why you're so worried, but I think you're the one who got it wrong this time. Tom, Tom suddenly reached out and grabbed Nelson's arm, raised an index finger to his lips, and made a sound of listening. Come on. What's coming? Nelson looked at him like this and tried to listen with bated breath, but he could only hear the whistling wind and the looming noise of boilers burning and gears churning in the factory, and was about to speak. Tom, take out your wand. She is coming. She. Remember that snake? I said it was originally a man. Remember? What? Still a woman. Nelson wondered if Tom was hallucinating, but saw Tom stuff everything on the ground into the discarded mailbox under his ass, put the lid on the mailbox again, and use his wand. Knocked. He grabbed his arm and walked to the other street while making a strange hissing sound from his mouth, so he had to follow. Yes, a woman. Tom, I think I'm not lying to you. She's in the underground tunnel under our feet right now. Tom explained very quickly. Her story is perfect, and I feel like it's true. She was a human being, and she was caught in the inexorable black magic that fuses the human soul with a beast, and eventually becomes a full animal. Blood curse. This snake is a blood-cursed orc. Nelson thought of the legend of the dangerous circus he had read in the tabloids. That's right. Her name is Nagini. Ask for recommendation collection BTW. The collection is almost over 3,000 and the 30-word continuous update is 4 days away from days. You can invest as early as possible to earn some coins or something. Chapter 38 Pursuit. It's almost there, right ahead. The two of them trotted to a place further west than the western suburbs. There were fewer pedestrians and houses on the street, and the surrounding smog was so thin that it was difficult to detect. A field scene with few stars in the moon. Tom, do you think Parseltongue can be learned? Nar asked as he ran, curious about the language he couldn't hear. I think if it's just a few sentences, it should be very simple. Tom said breathlessly, while thinking. Parseltongue is different from learning an ordinary foreign language. Normal language learning starts from listening to the end. Simple communication to complex sentences, and Parseltongue is the opposite, but I think it might take a while to understand or even communicate. Ayo. Nelson lacked interest. After all, this was a rare magical skill, and he was just curious. But I will teach you. I think with your intelligence, you should be able to learn it. Tom walked to the edge of a cliff in front of the two of them, put his hands on his knees, and leaned down to look down. We are here. Nelson stepped forward, looked into the cliff, and saw the creviced riverbed at the bottom of this shallow canyon. This was a river that had been diverted for some reason. The side of the riverbed near Nelson and Tom was steep, and the other was steep. The side is flat, and directly below Nelson is a concrete pipe that can accommodate a person to pass through. Is it here? Do we need to go in? He frowned and looked at the pipe, which seemed to be a sewage pipe, connected to a long abandoned factory in the distance. Not far away there was a line that looked like the narrow channel rubbed by the east and west leads from the bank to the entrance. Just below the pipe is a black, radially distributed black ground. This river that seems to have been diverted for a long time should have developed a vigorous ecology on the fertile riverbed. It is bare now. It is conceivable that this barren environment must have something to do with this sewage outlet. She won't ambush us below, right? As soon as we go in, we will eat our hearts and die with hatred. What did you say? Tom rolled his eyes at him and rolled over. The other snakes just listened to me, and she's already hurt. That's not necessarily true. Nelson also squatted down on the ground, jumped to the edge of the water pipe. Oh, good guy. He walked over to Tom and looked up at the concrete pipe. It looked like it could be 2 meters in diameter. Gravity made some of the dust and dirt at the bottom solidify into a flat path. The ground was dry enough for 2 people to pass by side. A faint musty smell escaped from the inside, and you can already imagine the humid environment inside. You can't see a trace of light in the pipe. Instead, it devoured all the light that came in from the outside, like a huge mouth. Same. Waterproof and moisture-proof. Nelson bent down, poked his shoes with his wand, and fastened his shoelaces. Tom also prepared like a cat. Fully prepared, Nelson was about to lift his foot into the water pipe, but was stopped by Tom. Fluorescent flashes. He took the first step, raised his wand, and entered the water pipe. Nelson smiled and shook his head, and followed. In this dark underground world, 2 uninvited guests with a light source suddenly entered. From the moment he stepped into the water pipe, Nelson's hearing changed. He used to live on the ground, and in the crowd, all the time. The whispers that existed, and the silent wind lingering in the ears became ignored white noise, and there was no wind or crowd in the underground world, and the water that originally flowed in this pipe network was cut off because of abandonment. He fell into a kind of absolute silence. He could only hear the footsteps of the 2 of them stepping on the ground, the footsteps echoing from a distance, and the echoes of the echoes. They were breathing nervously. The voice and heartbeat. These voices are at the bottom of the bottom in life, and they are the bottom voices that you will forget to ignore. It's not as wet as I thought, Tom said back to Nah, and the echoes echoed for a long time, and he looked nervous too. It's probably been abandoned for a long time. Nelson stretched out a finger and wiped a thick layer of ash from the wall of the tube. He had to use his wand to make clean water to rinse the finger. Hey, I hope it's not poisonous. If it was poisonous, the snakes here would have been poisoned long ago. Tom walked forward without looking back. I know this may be a psychological reason, but I really feel that my fingers are a little itchy. He wanted to find something to talk about to ease the terrifying atmosphere of this absolute silence. Besides, Some poison may be nothing to snakes, but to humans. But it's poisonous. The two chatted one after another like this, moving forward along the pipe wall, and after a while, the echoing voices in the pipe stopped abruptly, and the two stood there holding the glowing wand. At the end of the pipe, their vision suddenly opened up, and their ears suddenly became noisy. The sound of scales slicing across the gravel, the sound of wings flapping the air, and the ubiquitous sound of Zixi suddenly appeared, and soon became clear and clear. Turned out to be a huge void caused by the collapse of the ground, and it looked no smaller than the banquet hall of Hogwarts. Nelson could see bats flying in groups in the distance, and many glowing insects clinging to the walls, filling the void with a smear of orange enough to see the creatures underground and the ground. There are too many gaps in it. He tried to compare them with the known biological illustrations, but pessimistically found that they were too different from ordinary creatures, and they might even be magical animals. They don't look great, like little goblins, flower fairies or something. He comforted himself. Adapting to the light in the hollow, the two turned off the light of their wands, and saw a long and narrow passage similar to a covered bridge under their feet, leading to a flat platform in the middle of the hollow. The gigantic python was entrenched on the pillar, and it was looking at them with its head raised, and spitting out letters, its green pupils reflecting the cold light. Soon, all kinds of creatures flying in the air scattered around, away from this bridge. Nelson stretched out one foot, and stepped on it, and it fell frantically with the scum on its body. This is probably left over from the previous pipeline, and there are no basic steel bars or anything. Nelson said to Tom, "If you walk through this, you may fall to your death." Humph. Tom squinted at the giant snake in the center of the hollow, and looked at him, then turned to Nelson and said, "Wait for me here first, and I'll call you over if there's no problem." After all, he did not wait for Nelson to speak, and raised his hands upwards on both sides of his body. A thin black mist began to take shape from the hand holding the wand, and gradually grew into a slender snake-like shape, and swam around Tom's arms. From time to time, he raised his head, and made a roar at the python in the distance. Nelson noticed that the black python's green pupils flashed a very human fear. Tom smiled disdainfully, and held the snake on his arm with one hand. Black mist, and then crushed it. The black mist continued to twist and expand, and quickly covered Tom's lower body. A gust of wind rolled up in the calm underground cave, lifted him to float, and then jumped, and flew in the direction of the black python. The black mist draws out a tail flame that is quite aesthetically pleasing. It's still handsome to be able to fly. Nelson muttered to himself, yearning for it. He watched Tom in the distance land lightly in front of the black python, and the black mist pulled out from under his feet, and condensed behind him into a big snake, and the black python confronted him. His lips moved slightly, as if he was saying something. Soon, Tom raised his wand, and pointed at the black python with a ferocious expression. One person and one snake remained in a stalemate for a while. When Nelson and the big snake behind Tom were impatient, the black python slid down from the entrenched pillar and hung low. He leaned his head down in front of Tom, and closed his big eyes. The black mist snake behind Tom dissipated with a bang. In fact, Nelson was not sure if it was a bang. He was not even sure if there was a sound. He just felt that the scene of disappearing should be accompanied by a dubbing of bang. Tom put his hand on the python's big head, turned around with a smug smile, waved his other arm at Nelson, and shouted, "I can come here. Do I need to pick you up?" "No." Nelson also shouted at Tom, the voices of the two echoing in the hollow for a long time, and even the already high-risk covered bridge was shaken by the sound waves, making it even more shaky. Nelson felt as if he was being provoked, and crouched down, and stuck his wand on the bridge in front of him, that seemed to fall at any moment. Just exhausted all the effort. I only saw that the clods stuck on both sides of the bridge peeled off, and turned over and pasted back. When they returned to the original place, they really became hard stone slabs. The surface of the bridge widened as the slabs thickened. Stubby stone pillars protrude from the left and right sides, and iron chains grow from the top to connect with each other. The whole bridge is like a domino, starting from the wand inserted by Nelson, and turning inside out, becoming a real simple covered bridge. Nelson drew his wand, wiped the dirt from it with his hands, and stepped onto the brand new bridge in front of him. Coincidentally, the rate of deformation of the covered bridge was subtly consistent with his footsteps, and it seemed as if every step he made the broken walls under his feet feel ashamed, and took the initiative to renovate himself. Tom on the opposite side looked at his friend who was walking towards him with a calm face, put down the hand holding the wand, and greeted him. At this moment, he didn't care who came here. The way is more cool. Build a bridge and fly. It is difficult to find a standard of comparison. He just regrets that there is no audience to applaud the magic of the two geniuses at this moment. Regret that there is no audience to promote the scene. That seems like a miracle at the moment. Her name is Nagini, a blood-cursed orc poisoned by black magic, who just fled back to London from America. Tom greeted him and held Nelson's hand. I forgive her. She is mine from today onwards. My subordinate is also my friend. Chapter 39 Back to School. How do you say hello in Parseltongue? Hiss goodbye. Is there any difference? Listen carefully, study hard, and try it yourself. Nah. Why did you scold me? Didn't I say hello? Well, I think we might as well learn Parseltongue next time we have a chance. What do you think? I couldn't agree more. On a cold winter night, Nelson and Tom walked from the moonlit suburbs to the gloomy city. It seemed no different from when they came. However, in the pipeline under their feet, a large black snake was slowly following. Contrary to what Nelson had always believed, Nagini was a VIP, not a python, and the way she likes to hang her prey to eat is not because she has no fangs. Deliberately keeping herself away from the habit of snakes in the depths of her soul, she still considers herself a human being, but sadly, the magic power stolen from her body by the blood curse has accumulated to the highest level, and her body has completely turned into a snake, and cannot be reversed. It doesn't matter, Nar is very good at transfiguration. He will help you get back to normal. On the empty platform underground, Tom stroked Nagina's big head lying on the ground, and said softly, he was rarely interested in this. The aliens in the snake have a sense of identity. You need to pay me an owl at that time. Nelson saw Nagina's huge eyes closed. Snakes have no lacrimal glands, but he could clearly see a tear squeezed out of the gap between the closed membranes, and fell down his cheeks to the ground, echoing in the silent void, with the sound of dripping water. She's too lonely, Nelson thought. As a human being, she must be disdainful of gnawing on the rotten corpses of prey with fangs like her own kind. She must be used to living in isolation, and as a person, she can see, she can hear but can't speak. There are countless voices in her heart, but it is difficult to express, and a person who cannot communicate with the outside world is trapped in a lonely wandering snake body. This is too cruel. Point at a time like this, a human who mastered Parseltongue might be the only light in her dark life. I'll find a way. Even if I can't, Dumbledore can. Nelson couldn't help but put his hand on Nagina's head and stroked it gently. Her skull was hard and angular, but the scales were cold and smooth. Wizards have animagus, and it would not be difficult for snakes to become human. Hearing Dumbledore's name, Nagini opened his eyes, and the entire snake body even trembled slightly. Do you know Dumbledore? Then you must know his mastery in transfiguration. Nelson said optimistically. It's not a big problem. Tom and Nagini told her story for Nelson, while the spotted owl seemed to have been left behind. Hi. Nelson sucked in a breath. I was cursed with blood. Is the person close to me still a silent one? But why don't you write? He felt that he had said something out of place, because when the words just fell, the whole cave fell silent. Why did you two come back? Bella stood with her arms on her hips, wearing a thick padded coat, angrily standing at the door of the house waiting for the two of them. Don't look at what time it is. Do you know that the streets have been chaotic recently? Your uncle almost went to the police. Sorry, Aunt Bella. Tom apologized sincerely. They could have been home before 12 o'clock, but it took too much energy to open the abandoned mailbox with the shopping results hidden. Let's get down. I will tell you in advance. Is there another time? Bella's raised eyebrows almost flew into the sky. Will you stay home at night next time? If you don't go home before 12 o'clock, there will be vampires growing up. They attacked you in the alley, don't you know? Actually a vampire. Nelson closed his mouth obediently when he saw Bella staring into his eyes. Come in. She waved her arms angrily. You guys all arrived earlier than you guys. It's not that I don't want you to go out to play, but you have to pay attention to safety. Your mother has only one son, and it's so different now. Cold. Tom. Turning her head to catch Tom winking at Nelson, Bella burst into anger again. So do you. Tom bowed his head and followed Bella into the house, and the scolding sounded warm to him. You go to the fireplace to warm up first. Bella turned and entered the kitchen. I'll get you some milk. Nah. Go and tell your uncle that you're back. Tom rushed to help, and Nelson put down the large and small bags and went upstairs. Nah, you are back. Pushing the door open, Jonas' room was filled with smoke, and Nelson coughed. Through the smoke in the room, Nelson saw Jonas sitting on the chair in front of the desk, wearing an old tartan coat, writing at desk point. Hearing someone push the door open, he pushed the cigarette in his hand into the ashtray, turned around and squinted at the person who came. Sorry, uncle. It doesn't matter. I liked to play more than you when I was a child. At that time, I went to explore the abandoned mines in the Ruhr area. I stayed in it for 2 days with the neighbor's children. Jonas took off the gold glasses hanging on the bridge of his nose, rubbing his temples with both hands, his face full of exhaustion. Sit down. Wait until I finish writing this manuscript. Instead of sitting down, Nelson walked behind Jonas and helped him rub his shoulders hard. Ah, so comfortable. Nah, when was the last time you rubbed my shoulders? He leaned back in the chair and relaxed the muscles in his shoulders. It was 2 years ago, and you seldom go home after that. Nelson's technique was very skillful. As he pressed, he helped his uncle brush the soot from his shoulders. I will press you more often in the future. Ha ha ha. Jonas laughed, but was choked by his own laughter and coughed. Nelson hurriedly put his hand on his back and patted it lightly. I don't mean to blame you. You have grown up. I've gone to school. This kind of opportunity will be less and less in the future. No. Seeing that my uncle stopped coughing, Nelson continued to squeeze his shoulders again. It's time for you to quit smoking. Your aunt always said that, but how can you quit if you want to? Should take a little less time. Nelson glanced at the beginning of the manuscript. Is this going to be a war? Yeah. Jonas picked up the cigarette that had not been completely extinguished in the ashtray with a melancholy expression, took a deep breath, and said, I have traveled to many places in Europe in the past 2 years. The situation is getting tense. So does the wizarding world. Nelson agreed. Actually, I have given the newspaper no less than 10 warnings about war warnings. Jonas opened his mouth and exhaled the smoke he inhaled, forming a thin plume of smoke. But the editor-in-chief has reviewed the manuscript, but they always get shot down at the end, and they say such manuscripts are not good for harmony among nations. Probably only Chamberlain feels harmonious. He sighed with a wry smile. I just went to Poland last month. You know, it's full of Germans, and the streets are full of sneaky Germans. Now everyone is, I feel like I'm talking a fool's dream, or I'm promoting the stuff of my hometown. Uncle. Nelson knew that the war was coming, but he didn't know how to speak. After a long silence, he supported Jonas' shoulders, as if to put all his weight on, and said softly, you may if you don't believe me, we have learned divination, and we are indeed going to fight, so we must be careful. Don't worry. Jonas put his hand on Nelson's shoulder. Feeling the roughness from the back of his hand, Nelson put away his wild thoughts and just silently clenched the elder's shoulder. To be honest, you have always given me peace of mind, and even stopped acting like a child a long time ago. Jonas turned his head and said with relief, I won't say more about protecting myself. You are a good boy. You know this better than I do. I wrote a letter to the friends my father and I once shared, and if they were the same people as you, they would definitely write to you. Jonas patted his hand on the shoulder vigorously. If one day, I mean if, seeing Nelson's reproachful expression, he shook his head with a smile and continued, if one day I'm gone, you go to them, and they will definitely help you. Bella downstairs called Nelson to drink milk, breaking the depressing atmosphere in the room. Go. Jonas saw off with a smile. This year, no one can be alone. Jonas turned his head and stopped his nephew who was opening the door to leave and said seriously, I still hope that you can become an editor or help me achieve my goal of becoming a poet dream. Didn't you sleep last night? Tom handed a bottle of unscrewed cucumber juice. On the Hogwarts Express early the next morning, Nelson had been in low spirits. "No, I was just thinking about something." Nelson leaned against the window and looked out at the barren meadows and fields. Their luggage was packed by the train. Only he had a camera around his neck. Bella thought he needed it more. Jonas, magic is so convenient. So convenient that it will degrade my photography skills. You can use it. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression lifted. "Oh, in my photo bag. Let me see." He took out the photo, as if in a hurry to change the subject, but fell silent after seeing it. "What's wrong?" Tom leaned over to look at the photo. "This is a photo that doesn't look like it should have been taken in an orphanage. The children in the image are all smiles, with a sumptuous Christmas dinner on their table and a few children sitting next to them. A stranger who looks similar to them. Mrs. Cole is sitting in the middle of the photo. Her hands are clasping the hands of a strange man. The happiness that seems to overflow on paper is incompatible with the real situation. I don't remember this picture being like this." Tom looked closer, looking closely. Chapter 40 Raid. "Show me, Nelson." There was a rude door opening, and an uninvited guest broke into the compartment where the two of them were. He sat beside Nelson and smashed a kitten that was napping in Nelson's arms, with his outstretched legs folded. On the opposite chair, Tom resisted his anger and looked at the person who came. The kitten jumped up on the table and snarled at him with hunched back and bared teeth. "Dumbledore, Professor?" Tom looked surprised when he saw the appearance of the person who came. "Ha ha ha, it's very similar, right?" Dumbledore smugly pointed his index finger at Tom, while snatching the photo from Nelson's hand and observing, "Oh, is this the orphanage he grew up in? Now England, are the conditions in the orphanage so good? Mr. Aberforth?" Nelson looked at Dumbledore beside him and asked with a frown, "Looks like you're not too stupid." Aberforth turned to Nelson and raised his eyebrows. "The compound decoction is really useful, isn't it? That way I don't have to explain to a bunch of idiots why the venerable Albus is gone. Are you Mr. Aberforth?" Tom also responded, and the kitten also hid back to where it started. "What a fool." Aberforth burst into laughter and hurriedly said, when he saw Tom's self-esteem hurting, "You won't be exposed to compound potion until your 4th grade, which is still a controlled potion by the Ministry of Magic. It's normal not to understand. By the way, you want to call me Professor Dumbledore?" Aberforth seemed to be enjoying his current status, and added in a brisk tone, "I want a salute when I see me in school." He continued to look down at the photo, and Nelson handed him another magical photo taken at the same location. His frivolous face dignified, looking exactly like the real Albus Dumbledore. "Show me the camera." He reached out for Nelson's camera, rubbed the inscription on it, and said slowly, "Nelson, do you know the Mirror of Erased? What's that?" Tom couldn't help asking Nelson without speaking. "Looks like you know," Aberforth explained to Tom, watching Nelson's expression. "The Mirror of Erased is a mirror brought back by school teachers centuries ago, and its origins are no longer verifiable." "What is that?" "Since it is a magic mirror, it will always be different from other mirrors, and I happen to know it very well," he said slowly in a calm, almost gnashing tone. "What I show is not yours, a mirror image, but the desire of your heart." Note, the inscription on the top of the Mirror of Erased reads, "I show not your face, but your heart's desire." That is, I do not show your face, but the desire in your heart. It's a magic mirror that reflects the desires of one's heart. Nelson said aside, looking at his camera worriedly. "I took some pictures with it. Will it?" "Don't worry too much, it's too small," Aberforth said sternly, "but never trust anything that can spy on your brain, unless you can hide your brain." Tom sent a cryptic smile to Nelson, who had been practicing occlumency since the first day of school. "So I thought." Boom. Aberforth's words were interrupted by a huge roar from the front of the car. The entire carriage leaned forward with a huge inertia, brought about by the pause. Nelson fell forward under the influence of inertia, his arms in his arms. The kitten jumped on his back nimbly, but he was a human who didn't react so fast after all. The weight of his whole body was gathered on his chest against the small board table in the compartment, like being hit hard by a sledgehammer. After a moment, his eyes darkened, and he lay down on the table. "Wake up, nah. Are you alright?" Tom shoved Nelson's shoulder anxiously and stumbled upon hearing someone call him to open his eyes. Nelson tried his best to swallow a sullen breath in his chest, but was pushed and a little disgusted. Guck. Fortunately, it was just retching, and Tom hurriedly leaned in and patted him on the back. "Are you alright?" Tom asked, concerned. "Ugh." Cough. "Okay, don't shake it." Nelson raised his head weakly. "What happened?" "I don't know. The train suddenly stopped just now, and there were even a few cars in front of it that overturned. Aberforth told us to hide here." He went to the front to check. He opened the car window and looked forward, and a red light suddenly turned towards he flew over, so frightened that he immediately retracted his head and said with lingering fear, "I know, we were attacked. Let's go check it out too." He pulled out his wand and fastened his shoelaces. "Let's go. Now." Seeing Nelson still sitting there, motionless, although he told us to hide here, "We can't sit still." "I know, can you wait?" Nelson took his wand out of his pocket. Ouch. Tom could only come over and continue to pat him on the back. "I'm fine." Nelson cleared his throat, stood up and moved his limbs. "Can you do the illusionary charm?" "No," Tom said calmly. Nelson thought about it forcibly. "It's not bad. At least the friendly forces won't hit us." Tom opened the door of the compartment, probed out and looked at it for a few seconds. "No one is outside. Let's go." Simple cat litter. Rub the kitten's chin and put it in. At the connection between the two carriages, Nelson hid at the door, took out a ball of tissue paper and threw it on the ground. "Go after the grey rat of freedom." Tom had his ear pressed against the wall beside the door pivot, his wand in one hand aimed at the preview point. Squeak. With a scream, the grey mouse in pursuit of freedom got rid of the shackles brought by life. Finally bumped into someone. Nelson shrugged and whispered to Tom, who was on the opposite side. This was already the third carriage they had passed through, and they would reach the front after two carriages in the first two carriages. Only a few sporadic lower grade students were seen hiding in the compartments. According to them, the upper grade students were all arranged by Dumbledore to evacuate the students at the back, and they also had to go to the back carriage. "The first section seems to be a dining car," Tom said softly. "How are we going to get in? By the way, how come I didn't meet Alfred and his sister, and there's no one in Slytherin? They might be in the back compartment." Nelson took out the treasure he had just taken out of an empty compartment from his pocket. "I counted 3, 2, and 1 and we rushed in and hid behind the storage racks. 3, 2. Wait, nah, don't we 1. Go." Nelson grabbed the pokeball-like bead in his hand and threw it into the front door. With a pop, it turned into a tent that was slowly opening. It turned out to be a tent. It was a portable tent, and I don't know what its owner was going to do to bring it to Hogwarts, but the safety of this luxurious life magic tool is very reliable. Nelson and Tom followed it and rushed in. The dining cart then rolled on the spot and hid under the meat rack. Tom also quickly crawled over from under another shelf and said carefully as he climbed, "I've thought about it for a long time. This is what Aberforth did, and I really can't think of anyone else who would do such a thing." Nelson didn't know what to say. He could only pretend to observe the surrounding environment and suddenly caught a furry thing. "Take your hand away." Aberforth's voice sounded beside him. It was a goat, and Nelson had always thought it was food in the dining car. "Riddle, for the next half term, there's a lot of homework, I promise." It slowly emerged from under the meat rack, revealing a pale dark-haired man sitting under his butt. "It's disgusting, these mice." Aberforth scolded and turned back into a human form. The headmaster was away, and the mighty Albus Dumbledore was away, so they made a hole right away. I have to say that we still have a tacit understanding. I'm lying in ambush under the meat rack. You first throw a mouse in to divert his attention, and then throw a tent to cover his head when he walks over to check. Realizing that there were two students next to him, he stopped swearing for a minute and praised, "What a genius idea. I'll buy two tents and bring them with me when I go back." Aberforth, who realized that his boasting did not improve the atmosphere but made the surrounding air more awkward, finally stopped and found that Tom had checked around the dining car and Nelson was about to take off the attacker's clothes lying on the ground. "Mr. Aberforth." Nelson squatted beside the attacker, holding up a necklace with an ugly face. Under the golden necklace was a delicate ornament which had an extremely delicate shape, a vertical circle in the circle. Line runs through a triangle. Look at this. Sure enough, he did it. And asterisk Aberforth began to curse again when he saw the pendant. After a while, he looked tired, shook his head, and explained, "This is the symbol of Grindelwald. It seems that this person is his subordinate. This is no longer an ordinary attack. You must go to the back and hide." Tom grabbed Nelson's arm and shook his head, and Nelson had to shake his head with a wry smile. "Okay, I won't talk nonsense anymore." Aberforth spread his hands, and this style was a bit resolute. "There are 3 of them, and one is lying there." He pointed his wand at the shirtless man on the ground, and a cord spewed from the wand, and tied him firmly. "There are 2 more at the front of the car," he explained quickly as he walked towards the door leading to the next car. "They are fighting a teacher I don't know and 3 students." Aberforth took the 2 people into the last carriage, where all the tables, chairs, and benches were broken and toppled, and there was nothing intact. He sighed, "Boys, you really aren't weak people. The typo in chapter 28_34 has been revised. Please recommend collection." Chapter 41 Every medical facility will have a Miss Joy. There was a chaotic sound of ping, ping pong pong at the front of the car, and various colors of light flashed from the cracks in the broken wooden door at the front of the car, mixed with chaotic curses and vague scolding. Boom. A red light bombarded the floor of the car through the wooden door, and Tom, who was lying on the door observing the situation in the front of the car, was frightened. "How should we get in?" Tom turned to look at Nelson, who was tinkering with his pockets. "Hey, you should ask me." Aberforth groaned and stretched his hands behind his back, as if he had pulled out a delicate little spinning top from his butt. "This is not a child playing a house. This is a real battle. You should hide behind an adult wizard, and you should ask me, who got 12 O's on the NEWS exam." "Okay, 12 Mr. Rowe, what should we do now?" Nelson rubbed his chest, while slowly pushing the speculum he just took out of his pocket through the crack of the door, and responded weakly, "We first need to find out what's going on inside." Aberforth nodded. "The looking glass is a good choice, but in this kind of melee, it will affect your judgment. There are at least 6 wizards in the front of the car, to this guy's accomplice, a teacher and 3 students. If you rush in, you will be torn to pieces by at least 6 curses." Tom withdrew his hand towards the door. "I'm fine, but you might not even be able to cast a decent armored spell. Iron armor." Nelson was still looking weak. He leaned against the wall, and heard fewer and fewer scoldings from the front of the car. "Mr. Aberforth, if you don't go in, the fight will be over." "Okay." Aberforth shrugged and picked up the small top in his hand. "So we need this thing. What is this?" Tom was a little curious, and he was far away from the door now. Flashbang. Aberforth showed a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. "Passed out. Are you awake?" Nelson opened his eyes, and found 2 glaring suns in front of him, so he closed his eyes, and was about to speak, but found that his lips and throat were too dry to speak. He wanted to sit up, but found that he couldn't even lift himself up. "Get up. The operation was successful. You are already a girl." Nelson ignored the noisy voice in his ears, but lay quietly on the bed. When the double images in front of him slowly merged into one, he saw the bright chandelier above his head, surrounded by white walls, floors and hospital beds. It turned out that he was lying in the hospital. A glass of water was passed to his mouth just right, with a straw stuck on it. Nelson took the straw, and took a big sip. The temperature was moderate, and even a little sweet. "How does the water of life and death taste?" the voice said again. "Your rib is broken, and the doctor said it will take 35 minutes to heal. Before that, you should lie down first." Before Nelson could scold, he fell asleep with his eyes darkened, and before going to sleep, he heard a shrill female voice calling out, "Professor Dumbledore, you can't feed your students sleeping pills." It was already dusk when he was woken up again by the noise around him. When he woke up, his eyes were full of warm orange. The bed had been shaken, and the small table was well supported. On it was a bowl full of soup, a large bowl and a plate covered by a hood. He raised his hands with some difficulty, and rubbed his eyes. "Oh, Nelson is awake. Go and serve the soup to Na." "Okay." You said he would put his homework in his bag? Wait until he finishes eating and ask. When he opened his eyes again, a small bowl of soup had been placed on the small table, the cover had been lifted, and underneath was a silver plate full of sausages and fried eggs. Now, I really didn't expect it. Nelson turned his head to look to the side, and Tom, who was lying on the next bed, confided to him dancing through the people surrounding the hospital bed. I really didn't expect that he attacked two students still use this kind of trick. I didn't expect it either. Nelson glanced at the oily sausages on the small table. He had no appetite at all. He leaned on the pillow and closed his eyes. What happened in the end? I don't know. The crowd gave Tom enough eyes and voices to pass through, and he sounded confused. I'm here as soon as I wake up. Don't know what the end result is, but I know he's sure the one who knocked down the most people. Hey, it's time to visit. You guys are too noisy. Miss Joy, the school doctor at Hogwarts, waving a rag, and rushed over to chase people away. The crowd around the bed scattered like birds and beasts. When he was leaving, Nelson seemed to hear Alfred nap. After you go back to the lounge, lend me your homework. The voice. Blake, are you going to copy your homework in front of me? Dang, Professor Dumbledore. Go to the trophy room to sweep the floor after dinner tomorrow. Okay, Professor Dumbledore. The door closed, and the room fell silent. Professor Dumbledore, you can just call me if you have anything. Okay, thank you, Joey. After the sound of the high heels faded away, Nelson saw Dumbledore standing between him and Tom's bed, smilingly looking at him. Professor Dumbledore? He looked at the red-haired man in front of him with some confusion, with a very standard Dumbledore smile, and he was a little unsure who the person in front of him was. Nelson, your observation skills are still not sharp enough, the visitor said with a smile. Do you feel better? Miss Joy's bone spirit has been awarded the Wizengamot Award. I used it when I was in school. Pass. Mr. Aberforth. Nelson knew who was coming. Why did you sneak up on us? Tom expressed his confusion first, grabbing his wand from the head of the bed and pointing at Aberforth. Are you with them? No. Aberforth took out his wand and waved it lightly, and Tom's wand flew into his hand. Oh, it looks like you cherish it. We won. The three of them have gone to Azkaban as a guest. He put his wand back on Tom's bed, in exactly the same position as before. You guys have helped me a lot, and the fight will be over soon after I get into the front of the car. But why are you attacking us? Tom was still puzzled. He didn't think the two were a burden. I know you're not weak, Tom. On the contrary, most grown-up wizards are no more than cowards compared to you. He winked. But you wouldn't really think I'd let my students dabble in dangerous places, right? No. Okay, Tom said dryly, although he still thought that the injury he suffered in the battle would not be worse than a stun spell. He was still a little moved, but he still wanted to be stubborn. Isn't it in the front of the car? Are there 3 more students? Do you still want to compete with them? Aberforth sneered, seeing his dissatisfied face, and added, I'm not saying you can't, it's just that you haven't been exposed to magic for a while, and they're even graduating soon. It is conceivable that they will be outstanding Hogwarts alumni in the future. Is it Minerva and Phileas? Nelson thought about the outstanding students he knew. Possibly, but I don't know what their names are. He chewed a sizzling sausage from Nelson's plate. Among them was the Hogwarts headmistress. There are also 2 prefects. One is the champion of the fighting competition, and the other is Albus's favorite protege who won the Transfiguration of the Year award of the year. Tom was silent, but nodded in agreement. It looks like you know each other. Aberforth nodded and looked at Nelson. By the way, who else but you know about Albus taking me as a substitute? Let me think about it. Nelson closed his eyes and recalled. There should be no one else. Even the small package that Professor Dumbledore gave me has been in my pocket, and I haven't taken it out. I see. Aberforth nodded, thoughtfully. What happened? Do you know what your headmaster is going to do? Aberforth answered the wrong question, but threw a strange question, picked up another sausage, chewed it, and looked at the 2 of them. In fact, the first year students all almost forgot what the principal's name was, and what he looked like. I don't think you know either, Aberforth said in a low voice, seeing the confused looks of the 2. Armando Dupont may be the toughest man in Britain, even though he is dying years old, but he has never given up his fight against black magic. Since Gellert Grindelwald escaped from prison 11 years ago, he has also gathered a group of stubborn old men from the Wizengamot to start a frenzy against Grindelwald, a siege of followers. Aberforth spat on the ground with some bad luck, as if he had accidentally said some disgusting words, and continued, Albus Dumbledore is his best student, and he thought he could enjoy himself in peace. In his old age, I didn't expect to have to run around to wipe the student's ass, especially after Grindelwald gathered more people in the first 2 years. He even had to end the game in person, but the elders of Wizengamot are all old. Now, in fact, only the UK is in relatively good shape globally. And my brother, Aberforth spat on the ground again, and Albus Dumbledore, the only man who is said to be able to defeat Grindelwald, is huddled in this little corner of Hogwarts. In a corner. Can Professor Dumbledore defeat Grindelwald? Tom was already considering whether to change his goal of fame. Who knows? But it also makes Hogwarts the safest place in the world. Aberforth shrugged. Until the full moon 2 months ago, he wrote to me in America. To tell you the truth, this is the first time we have contacted in more than 10 years. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42 Miss Joy. So is Dumbledore ready to go to war? Tom asked excitedly. He was already looking forward to the next magic war. Who knows? Aberforth swallowed the third sausage, raised his arm, and wiped his mouth. The cuffs of the expensive looking fuchsia silk robe embroidered with gold edging were instantly stained with oil. Great, what does Albus Dumbledore do to anyone else to understand? Since Professor Dumbledore is ready to make a move, presumably things can be resolved quickly. Nelson was a little puzzled. Did he have any concerns in the past few years? Because Dumbledore is here, Grindelwald and his minions dare not reach out to England. This is basically the consensus of the wizarding world. Aberforth shook his head disdainfully. Let's wait and see. At least how many years can I watch the show? His pessimistic remarks caused a brief silence in the ward, and even Tom fell silent, as if he was making plans for how to turn the tide after Dumbledore's defeat. But they were smart this time. They attacked the Hogwarts train, while the headmaster and Albus were not around. If they really got in, it would be a big trouble. Fortunately, I was on the train. Such a master they didn't expect. Aberforth said smugly, I didn't expect it. Grindelwald, let you do the math, and your subordinates will go to Azkaban. You obviously have to rely on us to help you sneak up on that person. Tom's voice interrupted his call for credit. Aberforth opened his eyes wide and said, how can you be innocent like this? What innocence? I saw you under the meat rack before I entered the door, and I was beaten until you turned into a sheep and hid. Boofusy blushed, and the blue veins on his forehead burst out, arguing, I was afraid that my magical power was too great to hurt you, protect you. The most important duty of the teacher is to protect your own students. Do you know? The successive words are incomprehensible, such as animagus needs to be used at any time to not be unfamiliar, and tactics are more important than spells, which caused everyone to burst into laughter, and the wood was full of a happy air. Professor Dumbledore, the patient should rest. Miss Joy's voice floated from the door. You are too loud. Oh, okay. I'll go right away. Aberforth responded loudly, reminding the two of them to take a good rest. Before going out, he stared at Tom with a serious expression and spit out slowly. Boy, I remember. I said I'd give you some extra homework for improvement. Tom, no, you didn't. You're blessed. After a while, Miss Joy walked into the door with a silver tray full of bottles and cans and various medical equipment, and began to examine the two of them. I feel a little stuffy in my chest, Miss Joy. Nelson opened his shirt and hummed as he lay on the bed. It's normal for Ibra growth. Miss Joy poked his chest hard. Call me Miss Joy. Am I that old? Hey, okay, Miss Joy. It's getting worse and worse now, and even the Hogwarts train will be attacked, she complained. Frowning, prying open Nelson's mouth, and pouring him a vial of the spicy green liquid. Only after within a second, Nelson felt his blood rushing up, as if the heat in his body was concentrated on his forehead, and his brain was struggling to rush out of his nostrils and mouth. Don't move, or I'll have to give you another drink. Seeing Nelson lying flat, Miss Joy picked up a pair of tweezers from the tray to hold his nose, and covered his nose with one hand. Mouth. The other hand held the back of his head and shook it desperately. Nelson never thought that the British Empire in the 20th century would have such a special medical method, but he couldn't help but regret it. When the half bowl of soup she drank spit out, Miss Joy stopped her movements. Strangely, a cool and comfortable feeling quickly flowed down Nelson's head to her heart, and quickly flowed to her limbs. Make people feel at ease. It's an amazing medical skill. Nelson praised sincerely, squinting his eyes, and rubbing his hair against the pillow comfortably, ready to take a deep breath. But because his nose was caught by the tweezers, he spat out a snot point. The crisp sound of the snot bubble breaking woke him up, and he suddenly realized that, in fact, no matter who was tortured, by shaking his head first, he would feel relieved when he relaxed. Thank you, by the way, I like the pattern of radial fractures on your ribs, so I specially used a special dyed bone spirit for you, which can make the newly grown bones appear a touch of gold, just like a tattoo. If you're thin enough, you can even see your ribs glowing golden through your chest at night. Miss Joy was very pleased with this heartfelt admiration, and she fed Nelson another bottle of medicine with satisfaction, and asked curiously again, Mr. Williams, I heard that you are from a Muggle family? Do you know about Muggle medical care? Is there anything you can learn from? Nelson didn't expect that someone would choose revenge in the face of words of thanks. The second bottle of medicine she fed herself was the exact opposite of the previous one. It was a bottle of orange viscous liquid with a smell Lucian. He felt that his taste buds had been split, and even his whole tongue had begun to not obey. He forced to drop the sentence Muggle medical treatment is more gentle to patients, and fell asleep on the pillow. Tenderness? Healing people is called tenderness. Miss Joy walked towards the shivering Tom. The expression under the mask was not real. Muggles with broken hearts can't be cured, but I can, so I'm more gentle. You say so, Mr. Riddle? Yes. The next morning, Nelson woke Tom to prepare for discharge. The moment they walked out of the gate of the school hospital, the two were relieved. I don't want to go to the school hospital anymore, Tom said with lingering fears. I don't want to go to the hospital anymore. Nelson's psychological shadow was much bigger. That's the best. Miss Joy's voice came from the corner 2 steps away. She was carrying the meal from the cafeteria and looked at the two with a smile. To be honest, I want my work to be more leisurely. The person may be the doctor. I'm sorry, Miss Joy. Nelson and Tom bowed their heads and apologized. When they saw her last night, they could only see through the mask that she was probably a beauty. She was under 30 years old, with long eyelashes, a high nose bridge, and a bush of hot hair under the nurse's hat. Very delicate short blonde hair, green eyes like a pool of water shining brightly, full of love for saving lives and healing the wounded. However, when he saw her again this morning, Nelson finally understood why she was no longer seen at the staff dining table. It turned out that she had gone to the cafeteria to cook in advance. Small and large crisscross scars, with her magical attainments in regeneration of severed limbs. Presumably such skin scars can be healed with a wave of hands, but there are only 2 possibilities for them to stay here. These are magic wounds that are difficult to heal, or those scars had left her with more pain than a severed limb, and both of these pains were enough to destroy a fragile human being. What's there to be sorry for? I wish Hogwarts was safe without my post. Miss Joy was still smiling. Sorry, you mean my face? Miss Joy pointed to her cheek with a smile. I'm used to it. I just hope it doesn't scare you. Don't learn from me. You should cherish your body. Professor Dumbledore asked you to go to his office to get a camera after dinner tonight. Miss Joy's voice came from a distance, but Nelson couldn't face the light and cheerful voice. Now, I got your homework. At the dining table, Alfred stirred the milk cup with a teaspoon and said excitedly, help me. My sister said that if I do my homework this Christmas holiday, if I can't make it, she will write to my family to pick me up. I remember my homework was at the bottom of the box. Nelson swallowed a mouthful of creamy soup and secretly burped twice in satisfaction. How did you find it? Don't you know? Your cat has already spread the contents of the box. Alfred looked at him with a sympathetic look. When I got to your dormitory, it was trying to put your box. It was also dismantled and tiled on the ground. It's okay. Alfred will help you clean. Tom handed Nelson a plate of small tomatoes and patted his dog's head. You say yes, Alfred. I just, bow. Turning his head to see his sister who smiled kindly at him. Alfred twisted his neck helplessly. Okay, who made you a sick person? Tom, I heard that you were in the school hospital last night. Wahlberger showed Tom 8 shiny teeth from a perfect angle that he had practiced many times at a glance. Did you have a good rest last night? I have a sleeping pillow sent from home, and I have already put Alfred on your bed. Remember to use it at night. Thank you, Tom said with great courtesy. I appreciate the kindness, but I don't sleep with a pillow. This. Wahlberger blushed when he heard the snickering around him, stared around and looked around, struggling to find a topic to change the subject. You stayed in the school hospital for one night. Have you seen what Miss Joy looks like? I heard that no one has seen her face under the mask. Miss Joy. Tom looked dazed for a moment, as if he remembered an unbearable encounter last night. He just opened his mouth to say, but Nelson held the back of his hand. Miss Joy is the prettiest lady I've ever seen. Tom slapped the hand attached to the back of his hand with his other hand and said firmly, if you can only use air conditioners for heating indoors, then you need to open windows for ventilation, no matter how cold it is. Air conditioners are still incomparable with heating. Chapter 43 New residents of the office. Brother, it's been a long time. After dinner, Nelson dragged his exhausted body after cleaning up the bedroom that was messed up by his pets. He was standing at the door of Dumbledore's office and was about to knock on the door when he was called by the armored brother who had not seen him for a long time. Stopped. Where have you made a fortune recently? Ah, hello. Nelson greeted the armor with some flattery and learned from its gangster-like look. It's still the same. You can't make it if you're high or low, but you're as beautiful as you used to be. Brother, you love to fix your head. The armor looked a little embarrassed and raised his arm and scratched his head, and the barbell-like laughter echoed in the empty shell of the armor, as if the movement was too big. Its raised gauntlet fell to the ground together with the gauntlet. Oh, embarrassing. You seem to have made great contributions to your injury. Nelson picked up the half of his arm that had fallen on the ground and put it back, touching the ashes. Can I wipe it for you? Excuse me. The armor nodded. Nelson took out his wand and pointed it at it. Clean it up. Thank you so much. I've been wanting to take a shower for fear of scaring the students. The armor continued to let out a barbell-like laugh as it bent over to open the door of Dumbledore's office. Come in. Dumbledore waiting for you for a long time. There will be brothers in the future. You don't need to say the password when you come here. Thank you. Thank you. Nelson nodded slightly and bowed to express his gratitude. He walked into the office and was deeply worried about the security of Hogwarts. He walked into Dumbledore's office, which was now Aberforth's office, and saw Aberforth lying on his side on the high-backed velvet sofa behind the desk, with his legs folded over the table, full of muddy Martin boots rested recklessly over the crystal ankle point. The sun had not yet set, and the setting sun outside the tower was shooting flat into the small office from the window behind him that revealed the Hogwarts campus. The backlight made the young man's face completely invisible. You're here, Nelson. Mr. Aberforth. Nelson looked at the office he had visited once before. Compared with his visit a week ago, it seemed no different. Maybe Aberforth didn't want to change the furnishings of the office too much, and perhaps the brothers' preferences were the same. Nelson was keenly aware of the difference in this office. Compared with the emptiness when Dumbledore was there, the office was not so deserted. There was one more person in the painting by the window depicting the grayish house. He couldn't help but notice it. If there was a sudden addition of a person in a monotonous painting, it would be strange if he couldn't notice it. He looked at the girl in the portrait carefully and felt a little familiar. Isn't this the girl in the portrait that he met on the way to the Ravenclaw Tower to send a letter that night? He was so frightened by the corridor in front of the Slytherin lounge that night that Nelson didn't even take a good look at what she looked like. This time, he saw it for real. It turned out that she was not silver, just a sickly pale brown red, but it is somewhat similar to Nelson. She wears an outdated braid, which falls peacefully to her shoulders. The lace looked like it was from the last century, and Nelson winked at the local girl who was secretly looking at him from behind Aberforth, and the girl grimaced in return and hid behind Aberforth again. Oh, it looks like you know my sister? Aberforth straightened up, turned his head to look back, then turned to stare at Nelson, and as he straightened up, the sunlight that enveloped him from behind hit him, making this face with similar eyebrows and eyes of the girl behind it become clearer. Your sister? Yeah, my sister. Aberforth stood up, turned and walked to the front of the portrait, looking at the girl in front of him who was caught in the face for making a face, and was sticking out her tongue in embarrassment. This brutish man's eyes were full of soft. He stretched out his hand to touch his sister's head, but he seemed to remember that his sister was just hiding in a painting when he was approaching the canvas, so he quickly retracted his hand and looked closely at the chandelier next to her ear. Whether the painting was dirty by himself. Ariana Dumbledore, she is very cute. Yes. Nelson nodded, looking at Ariana sincerely. She is a kind and warm-hearted lady. Huh. Anna, have you helped this kid? Aberforth turned half of his face to Nelson, raised his eyebrows and asked. Ariana seemed to be different from the other portraits in the castle. She couldn't make a sound, just he was lip-mouthing Aberforth, while Aberforth listened attentively, responding as he listened, sometimes interrupting her to ask questions. Oh, I almost left you out. Bring a chair you like and sit there. There is wine in the cupboard. Take whatever you want. Aberforth listened to Ariana's words and suddenly found Nelson standing there, then waved his hand to let him settle down. I don't recommend you choose his mead. It smells like an old bee drinking it, the kind that buzz nests under your eaves, and an old bee that is always ready to sting you. Nelson had to honestly summon a chair and sit there obediently and wait. Why do you just sit like this? Aberforth walked to the wine cabinet, took out a dirty bottle of old wine, made 2 glasses, and muttered, don't drink it. If you don't drink white, you're not afraid of breaking the school rules, are you? Or your guardian doesn't allow you to drink? Boy, when I was your age, I could drink 2 bottles of whiskey at one meal. As for the French brandy, I'm all about it. Drink it as water, Anna, you say so. He turned his head to look at his sister, but found that she was looking at him with a reproachful expression, so he had to put the wine back in the wine cabinet. Okay, minors can't drink. Orange juice is alright. He opened a bottle of orange juice, filled 2 glasses on the table, walked back to the sofa and sat down. So, you two met a few months ago? Yes, Nelson nodded, unable to control his curiosity about the way the two of them communicated, and couldn't help but ask, how did you and Miss Ariana lip reading? Aberforth interrupted impatiently, can't you see that? Lip reading is a great way to communicate with people who are hearing impaired and can't speak, but everyone's lip reading is the same. It's different, but I don't care. I don't care what other people are saying. I see. Nelson nodded. He hesitated. Sorry, Mr. Aberforth, may I ask Miss Ariana? There was an irritating silence in the office. Aberforth turned to look at Ariana, saw her nodding, so he slowly said, you may not know, this is the grudge of the older generation, only to end in our generation. It has something to do with Albus, me, Gellert Grindelwald, countless wizards who can't help themselves, even your parents. My parents? Nelson looked shocked. But this little story I'm going to tell has nothing to do with them. Aberforth stopped Nelson from getting excited, took out a box of cigars that looked and smelled bad from a drawer, and pulled out one. Did not cut his head, just held it in his mouth and bit hard. A cigarette holder was bitten out. He stretched his hand behind his back, received a small shiny silver box from the side of the painting, and pressed it lightly. A bunch of faint blue flames lit the cigar in his mouth. He took a strong inhalation, and then slowly exhaled. His head was soon enveloped in smoke. Grindelwald, this old bastard, seduced when he was young. Me and Ariana's brother, they became lovers, as you understand. Yes. It's the same expression that I had when I heard about it. Aberforth coughed violently, as if he was choking on the smoke he exhaled, and then he seemed to laugh out of his breath. He also used his ridiculous theory to seduce Albus. When I was still in school, Aliana was recovering at home alone. How could I let that two shameless dogs wander around the world? And then I beat Grindelwald. You beat up Grindelwald? Nelson's expression was even more exciting than before. Who knows? Maybe I beat him, maybe he beat me, maybe any of us beat anyone. All in all, it's a three-way melee. I'm missing a kidney, and Albus is broken. Notes, Grindelwald picked up his severed finger and ran, and Ariana lost her life. Definitely Grindelwald did it. I checked. It was a black magic I've never seen. It was supposed to be coming at me. Aberforth's eyes flashed with hatred while playing with the small silver box in his hand. This is also my trophy. Grindelwald's small box full of fiery fire is it's a prototype, but their power can be said to be very different, but it's still a pretty neat little thing. I prefer to call it a lighter. Since Anna likes you so much, it's yours. Speaking of which, you are still the same age. Aberforth slid the lighter along the table, but seemed to be amused by his own thoughts. But you don't look young at all. But you are disgusting like Albus is the same. Mr. Aberforth. Nelson was about to decline. I don't want to see him anymore anyway. It's just a bad thing for me. Aberforth waved his hand impatiently. Smoking is bad for your health, but for wizards, it's only a small thing. Question. If you have that, tuberculosis, no, lung cancer, Miss Joy can cure you in just a second. Anna smiled and waved her hand behind him, and looked at her brother reproachfully, as if to dissuade Nelson from imitating others to smoke. Speaking of which, Anna doesn't have many friends of the same age. She said that she had only met 2 people after moving to Hogwarts for so many years. One was you, and the other was a little girl who learned lip reading because she was too lonely. There can't be such miserable people. Ha 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 ha. Aberforth burst into laughter, bursting into tears, because he laughed so hard and loudly. The weather changes. Please be sure to prevent colds. Thank you for your recommendation, collection, reward, comment, suggestion, and encouragement. Chapter 44 Camera. Mr. Aberforth. I'm fine. Ha ha ha. Aberforth raised his sleeves and wiped his tears, then grabbed Dumbledore's tablecloth and blew his nose. I just choked. Ariana stood behind Aberforth and looked at him distressedly, but she was the one who should be loved the most. She ended her life at the most innocent age. The eyes of this girl who should have been unsophisticated were full of the complicated emotions that should not belong to her. Her name is Myrtle. Do you know her? Aberforth was curious about the girl who could be favored by his sister. Do you know which college she is from? By the way, her parents gave her a flower name. Really, won't you be laughed at by your classmates? I think I know, sir. Nelson nodded, recalling the girl who was shivering in the lichen bookstore, but quirky in the owl room. She is a Ravenclaw student, and I one time. Oh. It looks like there will be a Ravenclaw lower school transfiguration class early next Monday morning. Aberforth flipped through a piece of parchment that had been placed on a shoe pad on the table. It turned out to be Dumbledore's class schedule. Let's get back to the book. Let's talk about your camera. He pointed to the camera that had been beside him, his expression instantly serious. I remember we talked about the mirror of Verized on the train before, didn't I? He grabbed the camera and rubbed the inscription on it. You seem to know it well. Yes, it's a magic mirror that reflects the deepest desires in one's heart. Nelson nodded, but it can only present false fantasies, especially when the person looking in the mirror is addicted to it. That's right, Nelson. Aberforth picked up the camera and looked at Nelson through the aperture. It looks like you know better than Albus. What happened to Professor Dumbledore? You may not believe it, but he brought that mirror home a few years ago and looks in it every day, like a narcissistic queen in a fairy tale. Aberforth shrugged, but no one knowing what he saw in the mirror. I'd rather he saw Anna, but the truth is not as beautiful as I imagined. I don't think anyone wants to expose their deepest desires to others, Nelson said casually. That's how I am, and maybe you are too. No, I'm different. I can tell you with certainty that my desire is that Anna didn't suffer those hardships since she was a child. We are still a warm family. Looking at Nelson's eyes, Nelson even had the thought that he couldn't bear to look directly. Over the years, I have looked in that mirror countless times, and it is such a beautiful picture. Nelson was at a loss for words, and Ariana also hid behind Aberforth and wiped her tears. The image of the man in front of her became infinitely taller in Nelson's eyes. He was no longer his brother's younger brother, and even became a man no worse than Albus Dumbledore. Giants. But your camera, TSK. Aberforth suddenly pulled away from the atmosphere just now, picked up the camera again, flipped the button, and pressed the shutter on Nelson coldly. It's much more powerful than that mirror. The strong light of the spotlight made Nelson's eyes pale. He narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to cover his face when he felt something lightly bump his stomach. When the pallor in front of him dissipated and in front of him sat two Aberforths, two Ariana, and the after images of objects in the office that filled the field of vision, Nelson blinked hard and saw the camera being thrown into his arms inside. Aberforth stretched out his wand, and a small wisp of silvery white mist escaped from the tip of the wand and drifted towards the camera in Nelson's arms. The gears in the camera seemed to be working faster, making a sharp and rapid sound. The photo was slowly spit out, the back facing up, still steaming, and it didn't feel like developing film, but like a printer. Keep your photos, don't pick them up, and look at them. Be careful of what surveillance Albus has left in his office. Aberforth looked at the ceiling and bookshelves frivolously, as if he wanted to say hello to his non-existent brother. Seeing Nelson's playful expression, he quickly added, "I'm not trying to provoke your teacher-student relationship. In fact, he did such a thing. When I was still at Hogwarts." Nelson put the picture away and carefully tucked it into his shirt pocket, looking up to see a ball of paper smashed at Aberforth from the painting interrupting his words. "Your camera can capture the desire in the lens." Aberforth lowered his voice, turned his head, and glanced at the closed window behind him, then leaned forward to hold a photo, and pushed it along the table to Nelson. He whispered, "As long as you press the shutter, it can strip the heart of the person being photographed naked, and put it in the photo naked." Nelson lowered his head, and saw that the photo Aberforth had pushed was the one he had taken at the orphanage. "Look at the adults in the photo." Aberforth guided Nelson's gaze. "The ladies in the middle should be the staff of the orphanage. Look at the adults around you, all in suits and ties, but have you found out whether the styles of their clothes and jewelry are too similar, and even the looks are almost the same?" Nelson nodded, and he also saw the clue. The happy people in the photo were surrounded by gentlemen who were very similar in height, clothing and appearance. This scene even looked a little scary. "I thought it was their parents at first, but then I figured it out," Aberforth continued. "Since it's an orphanage, these children probably haven't seen their parents. I think it should be in the near future. There is a person who looks like this, probably dressed like this. It may be a gentleman who is going to donate money, or it may be a government official responsible for procurement. They sincerely long for such an elder to fill the vacancy in their hearts. So imagine a father like this." Nelson held the photo and was fascinated by it. Mrs. Cole, who was serious and diligent, put on a pink dress for herself in her heart. The help girl from South Wales even had her long hair and put on a diplomat's clothes. Those rambunctious brats all day and night lean on their parents' arms. Even Martha next door is dressed in a flamboyant and edgy dress, a pair of gold wire glasses, and a tape measure in hand. Nelson looking at this happy picture, I couldn't help laughing out loud. "That's fake, Nelson," Aberforth couldn't help saying. "I know, sir." Nelson raised his head, still smiling uncontrollably, "But their yearning for a better life is true, isn't it? It's after all Mr. Aberforth, I know." Nelson put the photo on the table, pointed to a person, and said to him, "Mrs. Cole, the head of the orphanage, has dedicated her life to homelessness. She is not even married, but I know that she likes to read romance novels the most. Miss Amanda, she came to London to find a job last year because her spoken language has repeatedly hit the wall, but I know that she is trying hard to learn English every day. Various people including the children in the orphanage ask for advice. She has always had a dream of becoming a diplomat in her heart, and these children, they may not see their parents, but this does not prevent them from being like the ones in the photo, decent parents. Their children don't have to be in orphanages if they and society make an effort." Aberforth fell silent. He even thought that his worries just now were a bit ridiculous. He stretched out his fist and smacked his forehead a few times. He shook his head and gave Nelson a satisfied smile. "Seriously, although I didn't make it still allowed me to find a sense of reward for being a teacher. Since you understand the truth, I'll keep it short." Aberforth took the camera and put it on the table, picked up the wand, and tapped it along its side. "The prototype is here. The alchemy used in this camera is as advanced as the mirror of Erised. I suggest you find a wizard who is proficient in alchemy to check it out for you. Magic tools that can see through the soul are always very dangerous." Abu as he suggested to Nelson, he continued to touch the corners of the camera with his wand. With a click, He smiled. I found it. The camera lens on the table is retracted towards the fuselage, and the buckles on both sides are snapped back like a door, wrapping the lens tightly, and the shutter button is retracted down until it shrinks into a bit. It looks like a piece is missing. Has it been knocked off? Aberforth rubbed his chin and turned his wand to point at the table. It's back to normal. The peeling black paint and cowhide leather have also been restored, and they look like a famous camera called Shakuman. With the restoration of the lacquer and decoration, a sentence next to the inscription also emerged. People always want life to be good, but desire always makes them ugly. TSK, so cynical. Aberforth smacked his lips. Suddenly, an armored helmet came out of the fireplace and shouted like a ghost, "Brother, it's coming. It's time to drink the medicine." He glanced at Nelson with his back to him again and greeted him loudly, still like a ghost. "Next time we have 2 cups. Can you knock on the door next time? You'll be surprised." Aberforth patted the table angrily, took a star-shaped bottle from his pocket, walked over to the swearing helmet, and kicked it back to the fireplace. He unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip. His face twisted and changed. "Hey, is this my broken nose? It makes me feel intoxicated every time." "Just sit there, we'll talk later." Aberforth, who had completely transformed into Dumbledore, raised the small bottle in his hand to Nelson. "Be sure to drink the drink you bring with you. No one can guarantee that no one will poison you. This will be the first truth I teach you." Chapter 45. Aberforth, are you sure you're not looking for me to top the tank? Albus, we really need to have a good talk. Even though the corridors and offices are covered with thick carpets, the high-heeled shoes hitting the ground are extremely loud, and the high-pitched female voice suppressing anger is even louder than the high-heeled shoes. We must have a good talk. Why do you keep avoiding me? The door to the office was slammed open, and a woman sounded indignantly bursting in. "You actually, to hide from me. You went outside for Christmas. You dare to cause trouble. Are you so afraid of trouble, Albus?" Nelson heard the voice and felt a little familiar. He stood up and looked at the door. Within a thousandth of a second, he lowered his head from his heart and bowed his head to say hello, doing a standard wizard ritual like a textbook. "Professor Sykes, Merry Christmas." "Oh, Nelson." Only then did Sykes notice a person sitting in the chair opposite Dumbledore, which made her agitated, so she could only soften her expression and say hello. "You too, Merry Christmas." Nelson stood there, looking at Aberforth, feeling that he had made a mistake in being here. "Oh, that's right, Nelson." Professor Sykes looked down and saw Nelson still standing there, frowned, thought for a moment, raised his arm, and took off a piece of silver chain that had been wrapped around his index finger, and asked Nelson to stretch. He took the shot and put it in his palm. "Your spells class is very good. I have finished reading the midterm essay. This is a reward for good students, and it can also be regarded as your Christmas gift." Professor Sykes stared at Nelson with loving eyes, but she couldn't hold back her murderous aura when she entered the door. Nelson could even clearly see the words on her face. "Why don't you get out?" She finally looked at Aberforth, who had turned into an older brother, who was sitting behind the desk with a calm face, but had no idea what was going on. "Ah, hello." Aberforth grinned and showed his white teeth, like a mentally handicapped child who failed the treatment at St. Mungo's, raised his arms and swayed weakly. "What wind is blowing you? Just sit down. What would you like to drink?" Professor Sykes is a tall, mature woman with straight facial features. She usually wears black hair tightly tied into a bun at the back of her head, wears a pair of thick black-rimmed glasses, and wears a uniform black wizard all year-round robe point. When she came today, although she also had her hair in a bun, there were a few strands of blue silk scattered on her forehead and temples. She also did not wear glasses. Although she still wore the same black wizard robe, she did not have any of the small accessories that were carefully matched on it. Wearing it, it looks sloppy. It seems that, in order to block Dumbledore, she doesn't care about these details at all. "Albus, I found that you are really good at pretending to be a fool." Her tone had calmed down. She stood beside Nelson with her arms folded and said coldly, "Sit whatever you want. Where do you want me to sit? Are you sitting on the ground?" "Professor Sykes, sit here." Nelson shrank, trying to make himself look smaller, moving small steps to make room for her. "I won't bother you. I have something else to do." "Just wait, Nelson." Our business is not over yet. Aberforth finally showed a normal expression. He stared at Nelson and stopped Nelson. The two of them had an unimaginable moment eye contact. What do you want to do? Are you going to run? I don't want to go into this muddy water. I'm just a child. I don't even know what Albus did. This woman is like crazy. Believe it or not, she'll attack me the moment you go out. But what does this have to do with me? Mr. Aberforth, you have no reason to let an innocent passerby accompany you to suffer this inexplicable pain. Who knows if you and Albus colluded to frame me, so you were waiting here. I really don't know what happened. I just know that if I don't go now, I may be corporally punished by the teacher right away. Goodbye, Mr. Aberforth. I wish you happiness. Wait, at least tell me what happened. Nelson blinked and cut off the call unilaterally. He saluted Aberforth and Professor Sykes sloppily and moved lightly and swiftly towards the door. Nelson, ask the kitchen to make a pot of tea and get some biscuits ready for delivery later. Aberforth stopped Nelson a second before he closed the door. The kitchen is in the Hufflepuff lounge. Opposite, by the way. You bring it up yourself. Brother, you're out. The headless armor standing at the door stopped Nelson, who slammed the door shut, although the noise he made by slamming the door was still far less than that of Professor Sykes. Excuse me, put my head back. Nelson picked up the full armor helmet that had fallen across the corridor. I really don't know how Aberforth kicked it from the fireplace to this side. He held the helmet and installed it on Brother Armor's head. The position of the full face armor's mouth was still moving and chattering. To be honest, I can put my head back on my own, but you know, I can't scare the students who pass by. Besides, this kid Aberforth kicked me. Came out face down. I can't see. I don't know where I am. If a suit of armor crouches down and feels where his head is, you know, this scene looks so stupid. It makes me look like a armor with questionable intelligence. Ah, yes. Nelson took out his wand while resetting the helmet, wondering if he could change the buckle to make his helmet and body more closely connected. If he could stop the visor by the way and make him speechless, it couldn't be better. The armor was still chattering, and his thoughts had diverged to the heroic deeds that blocked Merlin's two powerful spells. Okay, man, I'll go first. Nelson eventually added a snap to the back of the armor's neck, enough to keep his head firmly on his neck, if he had one. A birth oak, let me get something and come to see you later. This kid just likes to support people. I think he will become a big fat man who can't wear me sooner or later. The faint voice of the armor drifted to Nelson's ear, who was going downstairs. Said, I think no one should be willing to wear armor. Through the long and empty corridors, the randomly moving stairs, and the activity room with singing and dancing, Nelson finally reached the corridor where the Hufflepuff's lounge was located. Strangely, he didn't see the door to the Hufflepuff lounge here, nor the kitchen. He could only see the same hanging pictures on the walls as everywhere else in Hogwarts, and a pile of wood. The barrels are placed in the stone trough at the end of the corridor. It is more like a storage facility with rich traces of life. The air is filled with a sour smell of grain fermentation. I don't know if the barrels contain vinegar or spoiled liquor. Nelson is in a bit of trouble. He can't say that he knows little about Hufflepuff. It can be said that he doesn't know anything. In fact, he only knows that the people here are very friendly. College. Nelson looked around the walls of the corridor. There was no one in the portraits around, and he couldn't ask. In order to avoid going the wrong way again, he decided to wait for the people in the portraits to come back and ask them clearly before going to the kitchen. So he walked to the pile of barrels, saw that the barrels in the second row seemed to be relatively smooth, and sat on it. However, before the bud was hot, there was a burst of energy from the wooden barrel leaning on the back, and accompanied by a knocking sound, a loud shout came from the barrel. Hey, is there anyone who blocked the door of the lounge? Stay. Wait. I'm here. Hearing the sound of the countdown before breaking the door, Nelson hurriedly got up and stepped aside, just as he ducked, with the sound of boom, including his sitting. The lids of the 4 rows of barrels, including the barrels that were still on, flew up and smashed hard on the huge still life painting hanging on the opposite wall. One of them hit the frame and bounced back, hitting the barrel that had just been opened on the head of the witch who came out. Oh, I knew it. She squatted down, clutching her forehead. Are you alright? Nelson hurried over to support the Hufflepuff witch. Sorry, I didn't know the Hufflepuff lounge was here. I blocked the door and it's okay. It's not your fault. I'm used to it. The witch took away her hand and took out a small bottle from her pocket tremblingly. Bazian, help me apply it on my forehead. Thank you. Nelson found the small bottle, unscrewed the bottle cap, poured some white powder into the cap, and stabilized the witch's head. When he saw a large bag, he took a deep breath and sprinkled the powder on it as quickly as possible. He took a piece of gauze handed over by the witch, pressed it on the wound, and helped her sit on the bucket next to him. When she recovered, Nelson began to apologize again, and she waved, stood up and twisted her neck. It's okay, I'm the kind of physique that's prone to accidents, but can't get hurt. She was tall, wearing a poorly tailored wizard robe, which seemed to be cut on purpose, with tattered left on it. There are many holes, and a large gold chain with a solid texture hangs around her neck. Her face is a healthy wheat color, but the skin on her wrists and shoulders and neck is very fair. The most unusual thing is that she has a dirty braid. Oh, you were that senior in Professor Sykes' fireplace that night. Nelson regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. He had just been injured because he blocked the door, and he should have talked about her embarrassing things by himself. That night, she knitted her brows as she recalled, and suddenly smiled as if remembering something. After holding the gauze with her left hand, she stretched out her free right hand to Nelson. Then we are very destined to have a good life. Meet me, my name is Jacunda Sykes. Chapters 35 to 44 have typos, grammatical errors, etc. corrected. Chapter 46 A kitchen without house elves. My name is Nelson, I know who you are. Jacunda interrupted Nelson's self-introduction. I hadn't left when you were scolded in the office that day. Do you want to eat? Jacunda took out a bunch of baubles from his pocket, picked out 2 candies, and handed one to Nelson. Bubble gum, strawberry flavored. It is said that it can blow very big. Supposedly, Nelson took the bubble gum, not immediately putting it in his mouth due to Aberforth's previous experience. Yes, it is said. Jacunda tore the wrapper of another bubble gum, tossed it in her mouth, chewed it, and slowly blew a purple bubble so large that she looked like she had 2 heads. Because I haven't blown very much. Does it taste grapes? Nelson ripped open the wrapping paper of his own and learned to chew. I have to say that there is still a huge difference between magic bubble gum and ordinary bubble gum, at least in terms of taste and texture. The two there is no comparison. The first time he took a sip, he felt a bottle of good strawberry jam explode in his mouth, and then a marshmallow-like touch filled his mouth, and it was tightly wrapped with the bite of the upper and lower jaws. A tight mass, and even the taste has faded a lot, but when the teeth are separated, the explosion and the strong fruitiness take over the whole mouth again. Pointy praised Senior, you're actually blowing it up a lot. What are you thinking? It's purple cabbage. Don't you think Hufflepuffs would keep the goodies for themselves? Jacunda burst the bubble and rolled it into his mouth with his tongue. Nelson rolled his eyes and blew a bigger bubble than before. Senpai? Do you think I look old? Nelson tilted his head, and he glanced secretly at Jacunda's bumpy figure, who was much taller than him, her unruly dreadlocks, her three-dimensional and coordinated facial features, and her open fairness with a rosy face in the middle. He let the pink bubble just blown burst and patted his face, but just stayed there, showing a confused expression. You? No, I'm in the 7th grade. Seeing this little boy looking like he had seen a ghost, Jacunda laughed out loud. Just kidding. Look at your unseen appearance. But don't call me senior sister. It sounds so old. Call me sister, so I'm younger. Nelson didn't know what to say, so he secretly put his wand behind his back and turned a hair on top of his head into the shape of a question mark. Ha 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 ha. Jacunda didn't care about her image at all. She leaned against the wine barrel and laughed loudly. As a result, the wound touched the wine barrel, and tears came out of her pain. She stretched out another hand to cover the wound and lay down. There was a pile of wine barrels on the side, rolling while crying and laughing. Ha 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 ha, you can. Ha ha ha, you must teach me. Ha 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 ha, transfiguration can still be used like this. Ha ha ha. Nelson didn't know whether to help her or not, and stood on the sidelines, blowing bubbles. Ha ha ha. Jakunda looked tired from laughing, lying on the wine barrel and twitching like a stranded fish. She stretched out her hand to Nelson. He saw this and pulled her away. Stand up. Sister, you and Professor Sykes? Nelson asked curiously, noticing that she had the same last name as the Raven Claudine she had just met. That's my sister. You saw it last time I was in her office. Jakunda sat on the wine barrel, raising her eyebrows and showing an "I'm so annoying" expression. Remember, don't call me a school sister, just call Jakunda. Chat with flu powder in the stove. Nelson took over. No, she actually put me in the stove, and she abused me at home. Jakunda turned her head, stared at Nelson with a serious face, and said to him in a sincere tone, "You can help me to send more wrote an anonymous report letter? Say you saw Melissa Sykes, who is currently working at Hogwarts, long-term domestic abuse of her sister Jakunda Sykes. Hope Wizengamore can get a fair trial and strip her of custody." This Nelson's mouth was covered in bubbles again. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Jakunda shook his hand and asked with a smile, "What are you doing in Hufflepuff and blocking the lounge door?" "Sorry, Jakunda," Nelson explained, looking apologetically at the gauze on her forehead. "I'm here for the kitchen, and I've heard people say Hogwarts kitchen is here." "Oh, I knew it." Jakunda walked to a huge still life painting across the hallway. The lead of the barrel just flew on the painting and bounced back and hit her. She was fumbling back and forth on the painting, as long as hedge, when Patch sees sneaky students next to him. He must have come to the kitchen, pinch the nose of the apple, and then shake hands with the milk jug. After a complicated operation, the still life was lifted up, revealing a huge doorway that was enough for 2 people to pass through. "It's really troublesome. I must make this before graduation." The mechanism on the painting has been painted over. Nelson saw the apple and the painting gumble rolling off the table, hiding himself under the tablecloth. "It's in there. Come in." Jakunda was already in the kitchen, and she seemed to have stuffed something in her mouth, muttering indistinctly, "You didn't have dinner either?" "I've eaten. I want to make a pot of tea." Nelson followed and jumped into the kitchen. Unlike the imagined scene, where a group of house elves were busy working, Nelson only saw a cozy room like a mini lounge. The room was about 23 square meters. The walls are made of large yellow bricks. The fire in the fireplace is burning fiercely, although the room is small, but the ceiling is very high, and a crystal chandelier full of candles hangs in the middle of the high arched dome. Below is a long old black oak table surrounded by chairs of the same material. On the table are a bottle opener, a box of tissue paper and 2 ashtrays. Opposite the door opening, where the paintings are hung, there was a huge iron door that was partially concealed, occupying almost half of the wall. There was a red flame shining through the crack of the door, and there was a clanging sound. It seemed that the place where they were working in full swing should be behind the door. "What are you looking at?" Jakunda called to Nelson, sitting at the table, pulling up a chair. "Come and sit." "Okay." Nelson walked to the chair and sat down, still looking around curiously. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the kitchen?" "No, fine." Nelson picked up the ashtray on the table and played with it. "I thought I'd see a lot of hard-working house elves here." "You want to see house elves?" Jakunda asked suspiciously. "What are they doing? What's so good about house elves? If there are no house elves here, how are we supposed to find the food we want to eat? It's the same as the school banquet. You just need this." Jakunda said to the empty table, "Give me a double beef burger with more pickles, thank you." Soon a silver platter appeared out of thin air on the table. Inside was a thick burger that was obviously more than double layered. There was also a small flag on it. Jakunda grabbed the burger and squeezed it with his hands and took a bite. "Well, it's delicious." She nodded, full of praise. What do Americans know about hamburgers? They should really let Hogwarts open a branch and spread the food culture to them. Regarding food culture, Nelson was non-committal. He was a little hungry, so he ordered a sandwich. "Make another pot of green tea. Remember to add it," he said, "in a basket. I will take it away after eating." "Nelson." Jakunda put down more than half of the hamburger in his hand, looking like a toothache. "You will live 100 years. After that, she picked up the hamburger and fought again, but it seemed that she had lost her appetite, and only the belief of not wasting was supporting her. Nelson finished the sandwich and took out a piece of tissue paper to wipe his hands. the fallen breadcrumbs, the sandwich bag and the used tissue paper disappeared as soon as they touched the table. He thought for a while, then got up to the iron by the door. "What are you doing?" Jacunda stopped him as he was about to pull the door. "I feel like I should thank them in person." "If you really want to thank them, you don't go in." She finished her burger, pulled out a tissue, clapped her hands and explained, "Thanks doesn't fit their values. House elves are used to giving and labor. Your thanks will be make them nervous and intimidated. Not to mention that one of their mottos is, don't let your master see you. And if you go in and catch them, it's going to be a very embarrassing thing." Nelson nodded in agreement. Besides, Jacunda threw the ball of paper on the table and threw a graceful arc. "They are probably preparing tomorrow's breakfast. It's already troublesome enough to cook and make tea for 2 greedy students. When you go in, they will come out to greet them together, and then all the work will have to be redone. Don't you want tea? The best thing you should do now is to say that the sandwich is delicious, and then leave here with the tea." Following her fingers, Nelson also saw the delicate wooden box that appeared on the table. He walked over, picked up the wooden box, and followed Jacunda's footsteps out of the doorway, the huge still life slowly falling behind them. "Jacunda, are you going upstairs too?" "Yes." "What a coincidence. I didn't expect us to drop by." "Yes." "Nelson, did you fall in love with your sister at first sight?" "Tell you, I won't fall in love with a boy younger than me, let alone so much." "You're worrying too much." "Then why are you still following me?" "I'm going to Professor Dumbledore's office." "Coincidentally, I'm going too." "The keyboard has not arrived yet." The word of the mobile phone code. "Sorry, I miss my old 9-button phone." Chapter 47. Albus Dumbledore sits at his desk with a smile, as if everything is under control. "Jacunda, you really know house elves." Nelson, holding a wooden box with tea in his arms, went up the stairs with Jacunda, through the towers, corridors, and halls of Hogwarts. Although Christmas has passed, the festive atmosphere is still hidden in the festival that has not been completely cleaned up. Decorating, they'd have to make breakfast all over again without you. It's okay. After all, the Hufflepuff lounge is next to the kitchen. Jacunda yawned, ripping the gauze off his forehead and stuffing it under the saddle of a bronze statue of a knight by the roadside. Besides, they're actually quite it's common. They are responsible for the hygiene of the entire castle, but you generally don't pay attention to it. Soon, the two came to the door of Dumbledore's office. Seeing that Nelson was not alone, the armor shook slightly and stopped moving. "Dumbledore, you can't think she's a spy just because she's been to America. She's a Hogwarts student." Even through the thick solid wood door, Professor Sykes' voice echoed clearly in the hallway. "You can have an opinion on me. I know you've never wanted to see me. You're Albus Dumbledore after all. But why would you?" Professor Sykes' voice fell, and she seemed to attack Aberforth with a different topic than at the beginning. Out of instinctual curiosity, Nelson's ear got closer and closer to the door. "Don't listen. She's talking about me." Jacunda took out the wrapping paper of the purple cabbage flavored bubblegum from her pocket, spit the remaining bubblegum in her mouth and sealed it, and looked around. Looking around, she saw the armor standing straight at the door of the office. She lifted the visor off the armor and threw the wrapped bubblegum in with a casual look. Nelson saw the armor shaking again. "Strange, why is this armor moving?" Jacunda tapped on the breastplate suspiciously, and there was an echo of bang bang. "Maybe it's been too long." Nelson also stepped forward and knocked on his good brother. "Wait for the tea. Slow down, please." Nelson heard the armor's whisper. Aberforth said, "Yes, can you help me get rid of that garbage in my body by the way when I'm done?" "What voice?" "Nelson, did you hear anyone talking?" Jacunda put her hand to her ear in confusion and listened. "No, maybe you heard it wrong." Nelson shrugged. "Or maybe you're a Parseltongue and can hear the murmur of the basilisk hidden in the Slytherin sanctuary in the Hogwarts chamber." "No problem." Nelson whispered into the armor's ear. "That's a good idea, I'll write it down later." Jacunda nodded, looking like he liked the joke. "By the way, are you going to the United States to study abroad?" "No." Jacunda shook his head. "I smuggled in. Ride a broom across the Atlantic." Before Nelson could digest the news that was enough to shock him for a whole year, the door of the office opened slowly from the inside. Aberforth seemed to be unable to withstand Professor Sykes. His voice came from the office, revealing with a sense of relief, "Artie seems to have arrived. Melissa, sit down and rest for a while. I believe you are tired too." Nelson didn't know what had happened during the time he had gone to the kitchen. He only felt that the air in the room was now heavier than the thickest cream of bisque, and that near substantial embarrassment was coming from the door. He escaped outside the door and stretched out his claws to wrap him. Nelson bit his head and shrank into the office, with Jacunda following behind him. "Oh, Jacunda?" asked Aberforth uncertainly, as if he had just heard of the student from Professor Sykes. "Are you treating everyone else as a fool, Albus?" Professor Sykes couldn't hold back anymore. She patted the armrest of the chair forcefully and said heavily, "Pretend you don't know her now? Ah, Melissa, you have to calm down. After all you said, I haven't seen her in person before." Aberforth winked wildly at Nelson, and he tried his best to look like Albus Dumbledore sitting in front of the desk with a smile, as if everything is under control. "Nelson, can I trouble you to pour us 4 cups of tea? I've been looking forward to it for a long time." Nelson worked hard, making his already hard scalp even harder. In front of the 3 of them, in silence, he gently placed the wooden box on the desk and took out trays and teacups from the inside, spoons, and wooden boxes with candied sugar cubes and other gadgets, and put them into the matching box one by one. His movements were extremely slow, as if he had experienced the simple task of pouring tea, the enjoyment of art. He placed 4 small porcelain plates painted with blue and white in the middle of the 4 sides of the desk, and placed 4 teacups of the same material and color in the middle of the porcelain plate, with the handles facing the same direction. After a series of dragging after endlessly confusing operations, his imagination was finally emptied, and the 4 teacups were filled with just the right amount of tea. Cough cough. Sitting opposite Aberforth, Professor Sykes, who had not spoken for a long time, broke the silence. "I hope Aberforth doesn't treat me badly when it's over." Nelson closed his eyes, preparing for Professor Sykes' hurricane. Cough cough. Professor Sykes said softly, took a sip from his teacup. "Nelson, I was the one who blamed you before." "Sorry, Professor Sykes." Nelson's mind hadn't turned the corner. "I mean, I didn't expect you to be such a person full of life flavor." Professor Sykes nodded. "Although the subject I teach is charms, I don't actually want these life-filled activities to be taught by wands or servants to do it. I think the hands of wizards should touch their lives." Clap clap clap. Aberforth clapped his hands vigorously and complimented, "Melissa, your attitude to life alone is enough for me to learn for a lifetime." "I think Albus," Professor Sykes said, frowning, interrupting his possibly more awkward compliment. "Honestly, I think you're really weird tonight." "What's wrong?" Aberforth folded his arms on the table, rested his chin, and said, Albus Dumbledore sitting at his desk smiling, as if everything was under control. "Looks like. Don't you think you've been talking nonsense to me all night?" Mrs. Sykes' eyebrows looked like they were about to knit together, like a dean of Muggle learning staring at the grades like the old hind legs of the old man. "I even suspect that you cast an oblivion spell on yourself. If it wasn't for you, alright. Aberforth quickly waved his hand to beg for mercy. He turned to face Jacunda, who was bored sitting at the table and had finished her cups of tea, and said sternly, "Jacunda Sykes, the information provided by Professor Keyes is somewhat different from what I know, and I hope to get your own opinion from you." "Okay." Jacunda put down the teacup, leaned back in the chair, and looked at Dumbledore. "Because you are Director Wizengamore. In the summer of, when you were in 5th grade, you used to fly across the Atlantic on a broomstick to the east coast of the United States controlled by Grindelwald, didn't you?" "I was flying across the Atlantic on a broomstick, but I was actually in 4th grade at the time, and the second half of what you said didn't really matter, because America was across the Atlantic, didn't it? I have to say, that's really a feat." Aberforth placed his left hand slightly bent on the table. His right hand lightly patted the back of his left hand, with Dumbledore's face looking very inconsistent. But not surprisingly, it seems that Dumbledore applauds at times like this. "Thank you." Jacunda nodded, his cheeks flushed. "That's what I thought at the time. I like flying very much. I heard that a wizard was going to challenge the first time to fly over the Atlantic on a broom, but he prepared for a long time, and he's still bringing a team that can rescue him at any time." Well, I've heard that there are actually quite a few people in that team who actually smuggled in. Aberforth nodded, motioning her to continue. I didn't think his well-prepared adventure was an adventure at all, so he rode his broom and set off. Jacinda's eyes were a little blurry, and the focus of her eyes had already drifted to that summer night caught in the wind over the Atlantic Ocean. I just wanted to try it out. I didn't expect him to fall into the sea halfway and delay for a while, and finally I arrived first. Albus, said Professor Sykes angrily, a lot of newspapers have reported on this matter, and there are 2 pages in the Daily Prophet, and she knows it better than she herself. Why do you just read it? Can't you? Professor Dumbledore. Jacinda's hands were tangled under the table, and she glanced at Professor Sykes who was fighting for her. Her eyes were full of complex emotions, apologetic, trusting, fearful with even a hint of disgust. She raised her head and said expectantly, Will I be expelled or even deported? No. Aberforth shook his head. Only the board of directors has the power to expel students. Besides, you were not exiled back then, so how could it be possible to reverse the old debt? Nelson noticed that the hope in Jacinda's eyes disappeared, and she seemed willing to be fired or even deported. But you're turning your back on old accounts now. Professor Sykes said, you're investigating a student who was only in the 4th grade. Albus, I know that your heart is in the magic world, so I dare not relax, but she only. Nelson. Aberforth didn't respond to Professor Sykes' questions and pleas. He suddenly turned to look at Nelson, who was sitting on the side trying to hide himself, and asked, Nelson, you should know Jacinda, right? What kind of person do you think she is? Me. Nelson suddenly felt that Aberforth was not loyal. He was about to succeed in stealth, but was caught out and fell short. I think she is a very kind, adventurous, and charming person. Jacinda bowed his head and grinned. Well. Aberforth lowered his head, thought for a moment, then raised his head and asked, then why did you land at the meeting place of Jetler Grindelwald and his followers? Chapter 48. Nelson. In potions class, Alfred stabbed Nelson in the back on the back table, threw a ball of paper on his table, hit the back of his hand, and bounced into Tom's cauldron. Tom opened the ball of paper and glanced at it and threw it on Nelson's table with disgust on his face. Nelson opened it and read, I analyzed it all night, and now I seriously doubt that Professor Dumbledore and Professor Sykes have had any relationship. An old love. You didn't sleep all night thinking about this? Nelson turned his head sideways, stared silently at Alfred with a pair of dark circles under his eyes, and asked in a low voice, I have to say, that gossip is really human nature. Alfred leaned forward and said excitedly, yeah, you know, Professor Dumbledore hasn't had it since his student days back. Sloane squeezed his beer belly between the two and tapped Alfred's forehead with the back of his hand. Looks like you think a burp potion needs a ball of paper to be more effective, doesn't it? Sorry, Professor Sloane, I'm just Alfred has more experience in admitting mistakes and apologies than anyone else. He immediately stood up and lowered his head, admitting mistakes, apology, sophistry, explaining, begging for forgiveness. No, you don't need to apologize. Sloane braced his stomach, the flesh on his face quivered, and he glanced at Alfred's heavy dark circles, frowning and pulling out of his robes a small glass bottle filled with golden potion, unscrewed the stopper, and ripped a few drops on Alfred's forehead, then turned to Nelson and stretched out his hand, raising his voice. Come on, Williams, give it to me. Let everyone share the fruits of Mr. Black's all-night labor. Hearing this, Tom, who was bowing his head at the side, couldn't help shrugging his shoulders twice, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. He resisted the urge to laugh out loud and snickered silently while lying on the table. After a while, Tom and Nelson, who had regained their composure, looked at each other for a second, then turned around and knocked the cauldron to the ground with his elbow. The live frog he had just put in jumped 5 feet high and landed on Ravenclaw's table. It stuck to Dwight's face for a moment, then jumped on top of Myrtle's head and started running wildly around the classroom. Seeing such a brother who is pursuing freedom, the frogs in the cauldron couldn't bear the loneliness, and they all began to jump. Close the lid. Sloane roared angrily, turning around and pointing his wand at Tom's frog. In an instant, the warrior who was embracing freedom froze in the air, and then flew back slowly to Tom's crucible. Tom, what are you doing? You must pay attention to picking a docile frog next time. Sloan rubbed Tom's head with his free hand and rebuked himself softly in a fatherly tone. The proud student, as if he had just been beaten by a frog point. Just as he turned around, he saw Nelson stuffing his wand in the drawer, and he asked angrily, "What are you doing, Williams?" "Oh, Professor, my wand is too long." Nelson took the wand out of the hole in the table and showed it to Sloan. Stuffed it on the table. Well, it's very long." Sloan nodded in agreement. Such a long wand was indeed rare, and then he held out his hand again. "You can give me the paper ball, so that everyone can learn a lot." The classroom was soon filled with booing boos, seeing Nelson handing out the ball of paper without hesitation. Alfred leaning back in his chair in despair, staring at the ceiling. "Okay, all quiet." Sloan pressed his hands together, and the classroom gradually became quiet. He glared at Alfred, then opened the ball of paper in his hand and cleared his throat. "Let's see the command. What is it that Mr. Black can't even hold a lesson in to discover? Ahem. Let me see. Nelson, I think obviously enough of the appetite of the classmates." He suddenly stopped his voice, crumpled the note again, and threw it on Alfred's table, and snorted coldly, "Although this is also very important, the class time should still be serious. Listen. Alfred, your mother asked me to take good care of you. I don't want to take care of you as an ignorant person. Okay, go ahead and make your burp potion, Tom, and you're going to coach Alfred." Sloan walked back to the podium with his hands behind his back and started pacing the classroom around the aisle, knocking this on the head. "Touch that pot." Pointer class passed quickly, as if nothing had happened just now, but Alfred sat there with the appearance of dying at the mercy of Tom. "Your burping potions are doing pretty well, and there will be no homework for this class." The bell rang, and Sloan put away the lecture notes, threw the rest of the herbs into the cauldron he brought, and walked off the stage. Walking towards the door, when he reached the door, he stopped as if he suddenly remembered something, and looked into the classroom. Alfred. Alfred sat in his seat with dull eyes, as if he had seen himself being thrown out of school by Dumbledore and Professor Sykes wearing small shoes, and then having his mother burnt his name from the family tree with a cigarette butt. "Alfred." Sloan raised his voice, and Aaron Abbott, who was at Alfred's table, quickly poked his ribs and whispered, "Alfred, the professor is calling you." "Ah." Alfred slowed down and looked towards the door. "Night is for sleeping. Let's talk about other things during the day, understand?" Sloan smiled at him, turned his head, and left the classroom. When the sound of Sloan's footsteps faded away, until it disappeared completely, the rest of the classroom gathered up and asked curiously, "Alfred, what the hell did you write?" Alfred reacted and hurriedly rushed to the paper ball on the table. Aaron Abbott was one step faster than him. He picked up the paper ball and threw it into the crowd, followed by the sound of reading aloud from the crowd. "Nelson, I think Professor Sloan has been so kind to us. I've never met a second teacher who treated us like him in all my time at Hogwarts. He's like my father." "No, how did you write so many words on a small note? I didn't expect it." "Alfred, it's hard to think that you came up with the idea of deliberately passing a note and being discovered." There were yin and yang boos from the crowd. "What happened to that note in the end?" Tom asked curiously halfway to the cafeteria. "When you helped me distract Professor Sloan, I deformed it." "I know. After all, you can use transfiguration in that case." Tom nodded. "You shouldn't use vanishing charm or burn it. Then it's not Alfred's problem, it's your problem." I turned the above words into a long nauseous confession, the kind that gives you goosebumps when you see it. "Confession? Who are you going to confess to?" A voice burst in from behind them. "Professor Sloan." Nelson didn't react. He walked forward and said to himself. He didn't react until he finished speaking. He turned his head to see the person coming and looked left and right. "Abufusa. It's me, but you want to call me Mr. Dumbledore." Aberforth stroked his beard and nodded in response. "I heard it right. You want to confess to Horace? What happened to the two of you?" "No." Tom told him what happened in the class just now and added at the end, "So did Dumbledore and Professor Sykes really have an old relationship? I want to know too." Aberforth spread his hands. "To be honest, I'm also curious. So nothing really happened last night?" At the table, Tom was carrying a stack of pickled cucumbers, trying to sandwich them between two thin slices of bread, along with a stack of sliced tomatoes. Seriously, add some meat. It doesn't look good. Nelson forked a piece of sausage and tilted his head to look at the strange thing in Tom's hand. I don't know the cause and effect, Abufu. He probably doesn't know much more than I do, and I don't even know what the point of my presence there last night was. Maybe just to ease the embarrassment of Aberforth. I guess they have some conspiracy. Tom squeezed the slice of bread in his hand fiercely, and a few pieces of pickled cucumber slipped down. I never saw Professor Sykes in school, except during class time, and always felt that what is she doing? I don't know about that. In the end, her younger sister, Sister Kaokunda, left the school, but she can still come back next year to get her diploma. Nelson also picked up a slice of bread and put sausage on it, squeezing the sauce juice said, seriously, if I can, I would also like to do something that I like, and then come back to get my graduation certificate in the graduation year. I'm already thinking about finding a school to be an exchange student or something, so I can't stay here forever a place. I also think, said Tom, frowning, if old Mellows doesn't retire, I suspect that our group of students may not be able to beat an owl or even a hamster after graduation. It's not really. Maybe he is a more solid teaching method that focuses on theory and basics, the kind that requires accumulation. Nelson argued feebly, while recalling Professor Mel's course. I really felt that I couldn't wash it, so I spread my hands and shrugged. We are also practicing by ourselves, and the effect is good, isn't it? I hope I can stay at Hogwarts after graduation and teach defense against the dark arts. Tom waved his fork, or go to work at the Ministry of Magic, and if anyone else teaches like this, I'll put him in Azka class. When I saw yesterday's recommended ticket, I thought I was cold and sad for a long time. Later, I thought about it. I seem to have this data every day. Thinking of this, I patted my belly happily. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49 Nightmare. Nelson Williams. Dumbledore shouted from the stage. Nelson was still entangled between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Under Dumbledore's guidance, he walked up to the stage, sat on the four-corner stool, picked up the tattered sorting hat, and put it on his head. He was about to speak when he heard the sorting hat whispering in his ear as soon as he uttered the first syllable. Do you really think you are suitable for Ravenclaw? Isn't it? Doesn't my future depend on my choices? Very good. The opening in the sorting hat turned into a wide mouth and said mockingly, if everyone knew how to make their own choices, then I would be able to relax a lot more. Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw. Nelson closed his eyes, folded his hands, his knuckles were twisted white, and he kept praying. Very well, he has made his choice. The sorting hat grinned and shouted, then the end result is Azkaban. The people on the 4 long tables below the stage took off their school uniforms in a uniform manner, took out black robes with hoods from under the tables, and draped them over their bodies, then put on their hoods, raised their wands, and swarmed them. Call. He woke up from the bed sweating profusely, opened his eyes, and sat up abruptly. The sweat on the top of his head flowed down the broken hair on his forehead onto his face, dripped onto the quilt through his chin, and left a huge flower like a flower, bloom like dark red water stains. He stretched out his hand from the quilt and kept pinching and releasing it, feeling the touch of grasping that only exists in reality. The dream just now made him trance, so much so that even going to Azkaban in the face of the branch was absurd. He also felt sure that the scene of the crowd in black hoods swarming up was too real, and his wrists still retained the pain caused by being grasped, pinched or even scratched by the crowd. Besides, the feeling of being hit by all kinds of magic spells is no different from the real thing. Although he has not been injured by magic spells, he knows that if he is hit by magic spells, he will suffer such piercing pain. Are you awake? He looked up and looked around. He was clearly awakened from a nightmare, and the surroundings were still bright like daytime. The 4-poster bed that he was accustomed to sleeping seemed a little cramped. The people standing beside the bed could not be seen clearly, and there were chubby figures around him. Maybe it was sleeping that pressed his eyes. He twisted his sore neck and asked, "Have I slept for so long?" The man ignored him and just asked him with a smile, "Do the clothes and bedding still fit?" "What?" He lowered his head and saw that he was wearing a new cotton padded coat made of silk and brocade, which was warm and fit, and the bedding was also changed to a new, festive red. "Did you change it for me?" "Yeah." "Does it fit?" "Although I feel a little ashamed, it still fits very well." He nodded and lifted the quilt before getting out of bed. "How long have I slept? Is there any breakfast in the restaurant? If not, go to the kitchen to get something to eat." "Hey, don't move." The man held his hand that lifted the quilt and pushed him back to the bed. "Don't move. The quilt I just made is here. You can't mess it up. You let me down first. I'm hungry." He was a little irritable, grabbed the hand holding the quilt, and was about to remove it. "You can't go down. Do you still have any nostalgia for it?" He clearly saw the familiar face of the person by the window, whose name he had forgotten. He was holding an ice cream stick in his mouth. The man sniffed and pushed him down on the bed. "You can't cheat the corpse. You're already dead." "Chen Yang." "No." His voice was permanently sealed by a slowly closing lid, and at the last moment, he saw the faces of the figures beside the bed through the gap in the coffin lid. The apologetic mother is holding the child's hand, and standing at the farthest, the child is innocent, and doesn't know what happened, or what the relationship between the person lying here and him, or even whether to call him uncle or brother. He was holding an elder wand and waving it like a fencing. A middle-aged man in an oversized suit, an old style with patches on the back of his elbows, was covering himself with leather sleeves. His face is haggard. He holds a pair of labor insurance gloves in his hand, and he mutters words as if he is apologizing. People around him are kneeling on the ground. Some are silent like statues. Some are crying, grabbing the ground in grief. The only thing they may have in common is that they can't remember their names and can't see their faces. "No, I'm not dead," Nelson shouted, and sat up suddenly from his sleep, his muscles tense and trembling, his hands gripping upwards like a drowning man grabbing the water plants floating above his head. It's a pity that he didn't catch anything, which made the joints of his clenched fists turn white. His nails pierced deeply into his palms, and drops of scarlet blood dripped down his arms. "Now, what's the matter with you?" Tom rolled over and jumped off the bed, ran to Nelson's bed, and firmly supported his shoulders. "What's the matter? Have a nightmare?" "Tom?" Nelson felt a lot more at ease when he saw Tom next to him. He was panting heavily and nodded with lingering fears. "Oh yes, it seems that I have had several nightmares in a row, and every time I wake up, another nightmare. It's alright, it's alright." Tom patted him on the back, reaching for Nelson's water glass from the bedside table. The water glass contained boiling water that had been cool before going to bed. Nelson took the glass, took a sip, and suddenly passed from the door. The sound of knocking on the door. "I'll open the door." Tom put down the water glass and walked to the door wearing slippers. The other two roommates were also woken up. They turned on the lights in the bedroom and got out of bed rubbing their eyes. "Alfred, why did you come here in the middle of the night?" Tom heard Alfred calling the door, rubbed his eyes, and twisted the lock, but Alfred ignored him and squeezed in the moment the lock was unlocked. Waving a newspaper rushed to Nelson's window, followed by a group of Slytherin classmates, as well as senior and other college students. Waving the newspaper, he shouted excitedly, "Nelson, didn't expect you to be a prophet." "What prophet?" Nelson still didn't respond due to sleepiness, but Tom at the door asked sleepily, "What prophecy did he do? Did you forget, Tom?" "Last Christmas holiday," Alfred shouted, waving the newspaper in his hand, and probably only stones in the whole tower could not hear his voice. "Last Christmas holiday last year, you wrote to us to witness you and Nelson's bet. Have you forgotten?" He pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and read aloud. Nair said, "When school starts next year, Germany is going to attack Poland, causing a Muggle war that will sweep the world. If the prediction of school next year doesn't hold true, you can slander him as much as you want. So what? Is there a war?" Tom curled his lips. "Did you come here in the middle of the night to fulfill the bet and slander him? You are already in the second grade. Can you be more mature?" "Of course not." Alfred waved the newspaper in his hand, and the front page of the Daily Prophet printed a photo. German tanks neatly lined up in a phalanx running over the neighboring plains, unrivaled. It seemed like an undefended border, and the planes whizzing in the sky dropped bombs on the enemy's positions like rain, and the positions had already been reduced to ruins, and only a few remnants were left lying in the broken walls, and moaning in pain. A bearded soldier was crouching behind a low wall with only half of it remaining. He tore the half red and half white flag in half from the middle, and the red half was torn into a strip of cloth to restrain the wounded. At the base of his left thigh, he tied the other half of the white national flag to the gun barrel, stretched it over the parapet, and swayed gently. You know, the Daily Prophet usually doesn't pay attention to Muggle wars, but this time they made an exception. Alfred spread the newspaper on Nelson's bed excitedly, and the headline on the front page was sensational enough. Germany to Germany, Poland launched a blitzkrieg, and the Polish defense line was completely defeated the next day. Subtitled, The German Muggle Army's New Weapons Are Enough to Kill Wizards. Expatriates in Europe please withdraw to the UK as soon as possible. He spread the newspapers one by one, pointing to the 4 pages of the full text. Dancing and dancing. Yesterday, September, Street, the day when our school started, German Muggles sneaked up on Poland with these iron things, and they will soon occupy the whole of Poland in one day. The commentator of the Daily Prophet said, this is extremely, it could be the beginning of a world war. I also bought other papers and they all thought that this war could be more extensive than the First World War. So what? Tom narrowed his eyes, stared at the newspapers on Nelson's bed, and quickly scanned the paragraph titles. Poland has broke French records, becomes the fastest country in the world. Polish Ministry of Magic has drawn up the first A group of evacuees. Poland's magical affairs will be suspended. Exclusive to this newspaper, the Dark Lord Grindelwald has taken control of the German Ministry of Magic and violated the secrecy law to affect the Muggle army. Even if he does not read the content, he can recognize it only by the title given the seriousness of the problem. He asked casually, this is a Muggle war. What are you doing with the Daily Prophet? Where's the Muggle newspaper? Did you buy it? What did they say? I ordered 2 by the way. Here, Alfred picked 2 out of the remaining pile of papers. Well, at times, a Le Figaro, but it's useless to report this on the front page. Look at this, The Times, which is a British newspaper. The news is that the female workers in the factory are paid less than the male workers, and they protest at the gate of the city hall. Forget it, you might as well read the Wizards newspaper, isn't it? Didn't we kill the Prophet first? Alfred's face slowly grew thick black grey hair, his eyes glowed green, and he showed a cruel smile. His teeth became sharp and protruding, and his saliva was drooling. With his transformation, the classmates behind him also turned into werewolves, and Nelson felt as if he had entered the wolf's den by mistake. That's right. Yes, kill the Prophet. Tear him. Tom's face beside the bed gradually distorted and changed until he turned into the appearance of Grindelwald on the wanted list. He held the Elder Wand and let out a sharp crow-like laughter. I will never allow other people to predict like me. Looks like I haven't woken up yet. Nelson lay down on the bed and let the werewolf bite on him. Thank you for your support. There are recommended votes. Although it is relatively small, I think this should be the first step taken by 1,000 miles. The Yellow River is turbulent when it goes out to sea, but I live in King Hay, and I know in my heart that it is at the source. What a trickle after another. I have never written an online article before, and I always feel that it should not be difficult to control it at the level of my academic background. After I really got in touch, I realized that it is completely different from traditional writing. If the lack of plot and imagination in traditional writing can still be used, delicate writing can make up for it, but online texts can only rely on plots to convey emotional tension, and readers' recognition is instant. I felt that I didn't write well in the previous chapters, and the data was really bad, so I tried to modify some rhythms. And the plot. I hope the following plot will have a good outcome. Anyway, thank you for your support, and wish you all a happy new year. Chapter 50, The Prophet on the Train. Nelson, I didn't expect you to be a prophet. On the train back to school, Alfred excitedly pushed open the door of the compartment, awakening Nelson, who was sleeping by the window. Why do you look so unmotivated? Today is the first day of the new semester. You should be happy. Alfred looked enthusiastic and sat down next to Nelson, spreading the newspaper in his hand on the small table. Am I still awake? Nelson rubbed his forehead, opened his swollen eyes, glanced at Alfred who was beside him, and turned his head out of the window again. What do you want to do this time? Go on with the knife. Profit? What are you talking about? Confused. Alfred sat closer again, making room for his sister, who was following behind him, and looked at Tom on the opposite side. What's wrong with him? Why does he look so uninspired? I don't know. Maybe it's jet lag. Tom closed the book in his hand and put it on Christian's lap, who was sitting next to him. It's really enviable. You are so energetic every day. Why is there a jet lag from the Czech Republic to the UK? Christian smiled while holding Tom's book in his arms. It had been a whole year since they last took the train that was specially designed to carry Hogwarts freshmen. Unlike the turbulent dark tide in the magic world, Hogwarts life this year could even be called calm. Headmaster Armando Dupont is still missing, and the affairs of the school are handled by the 3 deans who assist Aberforth in disguise as Dumbledore, and his performance in Dumbledore's position is surprisingly good. Not only the management of the school is well organized, but also the teaching work has not fallen behind. In the words of the students, this year's Professor Dumbledore is more approachable than ever, and even in the teaching of life, compared to his brother, Arthur Justice of Bufus seems to be closer to the ordinary people, who are stuffed with several wagons, and it is easier to be understood and recognized by the common people like us. As Tom said, they had just returned from the Czech Republic. In fact, Jonas had been preparing for this summer trip since he received Nelson's letter last year. When the two returned home from vacation, they took out their transcripts. At the same time, Jonas was the first to put the 5 tickets on the coffee table. You don't need to read the transcript. I believe your grades will not be bad under my teaching. Jonas helped Tom and Nelson take off their coats and smiled nonchalantly. Seriously, if you fail, that's a surprise for me. What did you say? When did you teach them? Do you know how to cast spells? Bella tapped her husband's forehead and said to the two with a smile, the report card has already been sent home, Jonas. After reading the report card, I was so happy that I couldn't sleep for 2 days and even went to the West City orphanage to invite Mrs. Cole to dinner. If she didn't go, he would drag me around the door of her office every day. PFFT, a long-haired girl came downstairs. Her black hair was waist length and her black eyes looked bright. Christian? Nelson looked at the girl who came and said uncertainly. Compared with last Christmas, she seemed to have changed a lot. She wondered if a stable life gave her time to take care of herself. She looked clean, much prettier, wearing a simple but fitted linen skirt, more like a girl. How did your hair grow so fast? Maybe this is magic? Christian raised his hand, grabbed a strand of hair that fell to his chest, and twisted it around his little finger. Nelson blinked, wondering if it was because she had an inexplicable affection for Tom. She even looks a lot like Tom now, like a female version of Tom Riddle with long hair, a dress, and softer features. Nelson blinked, and the sense of discord quickly disappeared, a terrifying hallucination. Although I don't know how to cast spells, I will take care of witches. Jonas grabbed Bella's hand and wrapped it in both hands, blinking. I heard you say that Chris is a little witch and she will enter school this year. Mrs. Cole also said that she likes you very much and I will take her home for a few days and show her the books on All's shelf. Christian walked downstairs, not seeing the irritability and sharpness of a small beast when she first met. She smiled and nodded at the two of them. Brother Tom, Brother Nelson. Nelson leaned forward and touched her head. Tom, who pretended to be a sculpture with a stiff face, couldn't stand the gazes of Christian and Nelson and reluctantly reached out and lightly tapped her bangs, which was considered a greeting. See if she looks like a little English lady now. This is the result of my good teaching. Jonas proudly touched Bella's hand to his mouth and kissed gently, which made Bella's face flushed red. He pulled out his hand and slapped him on the back. He raised one hand to block, and the other wrapped around Bella's waist, showing white teeth to Nelson and Tom. You don't need to pack up your boxes, just carry them away. Well, the 5 of us will go on vacation to the Czech Republic this summer. Now. Bella suddenly held down Nelson's hand that was reaching for the box. You can't bring your clothes back without washing, right? You don't want your middle-aged aunt to help you do the laundry, right? How could that be? How can you say that you are middle-aged? Nelson held the handle of the suitcase tightly, showing a bright smile with 8 teeth. Although you are my aunt, you don't look much older than me. How many? Don't teach them something good. Bella began to slap Jonas on the back again, muttering, let them be slick. Slick. The cruise ship departed from the port of London, steamed into the North Sea with a whimper, landed in Poland via the Baltic Sea, and then turned overland from Poland to the Czech Republic. Although the United Kingdom is a European country, it is far away from the continental shelf after all. It seems that it is difficult for the wind and clouds rolling on the European continent to cross the English Channel and reach here. Only when you really set foot in the hinterland can you smell the tense air that pervades Europe. Take this trip as an example. Poland is filled with a strange jubilation and optimism. Their troops even stationed in the hinterland of the Czech Republic, riding on the heads of the Czech people and showing off their power. Euphemistically, they are escorting the Polish people who are traveling to Prague. Has actually occupied a large swathe of territory in neighboring countries. Uncle, are they really equipped with more than 100 German armored divisions? On the train to Prague, Nelson looked around at the Polish soldiers, who were drinking and bragging. It's not what I imagined. The Poles also believed the news in their newspapers. Jonas rested on Bella's shoulder and sipped the small iron bottle of vodka sold on the train. If there were really 100 German armored divisions, they would attack by surprise. It should not be the Czech Republic. They should go to occupy Germany and the Soviet Union at the same time. Isn't there so many Polish soldiers in Prague? Christian asked worriedly in the back row. Hopefully not. Tom next to him squinted at the alcoholics around him. Then why are we on vacation? They are really disgusting. Oh, after half a year, you're finally sick of something again. Nelson handed Christian a newspaper. It shouldn't be. You read what they said in the paper. For a long and great friendship with our neighbors, we commit to not interfering in the internal affairs of the Czechian area. After taking it back. Who cares? Whoever occupied the Czech Republic, what does it have to do with us tourists? Yes, if I say it, it's Poland's turn next. Don't forget, you made a prophecy last year. So, Nelson, can you really predict? Wahlberger sat upright beside his brother, with his hands crossed on his knees, like a real lady, who couldn't see that the train full of cars was looking for Tom at all. Feeling a sense of urgency, she secretly twisted her neck, raised her chin, and looked at Tom. Tom, did Nelson usually make any predictions? No, I only know that he was very good at predicting the way he died in the prophecy class, and he was imaginative, and it was only this time. Tom raised his foot, kicked lightly, and sat across from him, and looked out the window. Nelson, whose thoughts had drifted away, asked you haven't woken up yet? Ah. Nelson's consciousness was disturbed by several dreams, and he was a little confused. He opened his mouth, and didn't know what to say. You perform one. Alfred, look at the headline of the Daily Prophet in your hand. Listen up. Alfred put aside the stack of newspapers, coded them one by one on the small table, and placed the relevant news pages upward. Several people around leaned forward and looked at the headlines. Christian couldn't hide his curiosity and put Tom book on the chair and stood up. Okay. Listen carefully. Nelson's distorted voice squeezed out from under his arms. Still weak, Germany launched a blitzkrieg war on Poland, and the Polish defense line was completely defeated the next day. The new weapons of the German Muggle army were enough to kill wizards. The expatriates in Europe, please withdraw to the UK as soon as possible. Poland has broken the French record and became the fastest country in the world to lose the war. Really? It's true. Alfred danced excitedly. You really are a prophet. Nelson, you really are a prophet. Have you read the newspaper before? Tom was also shocked. He thought the bet last Christmas was a joke. He just stood out from the other 364 people. Who would have thought that Nelson could actually predict? He shook his head looking at the note on the footer of the newspaper, asked himself, no, this is the first batch printed today special issue, which Na has never seen before. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.